Hey, y'all get in here. Who's still up? It's a Saturday night and it's a little late, so y'all might be in bed. And so that might mean that you catch us on the replay. But if you are here, I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you up. Bianca the Beautiful is in the house. Hey, girl, on a Saturday. I gotta call you. You almost home? Okay, all right. Delicia Dismuke, thank you for being like number 7. Amanda K is like number 8. Thank you, beautiful ladies. Darren, hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for being number 5. Y'all get on in here. So I'm just glad to be here talking with y'all. I have not been myself this week. Been feeling a little weak. I have my suspicions as to why, but we in here tonight. We in here tonight. I've been in Discord. Like I've been popping in Discord to kind of let everybody know what's up with me. But if you're not in Discord, then you're not gonna know what's going on. So that's why y'all need to be in Discord, okay? Because that's a good place for all of us to kind of check in and touch base and all of that good stuff. If Nina pops in tonight, we need her cash app so we can celebrate her birthday because I don't have it and I look for it. Hey, Miss Nisi, thank you for being number 13. So look, on top of, if y'all don't mind, let's talk a little bit. So on top of not feeling my best and some of the stuff going on with me, we'll get into that. The gossip was slow. Like the gossip was slow and stupid. When I say slow and stupid, it was slow and stupid. So yeah, we're gonna review this movie, but trust you me, we're gonna touch on some of the slow and stupid topics that have come up during this week because I really did not have the strength to get on here and get into it. And to be honest with you, if it had been something that was really like not so slow and stupid, I probably would have pushed myself to come out here just to talk to y'all because I don't enjoy sitting alone, cutting fabric, being quiet. So I would have, but it was just a bunch of really dumb, slow stuff. It really was, I swear. Hold on, y'all. This is Gabor. Hold on. All right. So I know some of y'all saying no sound because you just got here. Hey, everybody. Yeah, it was no sound. Gabor called me and he was trying to tell me how to do something that I didn't know how to do. Because y'all know when it comes to tech, I am real remedial. Anything to do with technology, I am super duper remedial. Okay. And y'all know that because I don't hide it. It's not a secret. I am not talented that way. If you want me to make you an evening gown, decorate your home, style you, be your personal shopper, I got you. But anything to do with technology, computers, any of that jazz, I'm going to mess it up. I'm going to just tell you that straight up right now. Never come to me for anything technological because I'm going to mess it up. Lexi Lean, thank you for being 17. Sabra High, Cheryl, Miss Liberian Cayenne Pepper is in the house. Center text 888. Hello, hello. Okay. And so, that's just one of those things. So he's trying to help me learn how to do stuff because I don't know how to do stuff. Okay. So, anywho, like I said, once we review this movie, we're definitely going to get into some other stuff. I want to touch on what happened in that interview with Ryan Coogler. That interview was just something for me. That was really something, even the type of questions that lady was asking him. I was like, yeah, are y'all okay? Is this really what we're doing? Oh, Peanut is here. She's like number 20. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to get into all of that and some of the slow and stupid stuff that went on this week. We're going to deal with that too, including the RHOA mid-season trailer because it was also slow and stupid. What else was slow and stupid? Ooh, Shannon Sharp's other accuser lady that popped up. I was like, ooh, child. This lady came out in the public, told us she was married and dating Shannon Sharp at the same time, and then told us some ridiculous story. I cackled, but I think it definitely fell under slow and stupid news. What else? It was like very little. Like there was nothing that was like earth-shattering, earth-shaking that was going on. But yeah, we definitely got to review this movie. So first off, let's get the housekeeping out of the way because I don't care if it's a late night and everybody else got to catch us on the replay. Y'all know what time it is. Always hit your like button. Always put your like number in the chat. Don't forget your engagement button, the bottom right-hand side, the circle with the heart emoji. Tap it and send up my bubbles because I'm sensitive and I need that. Okay? So, wait. My brubby's here. Can I put him to the stage? Hold on. Hey, Bubby. I don't think you got the mic on. I know he was trying to help me do some stuff, so I don't know. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it worked out because I was trying to, make things go a little bit smoother than they normally go with stuff. But I'm just, it just don't be working. But listen. Also make sure you like the video, share the video, greet people in the chat, be friendly. If you're new, please let us know you're new by indicating it's your first time. You can say first time, you can put FTL for first time live so we can welcome you personally and individually because we are absolutely happy to have you here. Also, make sure if you see someone you haven't seen in a while that you're saying hello, greet folks, let's be kind, all that good stuff. All right, Bubby's back. Hey,
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for some reason my microphone does not work on Chrome. I have to come through Firefox. So I don't know
I
what's
had
going
that
on.
happen.
Okay. What did you do to
Mm-hmm.
fix it?
Papa fixed it. I ain't know how to do it. Like I
Oh, okay.
literally threw the laptop in his lap and was about to cry.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. So at least I know I can get it fixed. All
Yeah,
right.
it can be fixed. I know he did something in the settings,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know what it was. It was on the page
Okay.
where you just have the Google page where you can go into like your Google settings, on the Chrome. You got to pull up the
Mm-hmm.
Google page, and I know he went into the settings. I don't know what happened after that, but I will ask him this evening what he did, and then I'll
Okay.
tell you what he said.
Okay.
Because I'm asking you how to pull up pictures because I'm not smart.
Okay. You are. It's just tricky. So share your screen if you can with me.
Like full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna hit present and wait. In here it says slides and PDFs. Is that where it's supposed to go? Or image
Uh,
file?
No, you just click where it says share screen.
Okay. Okay. I got excited. I thought I had learned something. And I'm gonna share entire screen. Y'all bear with us a second because I need to understand. I'm learning. Hey DT. Okay. So what do I do?
Okay. So where is the folder? Your downloads folder.
Right there.
Okay. Now where is the picture?
Okay. And you go into my download. They're in here.
Okay.
They're here.
So click it and drag, like click it and drag it to like on top of your head.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing too much right there. Okay, so okay,
Take it
I
and
drug it.
no, on top of your head.
I can't see my head. Okay, wait. Oh
Okay.
crap! What am I doing? Oh, okay, okay.
So like, yeah, drag it, drag it off of that more over to the left. Take it over to the left. Like off of the whole computer, like off of everything on the internet. Like if you can move it over to on your page, like I don't have to see it because it's not showing the whole thing. Like if you can drag it off of like the whole
Uh huh.
StreamYard thing, put it on the
Okay,
side.
okay. You know what, Bubby? I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, and I'm gonna let you teach me tomorrow,
Because
cause my
it's
brain is
easy.
not getting
It's easy. Okay, so let
it.
me see if
Okay,
I can.
okay.
Let me see if it will let me share. Okay, but you won't be able to hear me if I do it on Chrome. Okay, so if you take the picture and move it like off of the whole internet thing at all, just move it in your background somewhere. Like take it, because it
I
won't show me
tried,
your
but when I
background.
go up to
Just
the
move it
top,
up
it
there
like stops. It won't go on.
on your screen. It won't show you. So,
No,
so
it
okay,
don't. It
this
just
is what you
opens
do.
up the picture itself.
See if you can make the whole thing smaller, like the whole your whole internet. See if you can make it smaller.
Okay, what? Okay, I'm finna mess up. Let's try it again tomorrow. I'm finna mess up. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm about to mess up. Because when you said that, my brain immediately was like, wait, I pressed this button. And I was like, no, I'm about to be blind. I'm
Let me
about to
see.
be blind.
Hold on. Let me see if
Mm-mm. I'm scared.
I can share my screen. Let me
I'm
see.
going to do it though. I promise you.
Let me see.
I
Give me a
just don't know
second.
how. Wait, what is an image file?
So image file is the
Wait,
picture.
wait. Did I figure out something?
Yeah, you did.
Bam, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all, I know y'all better be hollering at Gabor in the chat. Y'all, listen, I don't know what I'd do without my baby brother. I don't know. Because I don't know who else I could call this time of night because I'm incompetent. And they would show up for me and try to help
You're
me
not
because I'm slow.
incompetent, girl.
You still cooking?
Yeah, I'm in here making some chicken breast, girl,
Oh,
so I don't have to
okay.
do it tomorrow.
Listen, I understand. Look, still drinking my peppers. So I can dig
Mm.
it. We got to do what we got to do.
Right.
All right. Thank
All
you,
right, boo. Well, call me
Bookie.
when you get done.
Okay, we'll do.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. Hey now. Hey. So listen, I'm excited because, I figured something out with help. And that is not something that I do very well ever at all. But I did it today with my little brother's help. Yeah. Come on in. Get into it. So yeah, like I was saying, hey Janice, DT is here. I'm so glad y'all are like slowly rolling in. I know it's late. But like I said, I really have not been feeling myself at all. And yes, he is always cooking that chicken breast. Yes, that's how he stay in shape. And I be struggling. Okay. Janice. Hey boo. Y'all hit that like button. So listen, we got to get into what's going on with this movie. We got to get into Sinners. We got to get into Sinners. Um, First of all, I need to know how many of y'all actually watched this movie, because spoilers are probably gonna happen. I'm gonna try not to get too much into every little thing that went on, but I do want to talk about this movie. Every now and then a movie will happen that really gets my attention and I want to give it more attention. Hey, Auntie Eva, thank you for being number 30. A movie will happen and I will want to give it more of my attention once it gets my attention. And this is one of those movies. You saw it, Bianca? Okay, cool, good. So that means I can count on y'all to interact with me during this moment. Okay, because I need to talk about what I saw. Okay, and what's been going on with me, just a quick heads up, I've been feeling really, really weak. Been getting hot, like not just having hot flashes, like really feeling like I was having fevers. I had sweated on my hair till it was stiff. I had to actually go and wash it because it was stiff from being sweated on. Like I just really was not feeling, I was not feeling very spiffy. I was not feeling spiffy at all. But, you know, after a shampoo, you know, doing my skincare and trying to shake it off and drinking my good old peppers, I'm feeling like we can get into this thing. Marcy, you saw it too. DT say he saw the clips, but we're going to get into it. It ain't on Netflix though, but you know, if you don't want to go to the theater, it's some bootleg sites that'll let you watch this movie. Okay, I'm just say that. Hey, Royal Ace. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. So I have not been really tip top, but you know, we here. So dig this, right? Sinners. So this is, you know, the main gist of this movie. It was kind of set in, I believe, Mississippi. Royal Ace, you saw the movie. That's what's up. So it was set in Mississippi. Let's see what the people say about it first, and then I'm gonna tell y'all what I got. Because I want to give you what they say the movie is about. I don't want to just say what I saw right off the bat, because I am gonna say what I saw. I'm gonna say it. Y'all know me. I wouldn't be me if I did say it. If I didn't say it. So the overview that they have is trying to leave their troubled lives behind. Twin brothers return to their Mississippi hometown to start again, only to discover that an even greater evil is waiting to welcome them back. Okay, so that's their take on it. Now, my thank you, Janice. Listen, it's ain't it a blessing when we don't look like we feel? Ain't it a blessing when we don't look like we feel? Okay, you watched it twice. It was really good. And I want to get into some of the layers because this movie was so layered. So, quick overview is that it was set in rural Mississippi. I want to say time period, like what was it, like the 40s? It was given the 30s or the 40s, maybe the 20s, like way back, you know. And hey Cassie G, thank you for being number 37, Belicious. Listen, y'all hit the like button as you come in. Oh, and so it's set in rural Mississippi. We start off the movie 1932. I knew it was like, that's why I was like 30s, 40s, 30s, 20s. So 30s, 1930s. Thank y'all. And so the movie itself starts off and we see it was like a flash to the end. And you know how some movies will start that way. They'll give you a flash at the end of the ending and then they tell you how you got there. And it wasn't the really stereotypical way of like, you know, I know you're wondering how we got here. It wasn't anything like that. It was just like, this is what it is. And then immediately taking you back to how it got where it got to. And so in any event, it started and it let you know that, I won't say let you know, but it to me, it set an expectation or a feeling that this story was going to be centered around this church because that's where it started, was at this church. And the main character, I won't say the main character, but one of the main characters was a preacher's son at this church. So I'm thinking this is where the movie's going to be at. I'm at this point, I'm thinking, I'm thinking, I know what direction this movie is going to go in. Y'all know I am a horror film aficionado. I watch every horror film. I watch the good ones, the bad ones. I watch the corny ones, the ones on the Sci-Fi Network. If you make it, I'm watching it. If it's bad, I will sit through the whole thing. Like, that's literally what I'm going to do. So I'm thinking that I understand what I'm going to be watching. That's what I thought. I'm pleased, impressed, and happy to say Ryan Coogler did not do what I thought he was going to do. He absolutely, yes, DT. I watched the Nollywood horror movies too. The old ones that used to have Clems Ohamese, the old ones with Kanayo Okanayo. I watched the original Neka the Serpent and Karashika. Like, I watch, when I say if it's a horror movie I'm watching, I'm not joking. I'm legit. Bianca says she's the same. Absolutely. Abso-doggone-lutely. And I want to say this too, while I get into Ryan Coogler and how he masterfully told this story, is that I have seldom seen Black horror movies that I'm impressed with. I want to start off by saying this impressed me. And the reason that this movie impressed me was because it was authentically Black. It wasn't camp. It wasn't cosplay. It was very authentic, very Black. It was very Black American. It was very foundational Black American. Shout out to Ryan Coogler for that. And also, it was done in such a way that there were layers. Like, he was able to capture the Black experience while telling a story about these characters. So we start off at this church. I'm thinking I know what's going to happen. I'm like, okay, so I get it. Y'all are going to do the whole blase boop. It's going to be the whole, okay, something's going to get you, but it can't come in the church type thing. Because this started with the young man standing at the threshold of church. So I'm like, oh, I know what this is going to be. It was not that at all. Mm-mm. So quickly switch from that scene, and you see this same young man. He's talking to his daddy, and we quickly figure out that he's a musician. And the daddy does not seem to be fond of his choices. So I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe that's how he gets into trouble and he got to run back to the church. I'm still thinking everything's going to be set around this church. So fast forward, he's got cousins. They are from there, but apparently they've been in Chicago committing crimes. Yes, these Negroes have been in Chicago wreaking havoc. They have been up there learning mischief and getting into all sorts of trouble. And now they have run back to the country. Now, when you first see these twins, now they both twins were played by Michael B. Jordan. Now, y'all know I don't really like him like that because he's kind of funny looking, but he played the part. Now, we got to give it to him. He's a very good actor. So he played the part of both of these twins. And I think he did it in a way that he delivered two very different characters in similar costuming and similar roles, but in both of those characters, I think you could clearly differentiate which twin was which. Where I thought that was interesting because I have not seen very many people pull that off. And so, hey, Magaline. And so in everything that was going on with this, I kept being swept up in the fact that this was not stereotypical horror or whatever. This was literally, Ryan Coogler took his time and told a Black story. He literally told a Black story and was able to develop these characters and get us invested in these characters, and did so and made them lovable, made them relatable, made you want to cheer for these people, made you want to love these people, and did it while showing their environment, while realistically showing their environment. Like, y'all, when I say it was for real, it was for real. I mean, he adequately showed the level of poverty. He adequately showed them working in fields, the prisoners on the chain gang. We got to see you know, the aggressive racism in Mississippi during the 30s, and y'all can only imagine. Um it was really, it was very poignant, and it was very real. Like, you could feel the environment of the film. And I said, wow, this young man is cooking, as y'all say. So the twins split. They split up at some point in the very beginning. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, this is when the Ooga Booga is coming. And the Ooga Booga was not coming. He was still telling the story. So I was enjoying. Yes, Bianca, right. He told the Black story. He did it. And she made it home, y'all. Thank you, Booka Boop, for letting us know that you are not driving and typing. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you home. And so they split up, and you're thinking, okay, this is the Ooga Booga. It wasn't. And so actually it was and it wasn't, right? Because we got to see some very scary things that are not part of the horror genre. When the one twin set off to purchase this area, this old factory, old cannery, whatever it was, that they wanted to set up a juke in, and he had to meet up with this clear fella to buy the property. That was a scary scene. It was. And it was scary because of the environment, because we know what happened during those time periods in the South, those of us who are Southerners. And I think a lot of us are Southerners. And if you're not a Southerner, you probably got Southern roots. So it was very scary, but it wasn't scary in the traditional horror film sense. It was scary in the very real Black American experience sense. It was scary. It was tense. Like, what's going to happen? Are they about to try to steal his money? Are they going to jump him? Is he going to have to fight his way out of here? It was a little bit of tension there. And it was very like pearl clutching. Like, he was, his bravado was on point, and his attitude was on point. This matter of fact, this is before the split, because you saw both of the brothers in that scene, but it was scary. Like, that was kind of scary. Yes, it was scary because it was real. And so again, kudos to Ryan Coogler. I can't say this enough. He gave us things that were very scary, but they were not like horror genre movie scary, but that was a scary scene because you did not know how it was going to go, but we could all feel the direction it was going in. Okay. When the guy's asking about the money, and then, they show him the money, and I'm sitting here like, okay, now that this so-and-so done seen the money, is he going to call in his good old boys? Like, what's about to happen here? And they got away scot-free. And it was like, I feel like all of us who watched it, I can almost guarantee you exhaled when they got out of that scene and nothing else happened. Because I know I did. I was like, okay, so he didn't do nothing. But I was expecting, like, it was tense. It was tense. But anyway, so after they split, and you got one that, went to go do his business, and then you had the other to go do his business, and he took the cousin with him. So the one that took the little cousin, we got some more stuff that was very, very tense. I mean, super tense. We had some real moments, some very real moments, but it was still tension. And the tension, normally in horror films, the tension builds around what's going to happen. In this movie, which I enjoyed, the tension actually built around very real variables and very real horrors unique to the Black American experience. So while the one twin is in town with his cousin, we get another scary situation. It was very scary when the Caucasian girl, they had her pretending to have Black in her some kind of way, and we're gonna address that too, because I found that to be, I know it's a real thing that did happen, but I feel like, was she pivotal to the story? Why did we need that in the story? But whatever. That interaction he had with her in public, that was scary. That was a very scary moment. That was a frightening moment, actually, because we know what we know about the American South, especially places like Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Florida. You know, for a Black man to be in public, standing that close, making eye contact, talking privately with a Caucasian presenting woman, that's dangerous. When I saw that, my first instinct was, okay, so now we're going to get, you know, some good old boys, some Peckerwoods running up, like how this is about to go bad. So I had another, like, what in the hell? And then I saw him kind of blowing her off. Yeah, they were telling the story that her daddy was half Black or something. And I was like, why is she in this story? Like, what does this have to do with this story? But it is what it is. I'm going to get into it. That moment was very tense, was very scary. So in any event, that goes on while they're trying to, you know, get this harmonica player, you know, as they say, mouth harp harmonica, you know, fella to come and play at their juke joint that they're just now going to open. And he was like, not really. Yeah, she's supposed to be like 1/4 Black. And I'm just like, okay. Here's the thing. When the older guy, the harmonica player, was on the corner and they're talking to him, he felt real and relatable. He felt like somebody that you easily could have had a conversation with before. You could easily see his defeatist attitude, like he had given up and he was just perfectly comfortable to play his harmonica wherever the hell he had been playing for little or nothing and free beer or free shine or whatever the hell they was giving him. I think it was shine. Who knows, right? And until he was given, you know, I think it was some Irish beer or whatever the twin had that they had smuggled down from Chicago. And he made his decision to jump up and go and play music for them. So at that point, I'm like, okay, so we got some real stuff going on here. We have the tension, the racial tensions. We got this, you know, Caucasian passing female character. And I knew right then, okay, they're going to revisit that. They're going to bring her back into this. It was interesting to see the preacher's son playing at a girl and that was married. It was not, I don't think it was Guinness. I think he said Irish beer. I believe that's what I heard him say. And why are you telling me about a Haley Seinfeld? Like, what does that have to do with what I'm saying? That character was not needed. The character was not needed. But anyway, I said what I said. So anyhow, they're heading back. And then we get more like tense moments. They ride past the chain gang, and the harmonica player, he decides to yell out the car at these guys because he knew them, and I guess he wanted to encourage them or whatever. And then you get shots let off by the prison guards who are by the road. And again, this is what I'm saying. The tension was building, but I didn't know where it was going. The tension was building, and like I said, the tension kept building on points that were, like I said, very unique to the Black American experience only. And so, you know, we're watching it play out. They pick up another guy who's working in the field, and he was going to tell them no. And they, you know, had their little moment. And his wife, you know, basically said, yeah, let him go ahead and go, because she's like, basically they needed the money. They out there working in the field. They probably were sharecropping. So I'm sure they needed the money. And that's coming from somebody who is the granddaughter of a sharecropper. Okay. At one point, my grandfather was a sharecropper. So these are very real scenarios that we're watching play out. And these are very gritty, real truths we're watching play out on screen. So I'm telling y'all, I was glued to the screen. I'm like, where the hell is this going? Then we get the other brother who goes to see, I'm assuming, the baby mama, but the baby didn't make it. Okay. Right. That's a good wife. That's what he told him. That's a good wife. The movie was good. Like I was invested. So when the other brother goes to see the baby mama, but the baby didn't make it or whatever, and they had this moment. I'm gonna say what I did not like about part of that scene. I loved a lot about that scene, but part of that scene I wasn't crazy about. The way they the way they presented Annie, the character Annie. It's like, hey Fatima. What I didn't like was the way they presented her. I think that Wumi is a lovely lady. Um, which I always question when we're telling Black American stories, but we just cannot find a Black American person to do it. It always throws me all the way off. I'm going to say that. Wumi is a beautiful lady, though. Just the way they presented her, I don't think that she was presented in all her glory. I don't think that we got to that. You know what I mean? I think they presented her in more of a like a motherly type way, which made it a little awkward when they got into that romantic scene. To me it seemed awkward because they presented her more motherly, like more as the caretaker, the protector, her doing her little juju and mojo bags and stuff. That didn't really bother me because that's a part of our history too. Like whether we like it or not, whether we like to admit it or not, whether we like to embrace it or not. Some of us sitting in here right now, your grandmama was out there cutting herbs and making mojo bags and putting goofer dust and red brick dust around your door too. That's a part of our history as much as everything else. But it was just the way they presented her. And I wasn't crazy about that. Bianca said, okay, I could see that, but she was one of my favorites. Oh, she was absolutely one of my favorites. Absolutely. It was just the way they presented her. It came out very maternal. And I think that's something that people do. And I don't believe Ryan Coogler did it on purpose. I think that's something that people do subconsciously. When it comes to Black women, they automatically see us maternally. They automatically see us as mother. They automatically see us as caretaker, protector. And it's like when they presented the girl that's supposed to be some kind of mixed breed, whatever, they're showing her as playful, sassy, I guess trying to make her look attractive. But when it was time to present this sister, it was hardened, made her look tired. The way they dressed her was, you know what I mean? It was anything but, y'all get what I'm saying. I just wasn't crazy about that. I didn't like it. I'm gonna just be real. Marcy said, right. I thought she was the twins' mother. I'm telling you, I didn't like the way they presented Annie, and it made me feel away. It made me feel away. Jacob said, I think it was intentional because she represents what our grandparents fell in love with. She represents home to me. Yeah, but that's not who we are. And let me just be real with you. My granddaddy did not fall in love with that. My grandmama was bad. Let me just tell you. My granny was bad. She was bad. Oh, she was bad. And she kept her hair done. Mm-hmm. Kept her hair done. Always cute. Waist snatch, them wide hips, them big old legs. That's where I got them from. So no, that ain't what our grandparents fell in love with. No, that is not what we came from. A whole lot of us in here had some bad grandmas, some bad great grandmamas. My grandmama on my daddy's side, she was beautiful. She was mean as 25 rattlesnakes tied together. But she was bad. Her mama was beautiful. So no, that ain't who we are. But I think when people represent us and the way people see us, I think that is very much a reflection of how people see us. They don't see us as fragile, or they don't see us as the damsel in distress. They see us as mother, protector, Xena, warrior, princess. And it's like, must we do this all the time? Must we do this? I didn't really care for that. I felt like, you know. But I loved her character. I loved what she represented. I loved seeing like a full 360 of her. I would have liked to see more of her character, to be honest. I don't think we got enough of Annie. Fatima says, side note, your hair has grown. You know what? I trimmed it and I think it came on out. Every time I cut it, Fatima, it dumps a little more hair. But I had, before I hadn't cut it because I was just being lazy. I was doing other stuff. That's right. A whole lot of us had some bad grannies. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a bean. Let's keep it a bean. Whole lot of us don't look as good as our grandmamas. They was on point. And we just trying to keep up. Bianca said, Marcy, she grabbed that thing and said, come here. She did. And that scared me. And y'all know how I am. That frightened the hell out of me. Hey, Adrienne Marie. Frightened the holy hell out of me. When she grabbed that man's privates, I said, Jesus. I squeezed my eyes shut and put my hand up. Like I was very uncomfortable with that. It was like, oh, that's sweet. But then, ooh, because y'all know me. I don't really like to see stuff like that. Freak me out a little bit. You'll scare me off. Hey, PBH. So anyway, we get past all of that. We got all that gone. Fast forward, you get the main event, right? So everything is leading up to this juke. Okay. And we all know what a juke is. We ain't got to try to explain it unless maybe you were born and raised in the North and you have no Southern relatives. If so, let me know in the chat and I will explain what a juke is. Okay. Some of us used to go to the juke. Okay. Bianca said that was her man. I don't care about all that. I don't want to see that stuff. You know that. Y'all know when y'all come in here, I got a euphemism and a code word for everything. I can't take that kind of pressure. Now, I'm not saying it's bad. Okay. It's okay if that's what y'all wants to watch. Okay. But y'all know big sis / auntie can't take all that. I was, I didn't know whether to cover my ear, my eyes. I was going back and forth. It was a lot. It was a lot. And then Bianca laughing at me. Y'all know she ain't no good. Y'all know she ain't no good. Just laughing at me. Just do me all types of ways. So, hey, Deborah Harris. So anyway, we make it back to this juke, y'all. We make it back to the juke. Okay. Thank you, B. Yeah, because I get a little squeamish. I was going through it. But we get to the juke and we start to see the layout, right? We see that Annie comes in and she's helping at the juke. And I said, okay, that's kind of accurate. It makes sense. But then, okay, so I'm like, where we going with this? We got all this whole cast of characters. We got people in here, everybody drinking, everybody juking, having a good old time. A whale of a time. And then we bring the Caucasian girl back into the script with her walking into this juke. That was another scary moment. Not because of horror film elements. It was a scary moment because if any of them folks come over there because they want to monitor what Black people are doing, and y'all know that's a very real thing because they do that now. They can't stand to see us congregate, talk to each other, have a Black moment. They always want to monitor and insert themselves. So it was a very real possibility in my mind that one of those good old boys, especially one of the ones who had just sold them that property, could have wandered over there. Let's see what those Negroes are up to, or as they would, or some of the other slurs or words that they might have used, because that's just who they were and are, right? So anyway, when she walked in there, and I'm like, why would you? My first thing was at that moment, I wasn't sure during that daylight confrontation how I felt about that character, but at that moment, yeah, especially during that time, they could have walked in there and that would have been it. They could have ended up harming any number of people in that juke. I knew in that moment when she walked in there, I didn't like that character. I didn't like her. You have an entire husband who's also Caucasian. You're Caucasian passing. You can have a normal, good life. When she walked her butt in there and then refused to leave, I was like, I don't like her. I don't like her. You're endangering people because of your white privilege. You and your white privilege, you are endangering them. You feel entitled to be there just because you want to be, because you feel like you're not in any danger. So it's perfectly okay to put other people's lives in danger. That very much upset me, and I did not like that character one bit. Bianca said, now sis, remember this when I make my comment later. I don't want to go beyond the scene. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Ishel, thank you for being number 55. So y'all, please hit the like button. Please send up my bubbles. But anyway, so I don't even know what the count is, but I'm telling y'all, there were a number of scenes that were very tense, very frightening, very, suspenseful, without any horror movie elements. And I'm thinking, this young man, Ryan Coogler, is masterful. I've never seen this done before. Now, in the midst of all of that going on, so that's why the brother kept trying to keep him away from her. Look at what he was saying to his twin up until that point. It was just dangerous. And it was like the height of white privilege. Like, I'll endanger your life, and so what, right? Um, we get this moment. Now, this other character, Perline, she was really pretty too. Shout out to him for his casting. Okay, everybody but that whatever that thing was that was endangering everybody. Every other cast member that he cast was like primo. That was the one that the preacher's son ended up taking a liking to, which was all. If I remember correctly, y'all correct me in the chat. When they met, when they had their daylight meeting, she told him she was married, and he was still watching her tail when she walked away. And I said, okay, that's typical man behavior. Hey, Miss Kaiser, so say thank you for being number 58. I was like, yeah, that's typical man behavior, no biggie. But she showed up at the juke, and I said, well, maybe she just want to flirt with the boy. But that's dangerous. What, you literally left your house as a married woman to come to the juke to flirt with this boy? I said, okay, let's see where this is going. So we got at this point this introduction of all of the characters converging at this spot. At that point, I knew, okay, so this is literally the main event. This is where everything's going to happen. Everything else was, character building and introducing us to these characters. And I'm like, okay, so are they going to run back to the church now? Like, how do they end up back at the church is what I'm thinking, right? And then we get the music. Still, he tantalized us. Yes, Adrienne Marie, that's exactly who I'm talking about. But he tantalized us. He teased us. Like, we knew the big bad was coming, but it was not just straight to the big bad. So then we get this music moment, which I thought was so poignant. It was so poignant. First off, I love blues music. Anybody knows me knows that. Any of y'all who ever been on Twitch with us in Club Crown, y'all know Nitra loves some blues music. So it was very touching. It was very moving. We got this scene where the preacher's son was playing music. And this one, y'all, this one really grabbed my heart and put it in a vice grip. This entire scene, for many, many, many reasons. So for those of you who haven't seen it, those you have, let's get into it. So this music scene where this young man is singing his song and he's playing his music on that guitar. The music was so in tune with the frequency of our people. Like, it supposedly like made tears or rips in reality, in time. And so during this scene, you're seeing Black people from almost every era in this same juke. And it was like, and listen, Marcy, I got chills too, because when you think about it, We are them and they are us. And when we're celebrating and when the spirit is high like that, you are literally dancing with every version of us that we've ever been. And it was like you could see them from the 80s, from the 90s. You could see the ones in native clothing. You could see, I think there was even a masquerade there. You could see everybody, the ones from the future. You could see somebody that looked like he could have been Jimi Hendrix. And so you got this convergence, is I think the word I want to use. There was a convergence at that point, like that location where they were became like this. It became like this convergence. It became like this. What do I want to say? I guess that's the only word I can come up with. But it was almost like, how do I put it? You know how, well, y'all may not know about ley lines because y'all might not get into supernatural stuff. I do. But there are certain locations in the world, right, that some of us describe as full. And I won't bother asking if you know what I mean, because I don't want nobody lying in my chat. And y'all know how some folks are. If I say, y'all know what that means, you're going to have 2 or 3 people say, yeah, and they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm going to just explain. There are some places that some of us describe as full, right? And when we say a place is full, it means that in those places, the veil is so thin that anything can kind of walk through. Anything can walk through. Time is kind of like relative and, very relative in those places. Things that don't normally exist here can be in those places. All that type of stuff. And it was like his music, because he was so gifted, turned that juke into a full place, into a full place. And so you had, like, he reached out from that point and was touching like every era, every dispensation of who we were. And it was just so amazing. Now, this kind of tied back to what his father kind of warned him about his voice and his music, and about how it would reach something, mess around and reach out to something you don't want to reach out to. And I loved that he put that element in there, because again, this is a part of our experience, and I think we're losing that somewhere along the way, because we have people who think that progress means assimilation. We have people who think that progress means imitating other folks and denying who we are and pretending we were never who we are. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And so now we have people who will pretend that we didn't have grandparents who warned us about certain things, like, hey, don't sweep out the back door at night. Or if you a girl, don't whistle in the house. Like, we grew up with that stuff. We grew up with those very real spiritual buffer zones, safety nets, warnings, however you want to call it. And those things are real. Like, we got so, and I'm not knocking it. Those people raised us and told us to go get an education or whatever, but they never told us, in getting your education, forget everything we taught you. And I think on some level, we kind of do that. So I like that he put this back into this film to kind of remind us, like, this is who we are, not who we were. This is who we are. This is what we came from. This is why when you start looking at little stuff like, right, but you got to look at, thank you, PBH, you're right. In the Caribbean, same thing. West Africa, some of the sayings are the same, and different things like that, getting all that stuff. And it's because of our root. Like, we are definitely branches off the same root. And so, of course, by the time you start stealing people and putting them all over the globe, we're going to evolve and create new, completely fresh experiences, but the root is still the root, right? So it was so nice to see him kind of add that back in and then show how real those warnings are. Because, like, okay, if we stop right there and we don't go any further and we keep it real, had he listened to his father, this movie would have been over at the juke, because he wouldn't have been there playing no music. So you know, it just kind of, it's one of those things, right? And he had this guitar that was given to him by these same cousins who came back from Chicago and scooped him up to come to the juke. So he's playing this music. It has truly caused something spiritual to take place, and music itself is spiritual. So I loved that. Again, we got yet another layer, because music is spiritual. Music is a form of worship. So it's like, as much as I'm lighthearted and I'm like, okay, let the kids have fun, we do have to be real to a certain extent. Music is a form of worship, and when it's done in its purest form, you worshiping something. And not only is it a form of worship, it actually, the spirits, like, it actually reaches the spirits. They hear it. It pricks their ears. It draws their attention. It's the same reason why we sing in church. Why are we singing in church? We're not singing in there so people can get emotional and fall on the floor and put their money in the plate. No, you're singing in church. Why? Because it makes the place conducive for worship. Why? Because it ushers in the Holy Spirit. So when you're not singing holy music, you can usher in some stuff that you might not want in your house. I'm just saying, you know, call me granny for the day. I don't know who need to hear this. But when it's really from the heart, and you're connecting with the music, and the intention is there, and the emotion, which is fuel, is behind it, that music can absolutely usher in something. And you got to be careful what you ushering in. So right after we get this basically reference, this reach back to what his father said to him, and we get this moment of seeing the good, the beautiful moment that came out of his music because of all of his emotion and intention and talent and just spiritual gift in that music. Then we see the bad thing that happened. That music reached out and it grabbed somebody else. Now we need to talk about, y'all, we need to talk about the character that it reached out to. We do. We got to have a word about this character. I may have the picture wrong. Is it this one? Wrong one. That's not the one I want. I'm going to get it though. Hey, Lulu's little girl. Thank you, B. But sometimes we just got to keep it real. Like, we get so caught up trying to prove that we're so much smarter than the people that raised us that we make fools of ourselves. I'm not a fan, personally. I don't like to be a fool. I don't like to be made a fool of. Because this one particular character, y'all know to bear with me while I pull everything up. Is this your one? No, that's my girl. Sabra, what are you talking about in my chat? I always got to warn you about going off topic. I don't know why, but I always do. So we got to talk about this character right here. This one right here. This is the bad thing that his music reached out to. This character represents more than just, you know, boogity spooky crap. This character represents a whole lot of different layers of danger, like so many different things. Well, why are you telling us he Irish? That's just another brand of white. Are you okay? Come on now. Anyway, back to this story. Okay. This character represents something very nefarious. Ryan Coogler think he's smart, and I think he's smart too. Let's talk about it. So this very bad thing, right? We were introduced to him earlier in the film where he, you know, pretended to need help, and these two unwitting people decided to help him because he was running from some Native Americans. Yada yada, bim bam boom bop boom bop bam. He shows up at the juke because the music called to him. Okay. Now, hey Arturo, how you doing, love? And so when he shows up, It's because he heard the music and the music called him there. And he did what a lot of predators do, which was to try to get himself invited in and offered money. I got money, let me in. I got money. And they rebuffed his advances, and he did not leave. He stayed on the property, and they gave him the excuse, because of the racial tensions in Mississippi during that time, for not allowing him in. And his first thing is, well, why? How come she can get in? And this scene really boiled my blood, because they had Annie there playing a mammy role, like, oh, cause she family. Listen, Annie was supposed to say, and she could get out too, but that ain't what happened. Y'all know. So he's giving Ellis Island, Slav Europe prisoner, export dump to Black American Negro land to take, just like they all did. Hello, good night. That's what I'm talking about. Now that's about how that thing went. Okay. So anyway, he didn't leave the property. He tried to, privilege his way in there. It didn't work with the money. Then he tried to play victim. Well, how come she gets to stay? And they remained on the property. And let's talk about this character, because that's how we were introduced, like really introduced into how he ties into this plot. He represents Caucasian predatory behavior toward the talents and spiritual gifts of Black people. I'm going to say that again. He represents Caucasian predatory behavior toward the talents and spiritual gifts of Black people. That's what he represents. And I like that the character was a monster, because they are monsters. Not every one of them, but the ones who display this predatory, entitled behavior toward any and everything Black, they are monsters. And he represented the monster that is appropriation, that is theft, that is entitlement. He represented that. Hey, Coco. And it was just interesting to see how he did that. I was like, oh, shut up now. You say you had to be schooled on that. I didn't know you have to invite them in. Yeah, that's old vampire lore. Old vampire lore. Hey, Coco W. Said him and his people said they were Irish. A priest. Well, he actually was Irish. Like, you could tell that from the music style, the dance style, and everything. But that ain't enough. But, we could say the music industry, but I feel like that's doing a disservice to the genius of Ryan Coogler. This was not just about no music industry. This is about, what's really going on. So let's talk about it, because y'all know we talk about it over here. Look at the Vatican. See, the theft of Black spirituality and gifts, it doesn't stop at music. It doesn't stop at music. It doesn't stop at our inventions. Hell, it doesn't even stop at our aesthetic. They have been known for stealing, appropriating, trying to imitate. And when they can't get it done, they'll find one of us that is not strong enough, or doesn't have enough integrity, and they'll take money so that they can do it. Like, we see them on a regular basis, pay money to go to Haiti and say, oh, well, I'm paying to be initiated so I can be a babalawo, mispronouncing stuff. I want to be a mumbo. I'm paying to be initiated. Or they'll, try to get into closed spiritual practices that you're not invited into, because it's a closed spiritual practice. It's cultural, and they'll try to pay their way into it. And it was just so wild to watch this. Vintage said, this is a cautionary tale about keeping them folks out of our spaces. Hello, good night. And so the spiritual aspect was this young man's gift. everybody's, there's a lot of people who can play music, they can read music, they can sing, they can hold a note, but there's a difference is when you have a spiritual gift and when you're just educated. Like you can train monkeys, to pick up a ball and put it in a hoop. It does not make him an NBA player. It don't. So this young man literally had a spiritual gift. And this thing, this creature, this predator, he smelled it. He felt the power of the gift and he came to steal it. And that to me was ingenious. That was an ingenious motor, an ingenious vehicle to move this story along. Hey, Evolution, say we always let our guard down when it comes to them inviting them to the cookout. Yes. And don't forget the fact that when he came jingling money, and we have a lot of our people that as long as you jingle money, and even if some of us who do have integrity are telling you, hey, this is wrong, well, he got more money than you, and they're for sale. And the thing that was being illustrated here is being for sale is dangerous. Being for sale is extremely dangerous because this person was pretending to offer money because I just want to come here and play my horrible music while y'all in here playing good music. And that wasn't his aim. He wasn't there to just play that horrible music and mess up the vibe in the juke. He was there to steal. He sniffed out a spiritual gift and he came to steal. That's what it was. He came to steal, And so fast forward, we got one of the twins who finally came clean to his quadroon girlfriend or whatever, that they were in bad situation. They needed to get money, make money. We need more money, more problems, all that. And so she's like, well, let me try to go catch him because we need the money. And so she went to go be the liaison between them and these, what they perceive to be some good, clear folks. And everything went wrong from there. The minute they decided, let's try to get some of their money. I mean, they got some money. That's where everything went completely and horribly and utterly wrong. I'm telling y'all, for those of you who have not seen it, it was all downhill from there. And the entire premise was not just, oh, we're coming to eat people because we need to eat all the people. It was literally, we're here to steal a spiritual gift. At some point, he came clean about why he wanted to steal it, which did not make me feel bad for him. Like I had no empathy for this creature at all. Your problems are your problems. You don't get to steal gifts from Black folks just because you would like to have it. And unfortunately, globally, that has been the case. Like, look what's going on right now in Burkina Faso. Shout out to Captain Traore. What a beautiful, beautiful, exemplary Black man. Because he said, you would like our resources, but we don't want you to steal it anymore. They've made 17 attempts on this man's life. And shout out to President DB over in Chad, because he stood up and put French forces out too. But they feel like if you have something that they want to have, that we should just be able to steal it. It's okay, because I'll give you some money or a couple of trinkets. Don't you want to just help me? Don't you see that I need it? Shouldn't you just give it to me? Like this really epitomized that. Fatima said that's exactly what they did when they got here. Flashes to Chief Powhatan, the Negro father and Chief of Virginia. Next thing you know, every last more Indian drop like flies floating in rivers. Yes, I mean, but if we're talking about America, that's bad enough. And they have basically tried to rip those people completely off. I think we've all heard the term $5 Indians, where they were registering for $5 so that they could get land that was in treaties that was intended for those people. But we can look at our own root, which is Africa. Like they stole the resources, the people, and even stole the spirituality. A whole lot of the things that our folks did were not demonic, contrary to popular belief. I don't care what they tell you. Those things were not demonic. And they knew it too. But they needed you to believe it was, so you would not participate, so you would disconnect from your roots, so you would deny every single thing that you came from, so that you would distance yourself, because it gave you power. And all this time they've been trying to figure out how to hijack it. What do you think they got locked up in the Vatican? It's things they stole from you. It's metaphysical truths that they learned from your people while they told you everything was the devil. Now the devil is nasty enough, but they literally, things that belong to your forebears, told you it was the devil because they need you to stay away from it, because it made you powerful, because it was meant for you. But that's neither here nor there, right? Back to this movie. So then we get the more horror film elements. The clear girl that goes outside, she comes back and now she's all ooga booga, boogity boogity. The fella that was guarding the door, the big guy, he invited her in. He wasn't even thinking, like, why does she need me to let her in? She could just walk in, and he let her on in. And so literally once he did that, he basically let the devil in. And from there, sin does what sin does, which is to catch. Sin is contagious. And so then one of the twins caught it, and his brother wasn't ready to just put him out. So eventually they got him up out of there. But the big guy at the door, he caught the sin, and it was just cute. I like that it was named Sinners. We had, let's not forget, the lady who was married, who came there to see the preacher's son. She went indulging in sin and committing adultery and whatnot. And she came there with sinful intentions. Her little singing and dancing scene was very interesting. This little scene was interesting. I did not understand how this was necessary, girl. How did you end up, how much shine did you drink before you end up crawling on the floor and humping a little bit? I was like, oh, okay, you're a pretty girl, but baby, why we on the floor? Why we on the floor? But okay, pretty girl. So she came indulging in the sin and all that good stuff. And I said, all right. But yeah, this one right here, she let the sin in. The twin caught it. And then, after that, we see everybody went to catching it. I mean, everybody went to catching the sin. So they got the fella at the door. They got the brother. Then we get this scene out front where they're all, river dancing. Okay, so he's singing this horrible Irish music. Hey, Queena, the river dancing, everybody who left the juke, he's turned them. He didn't let nobody go home. Everybody left, he just turned them. And so all of this is going on. And there was this nice little Asian couple there too. So they wanted, the mother was like, I really want to go home. Her husband had gone out there. He caught the sin too, and she was like really unstable at some point, because she was like, I got a kid at home. I got to go. So long story short, we get to a point where we start to realize and learn something about these predators, about these sinners, about these vampires. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to vampire lore, it changes from region to region. If you start looking at Egyptian vampires as one lore, if you get into vampires in Europe, there's different lore, Romania, different, and sometimes just story to story as you tell. In some stories, they're allergic to sunlight. In some stories, they're not. In some stories, they have to, gobble you up in order to they can absorb your memories. Some of them, they can't. They just take your strength and leave you on the ground. In some stories, if they bite you, you got it, you changed. In other stories, them biting you doesn't change you. They have to actually put some of their fluids in your mouth. You have to imbibe some of theirs. So it just changes from, story to story. The lore can change. So we find out in this one that the lore is interesting. So we find out that in this story, when he gobbles on people, he gets to know everything He can do whatever you can do. He can, basically steal you. And so at that point, we start to realize, okay, so this is legit why you're here. You're here because you want to gobble up the preacher's son so that you can have his spiritual gift. I said, wow, this is insidious. And it was pretty doggone bad. At some point, the preacher's kid, which I did love this point. I did. And I also kind of I liked it, but I wanted a little bit more. But I kind of liked it that Ryan didn't spend a lot of time hovering over that point. But I did like that at some point the preacher's kid realized, like, I'm the reason y'all are in trouble. It's my fault that this is happening. And I was like, woo, another spiritual layer that's here. I was like, yes, we learning something. Hey, Siobhan JB, thank you for being 79. And thank you for that. I appreciate it. I did like that he had that, as we say, that come to Jesus moment where he realized you're the reason these people have lost their lives. They lost their lives because of you. I liked it. Girl, you better say it. Preach, Fatima. So I thought it was kind of like, I thought that he needed to come to that realization. And you're right, Marcy. He was the preacher's boy. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the group because in reality, it was his fault. It was his fault. And I love that it tied back to the title of the movie, Sinner. Look at you. Your daddy raised you right. And you went from disobeying your parent to committing fornication with a married woman. And now you done got everybody killed. And I said, well, Nitra, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? Especially with him offering to just offer himself up, because this is legit your fault. Now, some of y'all, okay, I'm going to play with y'all in the chat a little bit. Who does this remind you of? Who does this remind you of biblically? Let's go biblically. Who does Sammy's character remind you of biblically? I want to see if y'all caught what I caught on this one. Because that, man, listen, there's a scripture that says that disobedience is like unto witchcraft. And I was sitting there like, oh my gosh, Sammy. Y'all ain't thinking, who biblically did Sammy remind y'all of at that moment? Or am I the only one that caught this? If I'm the only one that caught it, it's cool. I ain't gonna feel bad. Y'all know my brain be going 1,000 miles an hour. Even when my body is on pause, my brain is still cooking. So I'm gonna just tell you, no, not Saul, but good thinking, Siobhan. How could he be like David? This remind me. Oh, for Tim to say the prodigal son. No, not quite him. I'm gonna tell you who it remind me of. Jonah. Y'all know why this reminded me of Jonah? Okay. Jonah was told what? Go to Nineveh and preach. Jonah didn't want to go to Nineveh and preach. Y'all remember that? Jonah in the well. Jonah didn't want to go to Nineveh and preach. He ain't like them people. They don't listen. They ain't no good. That's like telling me to go somewhere. I'm gonna do it because I don't want no smoke. But that's like telling me to go show up at a Klan rally and preach the acceptable gospel of Christ. Like, I'll go because I don't want no smoke, but I could get it. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to be there. I ain't doing that. I'm not going to Nineveh. What Jonah do? Got his fast behind on a boat and went in the opposite goddamn direction. But what happened? Storm came up. He literally, because of his disobedience, endangered everybody on that ship. And just like Sammy in this movie, Jonah had that light bulb, aha, come to Jesus Sunday morning moment. Like, this is happening because of me. All y'all in danger because of me. Now, them people was not like Sammy people, honey. Sammy folks, hey, yo, mayo. Sammy folks was like, nah, boy, don't go out there. Them people on that boat with Jonah was like, Negro, we don't know you. Whoosh, tipped his behind right out the boat. They said, we ain't finna die for you. Throwed him right out the boat. Now, Sammy's people, they weren't ruthless like that. They didn't just throw him out there. It had have been me. Let Nitra had have been in the juke, and you done told me we in trouble, and it only happened because you ain't listening to your daddy. Your daddy actually warned you that your music was gonna bring some stuff, and you brought your behind up in here playing all this good juke music, and now we all in here trying to run from these razor-tooth sons of gun. Oh, hell no. I'd have put my foot in the small of his back and went hi-ya. He'd have thought he was in an Enter the Dragon remake. He'd have thought I was Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee, and Bruce Leroy. The way I'd have put him out there, got doggone dope. Okay? Just like them cats stole Jonah off that boat, I'd have thrown Sammy out that dope. You get your tail away from here. And don't let me see you no more. I mean, get on gone. And don't waste no time doing it. I'd have got him out of there. But they love Sammy. And they ain't let Sammy go out the door. So I'm like, all right, bet. You know, that's real love. Because if I ain't give birth to you and you done got me in this type of, baby, you gone. You gone. You good is gone. I can tell you that. You're not going to make it. But they kept him in there. Things got a little rough. The folks eventually made it in the door. Because, you know, the little Asian lady, she had done cracked up. She couldn't take no more. And she was like, look, they got to come on. Because at this point, they realized what it is, that they learn your memories and stuff. And they was all outside singing and walking around the little juke. I mean, it had to be nerve-wracking. I can tell y'all, I probably would have done peed all over. Wouldn't. So I wouldn't. I'm telling you, the inside of my shoes would have been soaking wet. All these razor-toothed, hooga boogers outside the door, trying to snatch people and doing all this crazy stuff. Yeah, that was, it's a bit much. Anyway, she invites them in. They come on in. We get this big showdown scene. Poor sweet Annie. Annie had done already explained to him what it was and made them all eat some garlic, make sure everybody wasn't messed up. And so they knew what it was. She had done told her old man, hey, if I get bit up, get me up out of here. I don't want to be trapped in my body with no demons. I don't blame her. Coco say, yeah, Sammy was warned. He didn't learn his lesson. And in the end, he still chose. We ain't got to the end, Coco. So listen. Anywho, they have the showdown. Everything goes bad. Annie got chewed up. He had to put Annie to sleep. Everybody, they going. The harmonica player, he had a nice last-ditch heroic moment. And everything was looking like, man, this ain't going well. And long story short, ain't nobody really get up out of there. And his cousin, the one that hadn't turned to was helping him escape. He was, basically you could tell that was the twin that just had the good heart. Like he was just good heart. Not that the other one was bad, but I think this one was more serious, had more of a protective instinct, because you could kind of tell that he felt responsible to get Sammy back to his daddy. And I thought, yeah, that's what you need to do. Yeah, old Smoke. Okay. Yeah, Jai, Annie got chewed up. She did. My girl got chewed up. And the whole man had to go on and help get rid of her. So anyway, he tells that boy to go on and run and don't stop. And he ended up meeting up with his twin brother, and they had, a whole little scrapperoo, the good one won in that moment. And anyway, before he could get back to his little cousin, ooh, look at Marcy digging deep. Marcy said the vampire message was also, we would never be treated fair and our property would be stolen. So become one of us and we could rule the world. That he was saying that. Because that's the thing, that they try to do. Just go ahead and tap dance and bow and scrape, and then I can, be your ambassador and emissary to get you around the other people who are just like me, when we could just get rid of all of y'all. But that's neither here nor there, right? So while his cousin is back there scrapping with his other cousin, because they cutting the food, one done turned to and the other one ain't. So they back there scrapping. So in the meanwhile, little Sammy done ran into this critter right here at front. What Siobhan say? Hold on. Siobhan said, I think you own the Subnature by Sammy. Another creator asked, how do we know Sammy didn't get his gifts from God or the crossroads and the devil was coming to collect? No, he didn't get it from the crossroads. He actually got it from the Lord. He just didn't do the right thing. And I think that was clear. That boy hadn't been to no crossroads. He hadn't contracted no crossroads demon to give him nothing. That's why the devil was trying to steal it. If the devil already had it, he wouldn't need to steal it. So listen, and that's when this thing is trying to appeal to him. Oh, I miss my people, and it's been so long, and everybody gone, and that's why I need what you got that I ain't got, because then I could use that, and I could get back to my people, and I'm so lonely, blah, blah, blah. Tough titty. The creator didn't give it to you, so you don't have it. But, he tried to do all of that, and the poor young man went to trying to pray. And of course, the devil is mocking him. Like, oh, I could say the words too. Yes, somebody came, a person that taught me this, abused us and did that. Yeah, whatever. It was still your own people. And that's what y'all do. Y'all will take the word of God, twist it and convert and pervert it and corrupt it so bad that you got people right now running from the Bible because they think that it represents you. And it don't. It represents our Father. But anyway, so, this poor young man, he basically calling it in like, I'm done. I'm finished. I don't want to get chewed on, but look like, I'm going to get chewed on. And so his cousin popped up at the last minute. He was a ram in the bush. He popped up and that critter right there had to go. So him was gone. We ain't got to get into all the details because y'all can go watch the movie. So everything this scene happens, it's just him and his little cousin at this point. And I was kind of like, sad, like, oh, nobody make it out, and your cousin kept you alive. And I'm thinking, okay, well, you learned a lesson. Like, hopefully this lesson will stick with you for the rest of your life, because you ain't had no business doing what you was doing. That's how you got in this mess in the first place, right? And so his guitar was there, whatever. The guitar ended up helping him too. Y'all find it out. And the other cousin, the one that's gone now, had told him it came from some famous person when really it came from those twin boys' daddy, which I thought was, oh my gosh. His daddy wasn't a good person. So I'm like, you using the instrument of somebody who ain't no telling how many spirits he had on him, and you got a spiritual gift, and you in a juke, and you being disobedient, and you fornicating. I was like, he did everything but send Satan an embossed invitation. I say, dang, Sammy. I know preacher kids be, doing stuff, but you had a whale of an evening, didn't you? And it made me think, like, no wonder that his daddy had confiscated it and had it propped up and sitting in the church by itself, because you didn't even need to have your hands on that guitar. I said, oh my God. So anyway, all this thing went on, and he sent the little cousin on ahead. Now I'm trying to figure out why you didn't go with your little cousin. What you send him off by himself for? So then we get the second set of predators, the second set of vampires. And that was I'm trying to find a nice word because I'm on YouTube and I'm on live. And I ain't on my phone, just in my house. The persons that they purchased the juke from, and he came back with a whole posse. Okay, everybody. Yeah, thank you, Jai. Thank you. I ain't want to say it, but if you say it, then we gonna let that be. Hey, Aries son. Yeah, like that. So he came back with his whole crew. And they sitting there, and they got their little pea shooters, baby. They got their little, rusty 38s and 22s. They little pew. Y'all remember that scene from Harlem Nights where all of them had Tommy guns, and they, and then you get the little guy to come up and go pew, pew, and then until that character was like, don't you shoot that little MF no more. They had those little rusty revolvers, and he come out with with an automatic, and I believe that was a Tommy gun, and he just started aerating them. He started letting off like rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, like like it was on, because he came. I gotta remember, him and his brother were coming back out of Chicago during that time. Absolutely gangland. We talking about prohibition. We're talking about mafia. We're talking about some really bad folks that they had stole some stuff from, and I can guarantee you they did not steal just liquor. They and some, a little bread. They stole them, them poles too. So he's got an automatic. They over here with pea shooters. He let off just gra gra gra, like just let off, right? So boom, that didn't go well for them. He got popped once on the through and through. He probably could have helped himself, but clearly he didn't want to because he wanted to go and be with Annie and that baby. Hey, Black Smile, how you doing? Oh, that's a pretty picture, sis. I love it. So we got this whole scene, and we get to see like when he's fading out that he saw Annie. So the veil was thinned for him because a lot of people say that when you about to die, you can kind of see on both sides. I almost said something. I'm not going to say it. But in any event, his mind was on Annie, and the guy that he actually bought the juke from, he could have survived. Those of y'all who seen that, please tell me why he moved in that chat. Please, somebody explain to me why he moved, because that man had forgot about you. Smoke had completely forgotten this guy. Dude was not even, gone or nothing. Like all you had to do was just lay there. You could clearly see that Smoke was on his way out. At the very least, he was going to pass out at some point because he was about to exsanguinate. Okay. And so he moved. And so before he could die, he finished you off. Like y'all came back to do some dirty business, and now they got to come back and pick up everybody's body. So, that's how that ended. That was a nice little serene, sweet ending. And I said, oh, that's so nice. Did Sammy make it to the church is what I'm thinking. Sammy made it to the church. Okay. Lord, John Star said the KKK guy, he moved due to white audacity. It had to be, because I'm like, Buddy just turned y'all into Swiss cheese. He turned you and all your homies into fancy loofah sponges. It was just holes everywhere. Like somebody could have just boiled a whole lot of spaghetti and just strained it through y'all, because he just put holes everywhere, just ventilated them. So I was like, why would you move at that moment? Our Father who art in heaven, why did you move? But he did, and so he was gone. So then we get little Sammy, and we get the original scene we saw where he went to the church. He made it to the church, and he was looking crazy, and he still was holding that guitar handle, and his face all cut up. He looking dirty, hot, sweaty, bloody, all these things. And then we see in the very end, he still chose to take the wrong path. So it was just interesting that it ended that way. Like you learned the whole lesson, you saw what can happen, and you still went wrong. And it's like, okay, well, at that point, I felt like while that was disappointing, it was disappointing. I'm never happy to see people choose wrong. No, nobody should be happy. But you do have freedom of choice. Like that's God's thing. You got that whole freedom of choice jazz popping. So he had freedom of choice, and unfortunately, he chose the path of perdition. Not cool, but it's your choice, right? So I think that also illustrated the whole thing. Like when you see people, you don't know where they've been, you don't know how they got there. Sometimes you can try to give people the good news, which we should be doing that. But we got to be for real. Some people know the truth and they chose. This is definitely informed consent. This is not I chose and I didn't know what could happen. This is not I chose and I was not taught right. This is not I chose and I did not know that there could be horrible consequences from my actions. This is I chose, and hey, I chose wrong before, and I got everybody I knew got, because of me choosing wrong. So this is somebody where this character represents a bit of an irony sometimes that we see, especially in our community, right? Where certain people, because of how they carry themselves and maybe some of the mistakes they made and how they chose to live their lives, we see them as the bad guys. We see them as the bad boys or the bad girls, or we see them as, they trouble or whatever. But in the end, Sammy was worse than everybody. Sammy was the real villain here. To be honest, Sammy is somebody who was trained right, taught right, Yes, Coco. Unfortunately, it was realistic. People know better and still choose the opposite. But I think it's more than just they choose the opposite, but I think it's deeper a little bit because we got to see that Sammy was the real villain. In the moment in the juke when he realized that you were the reason that these people lost their lives, that did not make him change. That didn't make him turn anything over. He didn't even feel like after he survived that he owed God anything. Like God literally saved you in the ninth, bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. He saved you with a buzzer beater, a Hail Mary. Like you had 0.2 seconds on the clock and he saved you. And you still went wrong. And this is after you going wrong, costing that many people their lives. Now, one place where I'm going to say Jonah had him beat hook, line, and sinker. Jonah realized that he was wrong and Jonah got right. Sammy realized he was wrong. He literally had the realization moment and still said, oh, well, I don't care if I got everybody killed. I don't care if I know right from wrong. I don't care if God saved me. I don't care. I'm going to choose to do what I want to do. I'm going to choose to go completely sideways. And it was just really interesting because we see that paradox in our community a lot. Y'all know, hell, I was one of those to where people will see you and they're like, oh, this is the bad one. Or you'll have a family where you might have a couple of siblings or a couple of cousins and people will say, oh, this is the bad one. This is the one that's troubled. This is the one that's going to end up this. And this is the one that's going to end up that. And then you got the one that, you know, plays the role of the people pleaser, but they're really manipulators. They're really not good people. But because they are not open, because they are deceptive, because they don't speak their mind, people will see them, oh, this the good one, this one gonna go places, why you can't be more like so and so, and that one turns out to be the devil's little sister or the devil's little brother. Like anybody looking at these cast of characters when we first were introduced to who they were, we literally would have been like, oh no, that good little preacher's boy need to stay home with his daddy. He out there with them bad cousins, came back from the city. Them Negroes, it's trouble. They opening the juke. They got stolen bootleg liquor. They got automatic whip. Hell no. They gonna corrupt that boy. When the flip was the truth. You got one of the cousins that was so true blue. He was willing to put himself in harm's way to make sure that boy got home safe. And this same boy was perfectly cool with getting everybody off just so he could do what he want to do. And I've seen that so many times. Like I said, I've lived it. I've been around people and they like, oh, that's the bad one. That thing always cussing and fighting. Don't she be walking around with a pistol? Didn't she have a blade under her tongue? Like people will look at one person and be like, this is the bad one. That one gonna end up in jail. That little Negro bad. Or you have a girl that like to wear her hoochie clothes. I used to. And they'll swear up and down. Oh, she fast. Sometimes them girls just like the way their body look and they like to show off in juke. And you got the one that's with the skirt to the floor. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. And talking soft. And next thing you know, she done slid that skirt all the way up over her head. And I said, well, I be John Brown. Here we go again. If you to put Smoke next to Sammy, they to swear up and down, Smoke is the problem. Smoke is corrupting this boy. This boy is such a good, sweet boy, and he gonna be a preacher like his dad. He gonna be wonderful. Look at him. He's so soft-spoken. He was the devil's little brother. He didn't change anything about his behavior in that night. He was just sorry that he was about to get chewed on. Because the minute the threat was gone, his true character revealed itself. That's who he was. Queena, you know I'm right about it, sis. Okay. Some of y'all in some of them families where y'all done seen the older people swear up and down. They know who's good and who's trouble. And then it turns out to be vice versa. Because a whole lot of them dirt doggers that was running the street with me, a whole lot of us is saved and preaching and teaching the Bible. And a lot of them that was, acting prim and proper and perfect, got 4 and 5 baby daddies, 5 and 6 baby mamas, then, got a DC number, been to jail a couple of times and got hooked on a couple of substances. This was literally that. And I was like, wow. This is crazy. Siobhan says Sammy's faith was probably lost when he recited the Lord's Prayer and Remick quoted it with him. Sammy didn't have an understanding that the devil knows the word and faith without works is dead. It could be that I think you giving him more grace than he deserved. Sam ain't lost no faith. Sam ain't had no faith. Sam ain't had no faith. He could have recited the Lord's Prayer and that thing could have started hollering and squalling. Sammy was still going to be trifling because it was in him. It was in him. Coco said, yeah, people used to judge if I wore a skirt too short just to turn around and do worse and follow people like Sexy Red. I mean, y'all can talk about Sexy Red, but if you really want to be for real, that girl could turn out to be better than a whole lot of them with them long skirts on. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all sit up and judge them girls and judge them people based on what they look like and how they talk and how they sound, and you don't know what you're looking at. Somebody like Sammy that's soft-spoken and talk real good and talk real nice, them be the ones. Those the ones gonna break your heart and rob your house. Them the ones. Them the ones. Okay, Ishia say people in glass houses. I'm just saying. You say, Inez say, I think Sammy had faith after the Lord saved him. Well, where was the faith when he ended up in the juke and not in the Lord house? Where it went, Inez? Javon say, my name does mean God is gracious. That's probably where my grace is coming from. Probably so. Probably so. God is gracious. I love that. That's beautiful. But it's the truth, though. It's just the truth. I ain't never been on the level of a Sexy Red, but I know for a fact that when I was, being a hoochie, I remember people saying little slick stuff, and it's like, I ain't had no children out of wedlock. And you can't find no bunch of men done seen up under my skirt. But I know it was a whole lot of them girls with them skirts sweeping the floor, and they was flipping them skirts over their head. Y'all, that Cash App just scared me. Oh man. Queena, thank you for the Cash App, sis. This is my first support of the whole day, my only support of the whole day. Let me send my sister a heart. Thank you. I love you for that. But yeah, people do that, and it's just not cool. Like I say, that little girl that y'all call Sexy Red, I don't like them nicknames. Janae, because that's her mama named her Janae. I'm gonna call her Janae. Y'all don't know what Janae gonna end up being. That's who Janae is right now. Everybody used to be somebody else. Everybody was something other than what they are right now. Whether we like to admit to it or not, I know some of y'all, gonna act like y'all floated down from heaven, and at birth, and your mama went into labor in the baptismal pool, and she swaddled you in prayer cloths and lotioned you with blessed oil. But everybody else in the real world, everybody was something before they got straight. Everybody was something before they got saved. I ain't never been a fan of looking at people and thinking you know what you're looking at. Never. I know some preachers that used to be some real scoundrels, and they good folks now. So you don't know. And a lot of them people that ran around, that played the role and knew how to manipulate and how to be dishonest and knew all the right stuff to say. Some of them people is horrible. They were horrible then, but they could hide it, only for a time. But it was just interesting to see, like, in the end, he was the real villain. He fed everybody into the wood chipper, only to skip off into the sunset and not learn nothing from it. Siobhan saying, "You right, Nitra. The ones that we deem the worst are no redemption are the ones God will choose and have complete 180 change." That's true. That's true. I'm a living example of that. I can name a good 15, 20 people that would have told you, oh, she going to prison. That thing terrible. She was doing this. She was doing that. They would call my mama. Emily, that gal was fighting and she was cussing and she did this and she did that and she. You don't know what people going to turn into. Lord, territory. Now you crazy talking about a stork bird brought us to our parents. Not a stork. Girl, they had birds in your mama and them hospital. But I'm just saying, some people really pretend like they ain't never did nothing wrong in their whole lives. And so they can sit in judgment of other people. And I've never been that perfect and wonderful that I can just sit up and look at somebody and be like, oh, I can tell by looking at you, or you don't dress like I want you to dress, or you don't talk like I want you to talk. You're the bad one. This story was like an illustration of that ain't always the case. Okay. So now Look, I'm gonna play with y'all a little bit if y'all want to pop up, because I do want to know what y'all think. Like if there's some stuff that I didn't catch, because I don't catch everything. Like I like to think I'm kind of sharp. I know I catch a lot because I be having my notepad, but it's some stuff that I could have not caught too. So the StreamYard is there. Please let me know if in fact y'all want to pop up and tell me what you saw, what you got from it, like what message you caught from it. But overall, it was authentically a Black story. I thought it was amazing. I want to talk about this. It's a clip from an interview that he did that bothered me. If y'all don't mind, I want to show that. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. Hold on. And, fair use and all that jazz, right? But y'all got to see this. Y'all definitely got to see this. And the StreamYard is still there. If y'all want to pop up, you're welcome. Even though I'm pulling this up, y'all can hit it at any time. Just make sure, if you've never done it before, when they ask for permission for your camera and your microphone, make sure you hit allow, because if not, we won't be able to hear you. It won't really let you participate. Okay, here we go. Let me share the screen. Y'all know what? Is everybody still awake, or y'all don't went to sleep? Are y'all awake? Put a 1 if you're awake. If you sleep, don't put nothing, but put a 1 if y'all awake.
You had and talk about what you negotiated in making Sinners, the arrangement you had with Warner Brothers. The New York Times reports Warner Brothers agreed to spend $90 million to make Sinners and agreed to give you a cut of gross ticket sales, now rare arrangement known as first dollar gross, meaning before they recoup their costs, you're getting money as well. Warner also agreed, and this is absolutely key, to relinquish its ownership of the film to you after 25 years. The Times reports, quote, some rival film companies were horrified that Warner Brothers would give a film away even after a period of time. Talk about these key components of your contract and why this was so critical for you, Ryan Coogler.
That's a great question. I mean, what I will do is I'll maybe add some context that maybe those articles didn't add. I'm not the first filmmaker to get any of these deals.
I want y'all to rest on that first. Let me see any ones. Is anybody still awake? Bianca is awake. Is everybody else asleep? Who's awake? Make sure y'all up. Oh, Jai is here. Hey, boo.
Hey, can you hear me?
How you doing? Yes, I can hear you. Oh, my sisters are awake. Okay.
Yes.
So
I'm so glad you talked about this because I really enjoyed the film, and I'm even more excited that you brought up this little clip here from this lady. I felt she was antagonizing Ryan Coogler because I had no idea, because I'm not in the world of film, but I like what he said. He said, I'm not the first person who has been given this type of deal. The fact of the matter is he's the first melanated person to be
not melanated. You know over here we keep it real.
Black. Oh, okay, black.
There you go.
And I felt like she had the nerve. First of all, I felt it was none of her business to even bring up his deal. I believe like his family gets the rights to this film and all the things, the title and all the proceeds come from it after a period of 25 years, which is going to be great for him, his children, his grandchildren, etc. Why are you in this man's pockets? Is how I felt when she asked this question. If he was Francis Ford Coppola, nobody would ask this question. If he was M. Night Shyamalan, even, who's in
Right.
it, nobody would ask. Get out this man's pockets. Talk about the film as it is, as a body of work. But then when she said, well, why do you think everybody is making mention of it, when he brought up the fact that he's not the first person to be offered this distribution deal, etc. And she said, why do you think that is? He said, I'd rather not say. I said, come on, Ryan. Because she wanted him to put his foot, I felt she wanted him to put his foot in his mouth, say something like, well, you know, it's because I'm Black. This is unprecedented because I'm a Black person. I'm a Black American being given this type of deal. And I think that he would be the first Black person this deal has ever been given to. And I was like, that's messy. Does she work with what was the other one? Vanity Magazine? What was the other one?
It was she was actually quoting Time, I think, and talking about other studios. I think that when she first asked the question, I believe it was like, aren't you lucky, Negro? I don't believe it was. That was the energy I got. It didn't feel antagonistic. It felt, don't you feel lucky? See how nice one of us was to you. Like, look how blessed you are. Like he was supposed to be gushing. Like, oh yeah, I'm just so grateful. That's the reaction they want from us. She didn't want him to say it's because I'm Black. She wanted him to be, I'm just so grateful and I'm just so humbled by this moment. And then, I like that he handled it the way he did. But one thing, by her showing what these media publications and the other studios had to say, it literally exposed not only others in the industry, it exposed the media and them folks at large as to how they feel about us and how they feel seeing us benefit from our own creations. That's something they don't want to see. They want us to create. They know we are entertainment. We are entertaining, even when they're watching things that we create that they don't even understand. I'm sure they didn't get, like we was talking about all the moments. I don't know when you got in, but we were talking about all the moments in this film that were really scary, but they were not horror movie elements, but they were scary because it was unique to the Black American experience, especially in the South, especially during Prohibition, all these things. And so I'm sure them watching it, they did not get that same poignant feeling, the same connection that we got to it. So I said that to say, even when they don't understand everything we're talking about, they're absolutely entertained. So they don't mind us creating. They're uncomfortable with us benefiting from it.
Right.
The fact that she said other studios were horrified. Hey, Malaya Lachelle.
I think she means other studios were horrified because they don't want other Black directors, creators,
to ask for the same things
for their work as well. Exactly.
Right. But it was the fact that she used the term horrified, like it was just this dastardly, unheard of thing. Like it's just so, and it's like, no, it wasn't unheard of, madam. And you know it wasn't unheard of. You were using that incendiary language to convey the point that it was horrifying for you and your position in white supremacy for a Black person to benefit from their creation at all. It was horrifying that he didn't just get crumbs from his creation.
Right. And see, this ties back to what you said about the movie overall. When you put up the photo of the vampire, the main one, Remick, that was the character's name.
Yep.
And you said this doesn't just represent them stealing from us musically. This is everything they steal from us. And you're right. The little nuances in the film, like Stack, which was one of the twins, Michael B. Jordan's character, not even giving Mary's character, who was passing for white, didn't even want to give her eye contact, because back then that was a scary thing for Black men. You couldn't even look a white woman in the eye. So like you say, they didn't, most of them probably didn't catch that nuance. He didn't even look that lady in the eye.
And that's the I mentioned, that's why I said I didn't know when you came in, but I had kind of talked about their meeting in public during broad daylight, and she was in his face, and they were making eye contact here and there, and they were standing way too close. I mentioned that was one of the moments that I'm sure all of us felt some tension. We were tense, like what's about to happen, because we know what could have happened. And I think all of us collectively tensed up in that moment. I mentioned the scene where they were paying that peckerwood for that juke, and I was tense in that moment because I'm thinking, okay, once they give them the money, are they going to have to fight their way out of here? Like, what's going to happen? It was several moments that, like I was telling them, I thought this was so masterfully done because Ryan was able to convey horror without cliched traditional horror movie elements. He gave us, yes, he gave us horror before we got the Ooga Booga. Way before the Ooga Booga, there was some horror.
And they're not gonna catch that. The horror to them, because I'm also a horror and a scary movie buff like yourself, they're not gonna catch that. I think the biggest part of the horror for them were most likely the vampire element and the fact that white people were killed. Just like, because I'm just point out another similar, it's not similar movie, but it's also another thriller / horror created by, well, Jordan Peele is biracial. His mother is white, but he still presents as very much, his phenotype is as a black man. When he came out with Get Out, his first film, I went to go see that movie about 3 or 4 times. I was so amazed at that movie. But what white people were calling thriller was the fact that they were getting killed in the movie. And when I left as a black person, the horror to me was, yeah, this is a film, but this could easily be going on. I don't know if you saw that movie.
Of course I saw that movie. I told you, if it's horror, I watch it. Bad, good, ugly, indifferent, from different countries. Like, I literally watch everything.
So I don't know if you had that same sentiment. And I did. I was like, yeah, this is a movie, but they could easily be getting black people rounding us up and stealing our consciousness and putting it in other folks that don't look like us.
To me, Get Out did not register as a horror movie, but I did watch it because I was looking for the horror, right? But it registered to me as fantasy. It was like he was presenting what their fantasy is. And I've always felt like if they could, they would skin us and wear us like outfits. And it was just like, it was watching it be played out and illustrated on film was very creative. I thought it was very creative. And it was a nice viewpoint. And I like your viewpoint too. Like, what if they do figure out one day how to swap consciousness? And or they was in that movie, they couldn't even swap. They could just push you down so they could fit in there too. They didn't know how to get you out of there, but they'll just shove themselves in type stuff. So yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. I think in this one, the proof that this haggard old heifer, did not understand all of the symbolism in this movie, because she didn't realize in that moment during this interview, and I'm gonna play the rest of it in 1 second. In this moment in that interview, she was Remick, and she was talking about around him. She didn't even get it. It was like, you sitting up here talking about, they were horrified that happened, and so basically you're saying, yeah, we're a bunch of Remicks, and you Negroes are so talented, and wouldn't you just like to give us all of your creations while we give you a couple of crumbs back? Isn't that so? And they were so horrified because you weren't just happy to give over everything you create and get a couple of crumbs back. And it was just like, ma'am, you missed the whole point, didn't you?
Whole point. And same with Variety. Wasn't it Variety magazine that had that write up? And Ben Stiller had to check them.
Yes.
That's why I fucks with Ben Stiller, because he's one of the real estate agents. He's white, but he's still Jewish. And he peeped game. He
did.
Game.
He did, and I liked it. And overall I just enjoyed it. Let me don't go nowhere. Let me play the rest of this farce. This farce that they're calling an interview.
and Warner Brothers is not the first studio to provide these deals to a filmmaker. You know, so like I think that a lot has been made of my deal in particular. I'm not totally sure why. You know, I have my guesses. You know, but I've been in the industry long enough to know what kind of deals are possible, and nothing about this deal is a new thing. You know,
What's your guesses,
it
Ryan?
is not a I'd rather not say. but you know, like the attention on what's happening with this project, you know, outside of it as a
I gotta, because I can't hold it. I can't hold this in. It was her giggle for me, Jai. It was her giggle for me. It was her giggle for me. You know, you know what I mean? You're already on thin ice because you're unattractive. And you know how I feel about unattractive women. But it was the fact that he stated that I have my guesses, and he continued to talk. And she wanted to immediately make it racial because that's where she was going from the beginning. You nig, you got this deal. How do you feel about this sweetheart of a deal you got, you nig? Because, you know, we don't give you all deals like this. And the studios were horrified that one of you got a deal like this. And so by him saying I have my guesses, it could have been because of anything. It could have been due to age. It could have been due to the fact that he's not one of the more seasoned directors. It could have been for any number of reasons.
Things, yeah.
But he wanted to, let's go ahead and make it a racial conversation, because hey, that's why we're here, because you Negro got this deal that we feel like you Negro should not have gotten. And if you did, you need to be gushing about how grateful you are and how happy you are to just be there and have made it this far and to have this accomplishment. You know, all the beauty pageant answers they expect us to give when we're great. It's kind of like what they did to Deion Sanders' boy. That pissed me off. And then
somebody explained that to me. I heard about I saw it yesterday, but I'm not.
Let me tell you what's going on. So basically, this young man first of all, he's Deion's son. That was his first offense. His daddy was great, and your daddy done went and remade himself twice over. That's number one. Number two, the young man is great, and he knows he's great, and he's confident, and he's not coming in with faux humility or, you know, trying to make himself smaller just because he's happy to be in the room, and he's so afraid that if he doesn't make himself smaller, he's going to be kicked out of the room. And so at one point, I forgot who the guy was. I know he works in sports. Some Negro, some Uncle Ruckus. They come trotting him out to say, well, they didn't want him on the board because he called himself legendary. If you don't think you something, nobody shouldn't. Nobody would. But it was the fact that, you know, and also the third issue is that he not only is Deion Sanders' son, but he has a Black father that is involved, engaged, well-versed, an athlete, a coach, and they know they cannot take advantage of that young man.
Right, like they would the next draft. Okay.
Right. And so you got to look at a lot of these young men, unfortunately, are coming in from situations that are not the same. You have some that have fathers that are there and they show up on draft day, but sometimes them boys ain't seen them men all year. Some of them ain't seen them men to graduation. Some of them didn't see them until they started playing high school football and was making a little name for themselves, and they pop up. Some of them, the daddy still ain't there. And so these young men are coming from not just that situation. Some of them are coming from a socioeconomic level where this is life-changing money they're being offered. So of course, these young men are afraid to blow such opportunities. So of course, they're naturally willing to make themselves smaller to fit into these rooms. And so it bothers them because Shador was not coming in with the energy like, I'm so happy to be here. This is life-changing money. His daddy is Deion doggone Sanders. Baby, that money you hand him, the only thing you changing is not a check going to be in his name and not his daddy's. That's the only thing you changing is the name on the check. And so they don't like that energy. In order for young men from our communities to get opportunities and to get those doors to open, they want to see them in a posture of lowering themselves.
Yeah, humbled.
And so it was okay. We don't want him on the draft board, and we're going to all agree not to draft him. And that'll, we'll just keep him out.
Oh,
We'll shut him out. We'll show him. And so 5th round, the Cleveland Browns picked him up anyway. And I love that Dion keep them boys praying and put everything on the Lord. And that was great, because one thing about it, and two things for sure, you may not have to pay him what you would pay a 1st round draft pick, which you should. But once he's on that field, you all are going to be begging, pleading, crying, and
to have
groping
him
to get him as soon as you can get your hands on him.
on him.
And the Browns are about to make a whole bunch of money, because as it stands, his rookie jersey is already like, the sales are dumb. The sales are dumb. There's not another rookie nowhere that's made that much money on jerseys already, just on jerseys. And that young man still hadn't even put his little toes on the field yet. God help us all when his little toes touch that field.
And his dad is going to help ink one of the best deals ever, because the other guys are coming in blind. But he's late.
But this is the thing that you got to understand. By them bringing him in the 5th round, they don't have to pay him as much, because you are a 5th round pick. 1st round comes with more money, okay? And then the other young man, the other brother, he's going to be down there in Tampa Bay. Go Bucks. So both of those boys are there. Dion is over their shoulder, and when they come back to the table, they gotta come correct, or
that's what I'm saying. I know
you mean when they come back? Okay.
Yes, yes. I'm talking about when they renegotiate, and your dad was already in the NFL.
Yeah, he's not gonna let you take advantage of his boys.
Right
at all.
And that's what they don't. That's also what they don't like. I think it's more so the monetary end of it.
Yep. Now
like
here's the
cocky
thing.
little Negro.
But
bad enough.
It was literally the confidence, because see, you young, I remember that back in the day, girl, Dion used to piss them people off. They couldn't stand prime time. Prime time was one of the cockiest, and I loved him. I used to love to see him act a whole fool. I love Dion. Oh, Dion was a man, please. Dion was the show. So, it's only natural that y'all gonna feel some type of way about his boy. Y'all gonna feel a way. But I said all that and mentioned him to say this. That's what's going on with Ryan Coogler. They want him to be making himself small and apologetic and acting like this is some Santa Claus deal. And, oh, I'm so grateful. I'm just so humbled. No, he deserved to be there. He's there because he deserves to be there. That's why he's there. He's young, black, and talented, and he's there. And I like it. I like the fact that he's talking in his normal vernacular, his normal speech pattern. I like that he didn't try to get all nasal, like some of our people do. And they call it, I'm just talking, I'm just speaking correct English, like nigga.
He didn't.
You ain't speaking no correct English. What you doing is trying to imitate the speech patterns of your quit playing. Yeah.
I like that.
But I really meant to say master them, because there's people who do that, and then they gaslight us and play in our face and say, no, I'm just speaking correct English. Speaking correct English doesn't mean you're sounding white, when really we're not talking about you speaking correct English or pronouncing words correctly or constructing your sentences properly. What we're talking about is that you changed your entire vocal pattern, tone, and inflection to match those. You do not have to speak through your nose to speak correct English. I'm speaking correct English right now. I have absolutely no trouble speaking correct English, pronouncing words correctly, my vocabulary, acrobat level. I have no trouble whatsoever. But what you will never catch me doing is talking through my nose and imitating speech patterns that are not natural to me. That's what you're not going to catch me doing. And I always look at people sideways when they do that. And then when other Black folks peep game, they try to gaslight you and pretend like, oh, you're just so ignorant, you don't know the difference. No, we know that you're talking like this. We know that.
Speaking of Ryan Coogler's speech patterns, I had never really listened to interviews of his at length before this movie. And as soon as I got home, the first time I saw it, I wanted to see other people's commentary on the movie. And then I started watching videos of him, Michael B. Jordan, and they were interviewing him, I never knew the brother had a speech impediment. He stutters. So when I
Yeah,
listened to him at length, I also picked up on that, and it didn't bother me because see, I can still, there's still excellence there, so it don't matter to me. But I
yeah.
also realized they think because of what you said, he still talk. You know, he got that
It's
LA
real
accent.
heavy. Ooh.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, I
yes.
love that accent. That in the Nolans accent. I love that.
I
Um,
don't know that I love it, but it's strong. That
you
that
know what?
LA is strong
I
on him.
appreciate it. I say I appreciate it. I like when men have it. I'll reiterate that. It's
I
kind
will
of
say
sexy when men have it.
I will say this because I don't know about the sexy either, sis. But I'm be real. What I do like is the authenticity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the part that touches my heart. Is the authenticity. When you are authentically you, I can assure you, you have already plucked at my heartstrings. I don't care if your accent is from LA, if it's from Florida, Georgia, New York City, if it's from West Africa, South Africa, if it's from Trinidad, Jamaica, if it's from South America, whatever you are, I love the authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
What turns me off is when you somehow have ditched your true identity to try to fit into somebody else's mold. That's
Right.
what I don't like. That's what
And
makes
you
me
never
feel
will. And you never will.
bad.
But I noticed that, you know, there's a movie. It's called The Walk in the Clouds, and it stars Keanu Reeves. But there's a line in there from the Mexican character, and he said to Keanu Reeves, "Just because I speak with an accent doesn't mean I think with one too." And I think a lot of the times when you conflate that with the fact that Ryan is young, he's a black
Mhm,
man, he
mhm.
has a speech impediment, you know, and he's authentically himself. The dominant society, they take this the wrong way. They take it to mean, and not all of them, but many of them, like that fool that interviewed him in the clip that you just played, they take it to mean that he's less intelligent than he really is.
Well, and the other part of that, I totally agree. But the piggyback, they're offended by it. They're offended that you don't want to imitate them. They're offended that you are not pressed to assimilate. If these doors are open and you have these opportunities and we're allowing you to get this money, you need to be grateful, Negro, and try to fit in and assimilate. They're offended by our authenticity. There is a
Mhm.
reason why me being somebody who not only writes books, and thank you, Kalisha. She says, "Hey, Nitra, haven't been here for a while, but wanted to tell you I bought your book for my cousin who's graduating. Thank you so much." And all of you, if y'all have a little girl who has to leave home in the next year or so, make sure she has a copy of my book, Little Girl, Big World. Okay, it's a survival guide for girls leaving home for the first time. Thank you so much, Kalisha. But they're offended by it. There is a reason why me being somebody who does write books, who is educated, who, hell, I was on the debate team, high school and college, all state, Lincoln Douglas, champ. Like I'm that girl. I did not just wake up and become that girl. I have been that girl. Okay. There's a reason why no matter how much you talk to me, and y'all know I'll joke around and I get real deep in the dialect and colloquial bag. But if I have to clean it up to make sure you understand what I'm saying, okay, you'll never catch me going nasal and trying to change my speech patterns because it is very important to remain authentic.
Mm.
Authenticity does not equal ignorance, but to me, it's important to remain authentic. There was no point in my parents and the people before them to do everything they did for us to get where we are, for me to arrive at that place and to become what they wanted me to become, to turn around and pretend like they did not exist. I will not do that.
Mm.
I will never do that, because those people who, like I mentioned when I was talking about this movie, my granddaddy who was the sharecropper, and my parents who worked, and my daddy who
Mm-hmm.
went and suffered for me, they didn't talk through their noses. They didn't have that nasal speech. So why do I need to imitate people who didn't
Right.
get me here? The people who got me here talk very much like me.
Mm-hmm.
They sound very much like me. So I love this young man's authenticity. And I noticed he had a little stammer or whatever. And I'm like, okay, that happens. A lot of very creative people have stammers or have different speech impediments. And a lot of times, you know, even just communicating, some of the most creative people in the world are not the best communicators. They communicate through their art. So I wasn't bothered by his stutter. I said, well, that's all right, sugar. I bet you we know what you're talking about. I bet you know that.
Right, because it hasn't stopped him thus far.
That's right.
So I like I said, it didn't bother me either way. Another point I like about this, I love this about this movie. I don't know if y'all caught on to it. There was no white savior. I love that. Love that.
Sure wasn't, sis.
Did you see that, girl?
I sure did.
Yeah.
It wasn't no. It definitely they did not do that. And I said, well, all right, there, Ryan. Now, in another clip of this conversation, there were some people who got their feelings hurt. They were very disturbed because he went to talking about like he was able to show, you know, this movie was important to him because he was able to show a time period, not like, you know, the whole Black Panther thing, which was like the roots of way back, the root instead of the current history or more recent history. And he was talking about him being able to show more of our recent history in this one as foundational Black Americans. And I said, yeah, that's what's up. And there were people who were actually offended because, you know, and I don't know, I have let me be like little Ryan, okay, with his little cute self. I have my guesses as to why they were so offended that he mentioned and differentiated that this was the Black American experience.
The SBA.
Yes.
Well,
they
these
didn't
people
like
who
that.
look like us or people who look, you know, like them? You mean the non-FBA folks that look like us?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I see. Well, listen, you can't make
I
everybody
thought it was
happy.
cute.
I
thought
didn't
it was
hear
cute.
that. I didn't hear those sentiments, but I'm sure they're
I
out
did.
there. I did on TikTok. I did hear the Latinos say, "Oh, y'all showcased the Asian Americans that were in Mississippi Delta at the time," which they were. Where was the Latino representation? And I thought, where the
You
hell
don't get
y'all
like
not?
what do y'all
Y'all
have to do
weren't
with
there.
Mississippi?
Exactly.
Yeah, what they got to do with the
Y'all
silk
weren't
during
even
Prohibition?
there in the 1930s. Where were the Latinos? Not here. Not in
in the silk.
Mississippi Delta.
In
And
the
then,
silk.
but it's just like this entitlement. Oh, well, you guys showcase the Asians. Yeah, because there were
They were there. Like
in the Mississippi.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like he did an excellent job of telling the story with elements that would have realistically existed in that environment.
Yes.
And that's realistic.
Right.
Just realistic. And so you write stories.
Oh, wow.
I love it. Please write more and then tell me what you wrote. I read your stuff. If you don't want to share it with nobody else, I read it. I promise you I will. I love to read. And I'm not joking either. But I think that, you know, I'm gonna just say it. I think that because of the way clear folks, the dominant culture over here, behaves toward Black Americans, I think that the entire world is like has been kind of trained and indoctrinated to follow suit. And what I mean by that is just like the dominant culture here, the clear folks feel entitled to everything Black.
Right.
I think that the rest of the world truly feel like if Black Americans make it, it's for everybody.
Yes.
They can't have anything. Anything for Black Americans is not for Black Americans. We get to have it too. We get to have a part of it too. We get to be included too. We have a natural hair movement. Next thing you know, you got clear women talking about my hair is natural. Like, girl, go all the way to hell, please. Your hair been natural. Y'all don't even comb your hair. Okay? With your little nasty selves. Gone from here. You know what I'm saying? But you know I'm telling the truth. They start showing up at natural hair events. Like, what does this have to do with you? Like, I'm a curly girl. Girl, get out of here. This is not about you.
I've not seen them at natural hair events. You know,
I have.
but we've all seen, you know, them rebrand stuff. Instead of Bantu knots, now it's mini buns.
Yeah,
Instead
and
of
it,
cornrows, it's the Bo Derek braids. No, ma'am.
just
No, ma'am.
stealing, right? But it's the stealing, but it's the entitlement. It's like, and I think it, not think, I know. So I'm gonna just talk. Our history in this place was us coming here as property, not as people. That's why I think it's really hilarious to watch people like bend and stretch like they playing naked twister to make deportation our problem. Like, oh, y'all next, baby, you could never. We didn't even come here as immigrants. We came here as property on in ship manifest. So
And
you can't deport somebody that was property and then considered 5/8 of a human and then barely considered human and all of that. But I said that to say this, because our history in this place was where these egregious human traffickers calling us property, that they really felt like they owned anything that the property made. And so even though there was the Emancipation Proclamation, blah, blah, bull crap, which was a joke because you still had the Fugitive Slave Act, but I digress. They still see us as property. And I think that's where the entitlement comes from. Everything we create, it's ours too.
is there?
Black people make something, oh, that's American. No, it's not American, it's black.
It's black.
It's black.
Yes.
You know, y'all wanted to
right.
make sure there was a line in the sand and a red line on the map where we can live and where we can't. Don't forget, because I didn't. It's black.
I believe you on that, right? And as far as the people who look like us, but they were offended by the FBA, that don't really get on my nerves.
I just thought it was funny.
You thought it was funny.
I just thought it was funny because literally, sis, they are only following the example of the dominant culture. They've treated us like property, like anything we create, they're entitled to it. And, you know, the world is affected by white supremacy, whether we like to admit it or not. It is. It is a global issue. It's not just an American issue. It's a global issue. And so the dominant culture has created this paradigm where the more you assimilate or the more your behavior closely resembles that dominant culture, that is what's considered correct behavior. So they set the tone that if something is Black American, you can just take it if you like it.
It's up for grabs. Yeah.
Yes, up for grabs. You can take it if you like it. When it comes to anyone else's culture on this globe, pretty much, if you imitate or steal or mock something that's someone else's culture, if they say something, people will say, hey, that's culturally insensitive. You can't do that. Look what happened to Kenya Moore some years back when she put on that Native American headdress, and she did look ridiculous.
Come on.
And
many of us are native. We're not native, but we are indigenous. We are indigenous.
We're indigenous, but let's go back to it. A lot of our people are natives. Let's just, keep it a bean.
You know what I mean? I'm talking about indigenous to this land. That's what I mean.
Exactly. I know exactly what you're saying. But what I'm saying is
hell for that. I remember
they gave her hell for that. But my point is, if that's not her heritage, that was disrespectful. It was offensive. So I didn't have a problem with them calling it out. But I pointed that out to show they were loud and quick with their response. But people will imitate speech patterns, slang, dressing, any of our aesthetics, anything that is uniquely Black American, and you're told it's no big deal, it's just American, get over it, it's just a style. People want to imitate you, you should be flattered. But why don't you say that if I put on a yarmulke and put 2 candy curls by my head, you're not gonna say, you're not gonna tell them that, well, she's imitating you. That's flattering.
Would light you up.
But I'm just saying, you will never hear somebody tell them she's flattering you. She just likes the way it looks. But when it's us, they're flattering you. They like the way it looks.
Yeah, they can put us on and wear us like we're an outfit.
It's the entitlement. It's the entitlement. And so this situation with Ryan and this haggard heifer, she reeks of it. She reeks of it.
Right.
It's like
everybody steals from us. Now that you've said that, I remember so I live in a predominantly Jewish area, right? However, we have it's a Korean fried chicken place over here. Everybody loves it.
I was about to say that Korean fried chicken is the bomb. If anybody hears from Korea, y'all got some bomb chicken. I'm gonna say this
hold
though.
on.
Y'all need to season y'all meat a little bit better because the bread and be good, but the meat don't have the flavor all the way. Y'all got to do, get up in there. But yeah,
but you won't be mad about this though.
What
a white boy, what's his name? Alton Brown. He's on the Food Network. He said, well, because one of the chefs, he was on this competition show. One of the chefs was Korean. He said, what are you making? And the guy said, I'm making Korean fried chicken. We have the best fried chicken. And he said, okay. He said, do you know how Korean fried chicken came to be? And I didn't even know this. He said during the Korean-American War, Black soldiers came over to Korea, taught y'all how to fry it up. And now y'all done culturally appropriated our fucking chicken. Now, I'm vegan. I don't even eat chicken. But it was the audacity for me because, see, most Koreans who are not that old don't even know that. He schooled the chef who said,
I mean, that's fine, but if we're gonna tell the truth, tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. They taught them how to fry chicken, but their method of frying chicken is not the same as ours. Like it's not. So we not gonna do that. Like we introduced them to the idea, but they definitely made it their own. And I ain't gonna try to knock their stuff because one thing about the world ain't as big. It's not as big as we think it is. Okay, it's a lot smaller. So anywhere you go, you're going to see where foods ended up going from one place to another. So that's not appropriation. But again, shout out to the Koreans. I just need y'all to season the meat. Don't, no, for real. They got the crunchy part right and they season the batter right, but y'all got to put more seasoning in the meat, baby. You know what I'm saying? Use a little mustard, some hot sauce, rub it in there, a little curry. And rub it on the meat, let it soak in it real good, and then cut all the way to the bone. Like make a little slice by each one of the bones so the season can get down in there because the outside be good, but then you know what I'm saying. When you get the inside ain't no flavor. Y'all got to get down in there. But other than that, kudos to you. But yeah, food travels. Like, me and Evie, was it Evie? It was either Evie or my sister Toya. Were talking maybe last week or so because I'm gonna tell you what happened, Jack, because you my girl. So I found out that I gotta try to cut lectins out of my diet. Because I found out it's dangerous. I can end up with leaky gut and all this stuff. And I said, okay, so let's get rid of the lectins. And so I started finding out which foods were high in lectins and what I need to cut. And so the tomato had to go and the potato had to go. And it was just a whole list of stuff that had to go. And I stopped. I said, wait a minute. So our folks were not eating these things in the first place. So maybe that's why there was a steep decline in our health because West Africa was not eating tomatoes and stuff. Like it's in all the food now. Yeah. And matter of fact, I think it was Evie, because she was like, what? There was no tomatoes. I was like, girl, tomatoes came from the Americas. Potatoes came from the Americas. Those were not our staple foods. We were not eating that. Yeah. And even things like you hit Nigeria and people eating agege bread.
They love tomatoes, girl. Nigeria.
But that is not what our forebears were eating. They did not have tomatoes. Those trade routes to the Americas brought in the tomatoes. So when you start looking at the change in diet patterns, y'all know I'm kind of nerdy. I read stuff and study for no reason. I was just like, wow, like that's a big deal. Like that's a really big deal. And it sounds like a small thing, but when you get tears in your gut and you end up with leaky gut and toxins in your bloodstream that your gut is prepared to handle because of the mucosal lining, but your bloodstream is not, and now you got joints that hurt and you're sick and you're lethargic, and it's because toxins that are not supposed to be in your bloodstream are now in your bloodstream. Because we're eating things that are cutting little micro tears, So I was kind of getting into it. I'm like, wow, that would explain why, some of the great grannies was getting up and down off the ground like it was no big deal because they didn't have all those joint pains because they weren't eating those nasty foods with lectins. And I was like, wow, deep stuff. So, and we were talking about it and she was just like, so, wow. So we were not eating that stuff. We were not eating that stuff. That was not a part of our people's diet. And so just over time, because the world is not as big as we think it is, and everybody started importing, exporting, trading food, you know, now we got this hodgepodge. Now we got Korean folks frying up really nice chicken that's not seasoned on the inside. And
That,
you
and
know,
also a lot of us eat foods that are and produce that's out of season, which also wreaks havoc on our systems as well. We have
yeah.
strawberries year round. My grandmother was like, we never used to eat strawberries and peaches, and you didn't have access to these fruits in the winter.
I
It
don't know
wasn't the
where
season.
you from.
I'm from Jersey, New York.
Oh, child. Listen, I'm from Florida. We eat
You from
strawberries.
Florida? That's yeah. Y'all
Yeah.
down here. You got the
So it wasn't, I'm just telling you, it ain't about the season, baby. That's not what's going on. What's going on is a lot of this. Number one, we got a lot of foods that are poisonous, like just plain old poison.
GMOs. Yeah.
They're allowed to use pesticides that they shouldn't. The processed foods are killing people. If
Yeah.
it's like I can honestly say, eat as little processed food as possible.
Yeah.
You're gonna feel better. You know, a lot of those things that, you know, a lot of those things we can do something about.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. That
You
I mean,
know,
I've been vegan for damn near what, almost 15, 7, no, 7, almost
yeah.
17
I
now.
tried that. I
Yeah.
can't do that. I need some meat. I need some meat.
But also I wanted to say, getting back to the movie,
Uh-huh.
you made a comment, and yes, I was late. I was about 30 minutes late. I
Oh,
rewound your video, and then I put
mhm.
it on 2.0 speed, and then I caught up.
Okay. Yep.
And
Yep.
you said, I don't know why this white woman was in the movie.
Yeah. Why was she
Now,
there?
in the movie, this is what I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had a thing. We still have things. As far as racial lineage in this country, especially octoroons, which Mary's character, played by somebody put her name in the chat, Haley
I thought she was
Steinfeld.
supposed to have been a quadroon. So was she an octoroon or a quadroon?
Octoroon, because her mama's daddy was half black.
Oh, it's the
So
mama's daddy, not her daddy. So
yes,
she was
and
an
she don't
octoroon.
even mention her daddy in the movie. It's always her mama, because her mama helped raise the
And
twins,
yeah, yep,
right?
mm-hmm.
So she was an octoroon.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of my mama's family. They, you know, we Bridge and Tunnel, New Jersey, New York, but by way of New Orleans. So
Okay.
we got a lot of that in this country, period, but especially in New Orleans. So
Well, they
I
were
was,
in Mississippi. They was in the SIP.
but guess what? A lot of people who settled and went down to New Orleans from Mississippi
Yeah, I
and
know that too.
Alabama, right?
Don't get me wrong. I'm aware, and everybody I think is aware that people passing was very common in America. If you could pass, you pass because you could have a better life, and I don't blame anybody who did it. I can't imagine what it would feel like to be in that position. So I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not saying that was not a part of the history of people in this country. I felt like that character did nothing for the movie. Why was she there other than we just have to have one of them in the movie? Like, what was
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain. I
please?
think in the film, because this is still Hollywood, I
Mhm.
think in order, remember I said earlier, I'm so glad there was no white savior. I think you got to give a little to get a little, sis, in this game, this Hollywood game, and dealing with these studio execs. They done already gave this man the rights to his movie after 25 years, right? Then I don't know, you know, how much. I think his budget was like 90 million, and who knows what other things he got. But I think it was, you have to put it in to draw in what we call the dominant society, but global minority. You have to put somebody who reminds them of them, someone they can see themselves in,
So
besides
they
the
can relate
clan.
and feel like I'm involved, I'm included somehow.
Yes, besides the clan, besides the bad guys and the vampires.
I considered that. Don't get me wrong. I did consider that. I just found it distasteful. It was the one thing that was just distasteful.
The one thing, well, I read, and then I had to think about it now. And somebody said, why couldn't Jamie Lawson, who played Jesus, Pearline, beautiful sister. B,
Very lovely.
Michael B. Jordan's love. Why couldn't she be Smoke's wife instead of Annie, which was the bigger, darker, matronly, like you said, you didn't like how they presented her, and I didn't either. When there's nothing wrong with the woman, the sister aesthetically. I love, I think that actress named Wunmi. Huh?
Wunmi.
Wunmi. She's a British Nigerian actress.
Yeah.
And I loved her on Lovecraft Country. That's where I know
didn't
that
watch
sister
that.
from.
I didn't watch
Girl,
that.
if you like thriller, horror.
No, ma'am. Hold on. Press pause. Y'all need to go find out who H.P. Lovecraft was. There's no way in hell at all. I would chew all. I could honestly say, how do I want to phrase this? I would rather eat 25 rancid, uncooked anuses before I would watch anything associated with H.P. Lovecraft.
He was that bad?
Absolutely. I want nothing to do with anything associated with H.P. Lovecraft. And I found it odd that Black people are, ooh, Lovecraft. I'm like, y'all don't know who H.P. was? Like, oh, okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. I did not. And I feel that most people in my age range didn't know. Maybe they did. I had never read any of his works, and I'm an avid reader. I've never read
I'm aware of his works.
Okay.
And and I'm aware of his history too. And it's a no for me. Okay. There's a whole lot of things I'll do before I watch anything associated with H.P. Lovecraft or his legacy.
Okay, I'm gonna go and look him up then, because that was my first introduction to him when I watched, and that's how Jonathan Majors got on, and that's how I realized who wounded me.
I'm aware.
But getting back to her character,
back to Annie.
They made her look like, I knew she was in poor. She was supposed to be poor, living down in the Delta. They even had their own money. Smoke was trying to give her U.S. currency.
This is the thing. It wasn't it wasn't their own money. You're getting back to sharecropping history, and a time when it wasn't their own money. It was like when they worked for these people, they could pay them in a currency that was specific to their stores. So it wasn't
the wooden nickels and stuff.
It was specific to their stores. So that way they could keep those people only purchasing from them. And indebted to them. And things like that. So that was indicative of more of the predatory culture toward Black folks during that time.
Got it.
And I like, and let me say this, I like that they put that element in there. It was just like, tell the story, baby, tell the story. I like it. But with Annie, they made her look matronly, and Wunmi is beautiful. Wunmi is a beautiful girl. Oh, she's a beautiful girl. One, why were we not able to find a Black American girl to tell a Black American story?
I don't know. They do this repeatedly.
I'm gonna be honest. Y'all know I have family and everything that's not from the U.S., but that is disgusting. That is rude. That is out of order, and it's being done in such a way that you're watering down the story. And I don't believe that was Ryan's intention. I believe everything that he did was so great. And I know that he only had the best of intentions, but I don't think he understood, unless this was another one of the gimmies that the studio insisted on in order to fund the movie. Because it's like, we don't need other people telling our stories. I think this story was so moving because we had so many of us telling our story, and rarely do they allow us to tell our own story. And I think they do that intentionally, because other people, even if we got love for them, we're related to them, they can't relate to the story in a real way, so they don't convey the true emotion behind it. And I think that when that's done, it does water down the story. It takes a lot away from what's being told and what's being portrayed. That was my first criticism with that. The next was, you didn't have to dress her like that.
Right.
You didn't have to make her look like that. I know a whole lot of folks that came from poor folks and they didn't look like that. Why? It's like they went out of their way to make sure that they toned down her beauty.
Yes.
What
Yes.
you toning it down for? That is a beautiful girl. What you toning her down for?
I did not I think I would have not felt the same way you feel about them toning down her beauty had they made Haley Steinfeld's character Mary look dowdy and tone down her beauty, but they
Right.
didn't tone down hers. See,
Nope.
if it was equal, okay, one thing, and then you also have, so you're glad covering it. Okay.
Hey, Captain for is that Captain for Creativity? How you doing? Thank you.
They not only did they tone down Wumi's character's femininity, her
And her beauty. Pearline too. They had Pearline looking like a church mom.
Okay, but I say this, I would have rather them casted Jamie Lawson, who played Pearline as Smoke's love interest instead of Wumi, because why would you give that brother a full figure woman? I don't care what shade of black she is, she's still beautiful, but why give him the full figure one and you give Stacks the smaller?
But no, I don't have a problem. No. I don't have a problem with that. And
I do, because a lot of people said that
why.
they thought that was they thought that was the twins' mama, and I think
but it wasn't her size. That this is what I'm trying to tell you. Her size is not what conveyed that. Her size is
people on TikTok is saying that they said because of her size and
yeah, I don't care
how they dressed her.
I don't care nothing about them slow people on TikTok.
You know,
I don't. But but I'm gonna say this: her size was not the issue. I think her size lent to authenticity, because I know, and all us sisters up in here know, in the real world, they very much will chase a woman
and covet. Yes,
not just chase her, knock you down to get to her. Because she toting. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that wasn't my issue. It was the way you styled her. And while we at it, let's talk about Pearline. So now you got Sammy that y'all are presenting as this nubile, naive, young, fresh, wet behind the ears boy. But he's chasing this girl, that's this lady who's married, and she looks far more mature than him. So you got these black women that you're doing your best to make them look more mature, more homely, more dourly. But you're going out of your way trying to make this pale girl look like she's more desirable, and she looked a mess. And it wasn't just her face. Like, she ain't pretty, but she looked a mess, period. But you could tell that they were making the effort to present her in that light. And I'm thinking that this is a young boy, fresh from his daddy's house. Similac, still got Similac and mother's milk on his breath. Why would he not be chasing a little hotsy-totsy that looked young and fresh and naive too?
Well, hold on now. You didn't think Pearline looked young and fresh? I thought she looked young and fresh. She was just married. And we know back in the day, you could be married very young. Look at the color.
I understand that, but you're not catching what I'm saying. You ain't catching what I'm putting down.
Okay, put it down, sis. Put it
down. They had her looking very homely. She was Pearline.
You thought her character looked homely?
Did.
What made her homely, Shanitra? I'm lost, girl.
I don't know how you lost, but let me help you. All you got to do, go back and watch that same film and look at some of the other ladies who were also in the juke. I'm not talking about how she looks per se. She's gorgeous. She's drop dead gorgeous. They did allow her to wear something form-fitting that showed her shape. But look at how the other women in the juke was dressed.
Compared to her. Well, I remember in the juke, she was wearing that green number. Well, when she started slithering across the stage, she was dressed up, like women in the juke dress. You mean because she wasn't dolled up? That face wouldn't beat? Is that what you mean?
All I'm gonna say, Go back, look at the
Look at
other women who was in the juke,
okay.
and then look how they had Pearline dressed.
I'm gonna go back because I'm gonna see it again with my cousin. I'm gonna go back and look. That never occurred to me because I thought she was pretty, and I thought, why wouldn't they just make her
No, because she was a younger looking girl, so they had to get somebody more younger looking to talk to little Sammy. My thing is, she didn't look like some, young, fresh, naive, wet behind the ears girl. She looked like she was more advanced than him. Even though her mannerisms and the story, they were trying to get her to be, more conservative and, I walked over here. You can't put your mouth down there, that type stuff, having her be a little bashful or whatever. And it's like you conveyed it, but and I think a lot of people missed it because she is so pretty. Like everybody's like, oh, this child pretty. Oh, she's so pretty. But then I looked and I said, now, one of these things is not like the other. Now, why she ain't found like them other girls in the juke?
I gotta go back and see that.
Go back.
How you saying she homely? Damn, she homely in comparison.
That's all I'm saying. Centrex, I didn't say her clothing wasn't nice. I said she wasn't dressed to be at no juke, and it didn't look young. It didn't look young. You talking to somebody that been to a juke or two? That
you are not that old to be in no juke joint.
I didn't. First of all, girl, I'm from the South. We have jukes. You
Still?
from the North? Yeah, you from the North.
But y'all
I'm from the South, honey. We have jukes.
Okay.
We have one way in, one way out. We go to the hole in the wall. We go places where they sell half pints of moonshine and chicken dinners. Okay.
Okay.
So your auntie Nitra done been to a juke or two.
You are not my auntie.
I'm keeping it real with you. Now you could play because auntie moisturize and
no,
I'm not some gray hairs.
We probably.
I'm just telling you like it is.
You can't be no more than a decade older than me. If that, I'm 43, girl.
God bless you. All I'm saying is, TT done been to a juke or two, or 3, or 10, or 20. That girl came up in there looking more mature, look more advanced. She didn't look like nobody.
You called her homely, Shanitra.
Yes, they had her dressed homely. I meant what I said. I'm not talking about how pretty she is. She's gorgeous.
Put that picture up when she scrolled across the stage, ma'am. She was not dressed homely.
Say less.
I never been to the juke, but you saying that's not appropriate for the juke?
It
was too mature.
It was so,
okay. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Careful.
Look at these girls. Also in the juke. Pearline dressed better than these girls here. Her stuff look like it's made of silk.
Go and look at all of the women who were in the juke. I didn't say find one lady. Go and look at all them women that was in the juke. Matter of fact, I ain't finna pull all them pictures back up. I'm tired. But go look at all the women that was in the juke. The way they had her style and everything, it was like she looked more mature than him. She looked more advanced than him. That's all I'm saying. She still looked beautiful. She still looked young, but she looked more advanced than him. And I was like, why y'all doing this? I legit, I see what you're doing, but why are you doing this?
I did not peep that.
Because one thing about Nitra, I ain't slow.
I did not even think of that. I knew she looked more mature than him, but it never dawned on me like,
But it was intentional. It's intentional.
You think they were trying to paint Pearline's character as a predator?
No.
Okay.
They weren't. I think what they were doing, it wasn't about her character. It was about the way people see Black women. That's the way they see us. We're never children to them. We're never naive to them. You can be 12 years old and you're never young to them. This is about the way people see Black women. And I was like, what the hell are y'all doing? You think just because it was the 30s that young women wasn't young? You really think so? My grandmama's sister, Susie Kate, they say Susie Kate was a rug cutter with her wide hip self. And I seen pictures of Susie Kate going out, and she did not look like she was going to the church picnic. I can tell you that.
Okay, I see what you mean. She was dressed
Yeah,
up to be going to a church picnic. Okay.
yeah, I wasn't real crazy about that. I said, wait just a doggone minute.
Her hair was up. It was pinned
Yeah,
up the same way it was
yeah.
at the train station.
And
Okay.
it was just like, for me, it was like, yeah, wait a doggone minute. What y'all trying to say? What y'all trying to say exactly?
Mm.
You know, I catch little stuff like that, and I be feeling away. Like, I like the story. You know, like Betty Wright said on Tonight Is the Night, baby, I like the music. The melody is really nice, but I know you're not going to play that song.
Play that song.
That's how I felt. Like, I like the story.
Mm-hmm.
The characters, they really nice, but I know you're not going to dress these sisters like this and make them the main characters, and then this is how you're going to present them to the world.
Right.
Do this.
Right.
You know, and I'm sure that he meant no harm, or his costumers or whatever. I'm sure he approved everything. I don't think he thought about it that deep. And it may be something that's internal and he didn't realize, you know, because sometimes, like we having this conversation, people don't even realize stuff sometimes until somebody pointed out.
Right. Right.
Because if you look at it, you see they didn't have that pale puppy dress like that.
You know what? Speaking of her,
Mm-hmm.
was it me? And I'm not trying to be funny. I can find beauty no matter what complexion. I was looking at her at the movie and I was just like, she all right?
Girl, she wasn't even all right. That girl had a face like a snow shovel.
You know what? And then I was like, her skin, like the texture of her skin. I said, what's going on? She had an outbreak?
Girl, she looked like she had done been bit by one of them things before she got bit by one of them things.
Oh God.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of the Asian characters, I dug some more when I saw Ryan in his first interview.
Mm-hmm.
I found out the guy that did the score, Ludwig, I forget, I don't know the man's last name. It's a white boy. He met him in undergrad, and they're boys. They've been boys. So somebody was like, well, why you get a white man to do the score? He was like, well, first of all, he does great, you know, beautiful music.
He do good work.
Yeah, do good work, and that's my boy. Plus, that man, Ludwig's wife, is Chinese. They said Ryan Coogler, and there's another thing I like about Ryan. When he had his one interview, he didn't say my wife, Zinzi. He said my producer, Zinzi Coogler. We all know that's his wife.
Mm-hmm.
It was her idea to add the Asian characters into the story. And I personally think it was a homage to the Asians who were in the Mississippi Delta, but also I think it might have been because his boy Ludwig's wife is Chinese American.
I don't get it.
So a lot of people were stumped as to why you would even put them in it. This is supposed to be for black.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be for us. Why you got the Asians? So what? They was in the Mississippi Delta. Why it's not just about us? And they said it was his wife who was like, you know, and I'm sure he probably hangs out with Ludwig who did the score, but Ludwig's wife is Chinese. And then they said that it was ultimately Ryan Coogler's wife who was like, you know what? Maybe we should add that element of the Asian Americans in the film. So I'm just touching on. But yeah, you didn't understand. You were saying that you didn't know why.
I get it now. Like once you said that, I was like, oh, okay, because people were saying why were they there. I'm slow, but I caught it. Yeah.
Also, when I mentioned that the Latinos were complaining, the one Latino, he was like, oh, we saw the store with tamales. It did say tamales, one of the stores, but he also said that he ripped off From Dusk Till Dawn.
How?
And at first I said that's bullshit.
How?
Oh, sorry for cousin.
Girl, but you can cuss if you want to. This ain't Sunday school.
Okay. He said, well, I said how to, and he said, now listen, you have two brothers, and in Dust Till Dawn, George Clooney and Tarantino were brothers. Remember Seth,
Okay.
and I forget the brother's name, but they were brothers. And then you had Harvey Keitel's character, who was the preacher.
Yeah.
Juliette Lewis was one of his kids. She was one of a PK. And so you have Sammy's character in this movie, who's also a PK. And he said, and who's the last two left standing? One of the brothers, as in from Dusk Till Dawn, George Clooney was alive. You know, his brother was turned into a vampire, just like Stax was. But he was left alive with the preacher's kid at the end of Dusk Till Dawn, Juliette Lewis. And I said, oh shit, I didn't even see the similarity.
I heard somebody try to say it was like Dusk Till Dawn. I never listened to the rationale, but now that I'm hearing the rationale, I'm still calling bullcrap. First off, I've watched umpteen vampire movies. There's more than a handful of vampire movies with brothers in it, not to mention the television shows. There's been preachers in vampire movies before. Yeah, no, I'm just not getting it. Just because you can see some brothers and a preacher's kid, it does not make it the same movie. That movie was excellent, the first one anyway. The sequels were kind of garbage, but I watched them. That one was an excellent one. I wish when they did the sequel, we got more into that pyramid that place was sitting on top of.
Yes, the Mayan pyramids, girl.
Miss Demonico Pandemonio, whatever the hell her name was, and her backstory. I wish we could have got more into that. I think there was a lot. I think they could have done a lot more with that, explaining how she ended up like that. I think it would have been more interesting if they, instead of a sequel to Dusk Till Dawn, they should have done a prequel. To kind of tell us, like they did with Underworld. You know, we got Underworld with Celine, but then we ended up getting Rise of the Lycans, which kind of took us back beforehand to see what happened with what's his name? Y'all know, the little werewolf fella. So I think that it was an excellent movie, but is it a ripoff? Absolutely not. I think that's rich coming from the people who copied Living Single verbatim and just put a different name on the paper.
Oh no, the Latinos were saying that this movie Sinners is a ripoff from Dusk Till Dawn. Oh, they were like, "How you gonna take from a Latino movie?"
But here's the gag:
not put Latino in it.
Exactly, the idea that you thought it was a Latino movie, like the fact that you thought that is hilarious because it wasn't your directors, it wasn't your writers. They literally hold on. They literally appropriated your culture and you clapped, and that's what happened. So imagine hating from outside the club and you're not in. Okay, that was a Caucasian movie. This is a Black movie. Go make yours, and then we'll come back and review it.
And that's what a lot of people were saying. They were
but you're not even in. You're not even in the conversation. Why are you talking?
It was like this. Go and talk to a Latino director. And
tell them to make y'all a movie, and then we can critique it, and we'll come back and we'll be like, wow, that was great. I like that y'all incorporated this and that. But until you do that, you're not a part of the conversation.
Right. And I think maybe because Ryan did include them in the Black Panther 2, that's why they think they're part of everything. Because he did put Latinos and their indigenous origins in that film, which was beautiful.
I didn't think so. I'm going to just be honest. I didn't care for Black Panther 2. I was highly let down and disappointed. The first one warmed my heart. I watched it twice in the theater and multiple times after the theater. Part 2 really irritated my soul. Like my soul, my bone marrow, my atoms, you know, my skin cells, everything just irritated me. Like a walking, bleeding hemorrhoid irritated me.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That bad? What irritated you like that?
Ooh, it was it wasn't just the incorporation of those people. It was the way the character was written with this entitlement, like these black people owed it to him and you better help us. And it was like, ew, who the hell do you think you are? And then it was, you know, what's the young girl's name? The Black Panther sister, Shuri, whatever her name is.
Shuri.
And she was so sympathetic and empathetic toward this predatory, disgusting creature. It was too much. It was like, listen, the mammy force was strong in her, and it was disturbing my soul. The entitlement and disrespect and this behavior that if black people have a means to help you, they owe it to you and they better do it, or you can threaten them. And it was just disgusting. Like, I was pissed. I watched it from start to finish, because if I started, I mean, it's new at the time. I'm like, I want to see the whole thing. Let me see everything. But I can honestly say I was pissed from start to finish.
But he's the villain.
And then he killed her mama. So it's just like,
yeah.
And then
but
you got
he was a villain. He was a villain.
But my thing was, but it was still the mammy-isms of this girl, and she still found ways to be empathetic and have a heart toward him. Because, you know, as black women, we got to play this role like we just forgive everybody, and I understand. No, I'm not that sort of lady.
I'm not either.
You do something to me, honey, don't nothing beat the cross but the double cross. It's not if, it's when. And I always collect on my debt. I always collect. I'm never the person to say, well, you know, no matter what you do, I forgive you. If you ever hear me say that, run. Don't believe me. Don't ever believe me. If I tell you I forgive you and you did something to me like that.
Child, if I say it, it's part of a strategy. But I digress.
But I'm just, Jai, you know me by now. I don't practice lying. I don't believe in lying. What I do know is I just found that so distasteful. I'm so tired of them putting these tropes on our women and presenting it in a way that this self-harming behavior is somehow noble. There's nothing noble about you going around forgiving people that's killing you.
Right.
There's nothing noble about that.
Speaking of which, somebody brought up in Sinners, every other woman that wasn't black in the film was okay getting money, except for Annie's character. Pearline, I don't think money ever really was discussed with her character, but they said there was a scene where Smoke and he did offer her US dollars, and she was like, I don't want your money. She said, why is it we always have this trope about us not wanting money? His money was dirty.
Well, the thing is, because they try to present that is what makes a black woman noble. If you're willing to suffer, if poverty is okay, if you are willing to forgive, if you can take abuse and still take care of the person who abused or abandoned you, then that makes you noble. Now you're a good woman. She refused the money. Look how noble she is. I feel like that's one of the reasons why they prefer to see us not beautiful. I think that's one of the reasons why we see them attack our young, beautiful girls so much and poke and pick and try to pick them apart, and why she wearing this and why she wearing that. They're offended by black women's beauty. They want them to feel like to be noble is not to comb your hair and don't put on no makeup and don't fix yourself up, and how dare you wear clothing that flatters you. If you want to be noble, dress like Grandma Sally. That's nobility. That's noble. Put a couple of plaits in your head. Don't fix up real nice while they cheat on you with women who look exactly like they told you not to look.
Well, girl, I guess I'm far from noble, because I love to put myself together and look very nice.
But it's just so funny, like,
yes,
and I don't mean to do it. Yes, that's
yes. And I hate
woman.
that. I tell people, don't call me a strong black woman. I'm not strong. I need a man like the 1st and the 15th. I'm not strong. I'm a black woman, but don't put that strong on me.
And you know, it's so funny. It's so funny because people don't, I think, realize how dangerous that strong black woman, the noble, poor mammy trope how dangerous that is and how deleterious it has been to Black women over the years. I had a conversation with someone who was talking about his daughter and was saying that I just want her to be stronger. And I immediately nipped it in the bud. Why does she need to be? I just want to be a little bit tougher. Why?
She's not a man.
And the person says to me, well, you know, Peanut tough. You know, I say, yeah, she is. And I'm trying to soften her up as much as possible. I say that toughness on her is genetic. She got that from her mammy, unfortunately. Okay. I don't want her to be tough. It's just she too much like her mama. I said, but if your baby is soft and delicate, leave her alone.
Right.
I say that strength and that toughness, it works against girls because a man will see your natural strength and your toughness, and he won't see it for what it is. He won't see the beauty in your strength, the femininity in your strength. He won't see that. He'll see that as, oh, this is someone I can abuse, and she can take a lot of abuse. And you don't want that girl going through that. You don't want people being careless with her feelings and handling her wrong because they see her like a government mule that can take a lot of abuse. You don't want that. Let that baby be delicate. Let her be graceful and soft. I think it is lovely. I'm trying to soften my Peanut up as much as possible. You know, I hate that she got so much of her mama in her. I really hate it.
And a lot of times we're not afforded that as American Black women.
That's right.
We're not.
It's a luxury that we have not often been afforded. That's true. And I think that now we're in a different dispensation. We have the ability to teach our girls that, but we have to teach them that because everything around them is telling them something else. Everything around them, even down to these subliminal messages in these films, are broadcasting a different message. Refuse money. You don't need money. A man shouldn't be taking care of you. I got my own money. I don't want your dirty money. I want your dirty money, your clean money, your plastic money, your floral money.
Come on.
Okay? Your plastic money, your paper money.
And protect everybody. Remember the part of the movie where the Remick, the vampire, was like,
I mentioned that. She come marching to the door like a linebacker because she family. I'd have said, and she could get the hell up out of here too. But no, you just come out here and act like a big old linebacker and protect everybody. Be mammy supreme. That is what you see how you caught that? Those are those subliminal messages that they broadcast to our young girls. This is who you're supposed to be. See how great she is. Don't worry about being pretty. Don't look for money. A man ain't supposed to provide for you. You just be rough.
He is, because that's a lot.
So you can be cold. And if he runs off and abandons you after your baby dies, when he comes back, you make him a mojo sack to keep him protected. Because even though he burn off on you, you still want to protect him, because we have to forgive everybody because we just big old stupid mammies.
You know, that was a current theme. You know, now that you mentioned the fact that, because the brothers went off to Chicago, and I forget what part, he said it was about for 7 years. So they left both women because Stack said to Mary, the white girl's character, I married you off to that rich white man. Just be happy about it, you know. So they left both women. Not really, because the other one was married. Mary's character was married, but
she's a married woman.
Yeah, Annie was. We don't know, but some people speculate that Annie and Smoke were married as well. But I don't know. Married and you abscond to a different state for 7 years.
This is my thing. I don't know that they were married because they never said that, and you just couldn't tell. But my issue is that this Negro impregnated you, your baby died, and he burned off and left you in the country.
No, he burned
in the gutter. Pole and in the country is where he left you after your baby died that you carried for him. Now that is what should have been inexcusable. If he comes dragging his half-dead tail to your door after that, girl, you shouldn't have had nothing for him but a pot of hot grits or fish grease. That's right. Should have had for him. It shouldn't have been grabbing on his privates and making him a mojo sack and praying on it so he can protect him. Protect him from what? From me? Because I'm who about to beat your tail. But this is the message that they want to broadcast to Black women. It's okay if we abandon you. It's okay if we leave you poor and ashy and dusty in poverty. It's okay. You know, you don't need to be attractive. We're going to make everybody more attractive than you when we tell your story, and you're going to go around and be Mammy Supreme and defend and protect and pray for everybody while we overlook and abandon and abuse you. These people, you know, I love Ryan Coogler's work, but he's still a Black man and they are not our allies. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Because if this young man was an ally, there's no way he would have portrayed us that way. You wouldn't have done that.
Too. And at the end of the movie, towards the end, I'll say, Perlene got bit. And remember, she was she was bit. But Sammy's trying to help her. She pushed him away.
Yes. Yes, I will die for you Negroes. I mean, just take me on the altar, honey. Because I'm a Black woman. I am cannon fodder. I am cordwood for your fireplace. Just throw me on in there. No. Talking about go hell.
Right.
You done got all us killed. Didn't you say
right?
Told you don't bring. First of all, why was Perlene not putting her foot in his back and pushing him out there to Remy?
Girl, I would have been jumped out that little opening. I've been out there first. I was like,
I wouldn't have jumped out of nothing. I ain't jumping out of a goddamn thing. And you got all them creepy crawlers out there chewing on people. I ain't jumping through nothing, but he would have been through that door.
Well, he jumped out and went into the wall. You know, he jumped out.
Listen, I'm talking about when Remick first came to that door or whatever, and he wanted that boy out of there, and then little Sammy told on himself, hey, M. Jones, and Sammy told on himself, I'm the reason this is happening. They came here for me. My daddy told me the X, Y, and Z. Baby, listen, Perlene was supposed to put her little Mary Jane's in his head and give him a push.
You know, one of the twins would have got at her because that was little kid.
I wouldn't give a rat's patoot. Get at who? Get at who? We'd have been up in there scuffling and fighting like two Negroes on a number 12 prison yard. You were lying 7 sacks. You got all these goddamn ooga boogers out here chewing on people, and it's because of him. Oh, I be John Brown if you ain't going out there though. You going? Oh, you going?
But you're right when you said about I didn't realize that about Sammy, not the way you told it, but yeah, he I knew he endangered everyone, but he was the worst one because I remember watching it the second time, and even after all of this, because just to put yourself in the first person character, make yourself part of the movie, and it's like after all of this, you
done got everybody
home, and you still refuse to let go. The guitar is destroyed. He's still holding on to the last of it. I was like, yo.
Listen, he is for real trash. That's why I told him. Biblically, all I saw was Jonah. Lord said, go to Nineveh, preach to them hooligans in Nineveh. Jonah said, I ain't going. I don't like them. I ain't going over there. He go in the opposite direction. They had to throw him off the ship because you ain't finna get us killed. That's why I say you out your rabbit mind if you think Nitra wouldn't have pushed you out that door. If I'd have had to pick you up fireman carry style, he'd have been out that door. He'd have been out that door. Oh, he'd have went out that door.
But you seeing it for what it was. Most people say they would have pushed, I forget her name, I think it's Grace, the Asian lady. They'd have pushed her out there.
Well, see, she was all right till she just broke down, started screaming, telling them to come in there. I'm like, are you dumb? Are you dumb? They already know about your daughter because they got your husband. If they eat you up, what's to stop them from going to eat up your daughter? Like you big dumb helper.
Well, see, that's the thing. She was saying because they threatened her and said, well, if you don't let us in here, we're gonna go by the store and see little whoever the name of her daughter. And Remick said, yes, once we turn somebody, we know what they know. So her thing was when she started freaking out was like, they threatened to basically kill my daughter. I can't let that happen.
Yeah, you're right. They could have pushed her outside, or they could have just put her to sleep. All I'm saying is, you're not gonna endanger me. That's all. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, when Sammy said that, if they put Sammy out that door, you wouldn't have had to worry about that. The party would have been over. I'm telling you, the movie would have ended right there.
Right. Right.
The end of the movie.
Because that was who he wanted.
Who frying the chicken tonight? That's my only question. Who cooking the chicken? Because he clearly gone.
That's who they wanted.
Yeah, you came here for him. Good looking out. Glad you said it. Because he'd have been out that door, and I'd have been like, well, who frying the fish and who cooking the chicken? Because he gone.
You know what?
Girl, you know I am from Ocala, Florida. We don't play like that. Ain't no sacrifice and I'm a fight with you to the end. The lies you tell. The only one guaranteed to be with you to the end is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I hope you know how to call him. Your dad is a preacher.
He did. He tried. He said the Lord's Prayer at the end, towards the end. And the damn vampire had the nerve to say it too.
Yeah.
And
because all you did was saying, all you doing is saying some words. Wasn't no power with that. Of course he said it with you.
Did you peep? Also, somebody said when he let Sammy know he was there for him, but when he had turned the other people, the other juke goers, they went home, but he turned them. He had them in the fields, cornbread and all of them.
Yeah.
Back singing his song. So he wanted to still, just like white people, they want to steal our
take
gifts.
over.
Sorry, I knew it was coming. Yeah. They want to steal our gifts and then
make it theirs.
Make it theirs. Because he said that Remick was drawn to Sammy's voice and gifts and talents. But when you look in that field, when he started doing his river dancing,
he was singing blues. He was singing them Irish jigs.
That's right.
Well, here's the thing. When he came to the juke, he wasn't coming in there to listen to no blues music and chill out. He was asking to come in there and play that god-awful music.
Yeah.
It's a room full of Negroes. Who the hell told you they want to hear a bunch of Lucky Charms music?
Girl, that's what people talking about. Oh, they sounding real good. In the movie, the characters say, oh, they sound, when they said that pick, pour, rob, and clean. And other people was like, yeah, we like the music. I was like, compared to what y'all was listening to in there, y'all like
I mean, it's all right for what it is, but why would you even, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it was the sarcastic audacity for me. It was like, you want to come to a juke where everybody listening to some blues and play leprechaun music.
You know what?
Who told you we want to hear that? Leprechaun music. Because that's what it was. I'm like, child, listen, ain't nobody found your gold doubloons. You better get on away from here. I mean, get long way from here.
And he said, we're not going, what did he say? We're going to walk real slow, even when they said, don't let them in.
Yeah, we're going to walk in case you change your mind. Out your mind. Sound crazy. Like I say, though, I'm telling you, the movie would have ended with me. If I was in the juke, movie would have been over. The minute I knew they was there for Sammy. Oh, child, this is easy. We can solve this real easy. You get out of here.
Now, if that was Sammy was your little cousin, and you were the proprietor of that institute, of that juke, you would have pushed your little cousin out.
Bye, Sammy. Oh, you thought it would be different. Oh, you think I'm gonna let somebody get me killed because we some kids? You're not getting me killed for nothing.
You know what?
At the end of the day, you my cousin just like I'm your cousin. So you want to get me killed because you brought them here? Bye, Sammy. I mean, I hope you can outrun them or something. You know, use the preacher so you ain't got no blessed oil in your pocket. Bye, Sammy.
Not no blessed oil.
I'm just saying, listen, I travel with blessed oil. I don't know what's wrong with Sammy. But Sammy had been in my establishment house. He could have been in a camper van with me. Sammy would have been out that door.
Was another thing. The best I saw Wumi's character look. What's her name? Annie. The best I saw her look was when she became an ancestor and they dressed her in white, put baby's breath in her
Yeah,
hair.
she was really pretty.
Yes, and she
Super
was
pretty.
holding their baby, and I thought, so she only gets to be pretty during death. She's literally an ancestor.
Listen, what they want us to know is you just let us abuse y'all and keep your pole and abandon you and beat on you, and you keep sacrificing yourself for us. And when you get to heaven, you finally gonna get treated right. No, we're gonna do it here, with or without you. We're gonna do it here.
I was
We're
like,
gonna do it here.
and she could have looked like this in the actual
Thank
night.
you. Thank
Y'all
you.
waited till this girl got to the ancestral
Yeah.
realm. Another thing I peeped too towards the end. Sorry, y'all. It's gonna be some spoilers at the
Yeah,
end.
go ahead.
You noticed how. Good morning, Patricia. Patricia, you noticed how. What's his name? Stax and Mary got to be together.
It was hunching.
No. Not talking about hunching. You saw this.
Oh yeah, when they both turned into
Yes, girl, they got to
monsters.
live happily ever after.
No, they didn't. They died.
No, you need to remember. Remember, they went to go visit old Sammy. They're a couple now. This is in the 90s. They sped it up from the 30s to the 90s. So you had damn near a 60
Oh
something.
yeah.
Yes, girl. Did you stay after the credits?
I didn't stay.
Oh damn, sorry. Yeah, go again.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and watch it again.
And you gotta wait to everybody if y'all haven't.
So he didn't kill his brother, and that thing made it too.
Yes, I was mad about that. I said, so Annie character died. Smoke wanted to die, so I'm okay with that. But so you're telling me the white lady gets to live on and have the man into eternity? Because now they vampires.
Yeah, but that ain't no reward though. That ain't
It's
no
not a
reward.
reward, but I think about future things. Ryan Coogler said he's not going to have a sequel or any other adaptations of this film. But I feel like if enough people say they want it, he might make a prequel or a sequel. I would be interested in seeing either one.
But
now
it's
we
just
can't
like,
have it with Annie, with the black woman by his side. His counterpart was the white lady, or at least the white presenting woman.
But this the thing. That ain't no win. You got trapped with a demon in your body that's driving, that's got your memories.
I get that. But I'm talking about the presentation of the aesthetics of it, because already I didn't see this, but a lot of people were saying in the actual marketing of the film, they really played up Michael B. Jordan and Haley Steinfeld's character.
They did.
Mary.
They did.
And I didn't realize that. And
they had her on like buku marketing. They had very little marketing with Annie's face at all.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I
didn't see any marketing.
That's why I was like, so y'all did this. So it's a movie. You're telling the black story, the black experience, very authentic. But the face of it is
a white woman,
Pollyanna.
A white, and the fact that he in real life only dates women. Mostly.
Y'all can't say only no more because he was going with Lori.
I know, but we think that was a PR trick.
Look at here. He took the only away from y'all. Y'all can't say that no more.
I said mostly, but I honestly think that was a PR trick.
But the world will never know.
We will not.
We'll never know. We don't know what them people did. But I don't care who you date in real life. You telling a story. And so I get what you're saying. They let them survive the night. And they survived as demons, but you're still a demon.
Right. And Annie, I understood why, because she said to Smoke, you got to kill me. If they bite me, I want to be with my baby. You know what I'm saying? In the ancestral realm.
But the thing is, it wasn't just want to be with my baby. She made it clear she did not want to be trapped in her body with no demons.
Right.
Who the hell wants that? I can guarantee you. Don't do that to me. You get me up out of here quickly if something like that is even remotely possible.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Do you remember what Remick said when he first, not when he first rolled up? This came later on when he showed him his true colors. And it's bad when the damn vampires, they make it more sense like not more sense, but yeah, in a way they make more sense than the white people. They
Which part?
said you were never gonna have freedom. He was tricking them clearly, but he was like, we're not racist. You know what I'm saying? The Klan, that guy who sold you this
Oh, that
place.
crap. That
Remember that?
manipulative bull crap.
But
He
he was
wasn't making
telling
no
the
sense.
truth. He was manipulating, but he was telling the truth. He said he never intended on letting y'all have it. That he's actually the granddaddy
Yeah.
or grand wizard of the clan.
Yeah.
And the white boy he turned in the beginning, that
Yeah,
was
his
the
nephew.
nephew, and he
Yeah, I remember that.
confirmed it. They was gonna come and tear it
Do
up
their
the next
thing.
day.
They come do their thing, yeah. But at the end of the day, he was just manipulating. Like, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because the fact that they even listen to him remotely is how I feel when I see Negroes clapping and cheering like they slow every time a clear person gets on social media and say some obvious stuff, just plain old Captain Obvious. Like I'm sure you've seen it because you be on TikTok and it'd be a lot of them over there, and they'll jump on there and be like, hey, other white ladies, like we don't have to center ourselves in black spaces. Just real Captain Obvious type stuff we've been saying. And then you get a bunch of black people. That's right. I'm glad she said that she can come to the cookout. I'm like, if y'all don't stop.
I've seen
it's
a lot of that.
Manipulation tactic. Like,
I've seen
how
also
about
a
just
lot
stop
of black
talking about us,
women
period.
like us too, who say that's pandering. That's pandering
That's
to
what
us.
it is. And it's disgusting. And when I see people clapping like seals and hollering about cookouts, I'm just like, this is so embarrassing. You don't know when people are insulting you, don't know when they're trying to manipulate you, and they couldn't come up with anything better than this. It was just.
But ever since this movie, because it shows how others do us when we do allow them in our spaces, I've seen also a lot of checking too in the comments, because anytime I watch something on social media, if there's a comment section, I
love the comment section,
right? So there was it was like one or two people. Oh, he invited, and I've seen a lot more. No, they are not. That's y'all problem. Now, y'all haven't learned, like in the actual movie, the reviews for this movie, there were white people reviewing Sinners, and one of them was like, I guess he got a little flavor to him for a white man, but a few was like, oh, he invited, and then it was a lot of comments saying, y'all forgot the whole point of this movie. Look at what the movie is telling y'all. This is what happens. We invite people to our spaces at our detriment, and here y'all talking about just because he can sing a little, because one of them, he actually was great. Like, he sang Sammy's song and he had a beautiful voice, and because of that,
question, why did he want to sing Sammy's song? Sammy sang the song. We had a nice little black moment, real kumbaya. The fact that you even wanted to sing it, I would never listen. I'm not impressed. Like, why are you so impressed to try to give us your rendition of something that's black? Like, why do we need it? Why do we need the Mayonnaise version? Why?
Don't get me to lying, but in this particular review, I believe that this man he's a white man, but I believe he's also a voice coach.
But what was the point of you vocal coach singing that song? There's millions.
Girl, don't get me to lying.
Like, you're literally talking to somebody who sings. Like, I play around on the channel a lot, but you're talking to somebody who actually sings. Mm-hmm. There's a million songs you could have sang. Why did you need to sing that particular song in this particular moment?
I don't know.
Because it was such a powerful black moment, and God forbid you didn't come and you sprinkle raisins on it. You just had to put raisins. You just couldn't help yourself. Here come the raisins.
But a lot of our folk in the comment section checking, and it
clapping
wasn't a lot of
seals,
us. No. There was one or two, but they checked them. I mean, they was on them like white on rice. They said, this is y'all problem. He sing, he could carry a tune, and hey, I want to invite people to the proverbial cookout. And this movie was about inviting people in our spaces, and look what they do. They exclude us from it, or they try their damnedest to do so.
Or take it over. And in this case, they was trying to chew on people. They went to chewing on Negroes. And see that I'm gonna tell you, like for real, I got a hard line in the sand. You ain't biting me, man. That ain't even an option. That's a non-starter. You not chew on who?
Listen, I could never. And Annie brought up a point. She said at first she said they were haints.
She thought they was haints, and then she
Yeah.
thought they was vampires.
And she said these ain't haints. Haints will transfer souls.
Mm-hmm.
Vampires, they trap you.
Yeah, you get mashed up in there with them.
Yeah. So shout out to, like, that was excellent, because I also like a lot to read up a lot of into the folklore and to a lot of hoodoo, like, and I like that they didn't. I watched Kev on stage. I watched his review. He's brought up. He's very religious, not very religious, but
he's
grew
Christian.
Up. Yeah,
He's Christian. He was raised Kojic.
Yeah.
Oh, and shout out to my Kojic folks in the chat. My dad and them Kojic.
Yes.
Y'all know I'm biracial. I'm Baptist Costal. I'm mixed.
Okay, my grandma. So I guess I'm mixed too, because
You
my
mixed too?
daddy side apostolic, and my grandmother on my mama's side, they Baptist.
But I'm a Baptist, dad and them Pentecostal. Yep, I'm mixed.
I like that. Somebody said I like that Annie. She said to him, she was praying. She prayed every prayer and worked every route. Somebody, I guess her granny taught her to keep him safe during his time in the war and in Chicago, talking to Smoke.
Yeah, I remember that.
And what I was gonna say about that was, somebody said I like that they didn't demonize.
Well, there was not enough subject matter on it for it to be demonized. If the person who's talking about it, they're not going to demonize it because they're doing it. And it's not like she was in a public setting where there were other elders around to be like, girl, don't be doing that.
Smoke never demonized it. He could. Now,
well, let's keep it real. Black men, can we talk?
Okay, let's talk.
Black men ain't spiritual worth a darn. She could have been in there tongue kissing Satan and he wouldn't have said nothing. They don't pay attention to nothing. All kinds of stuff be in the house with them. They'll never know. If it's not a woman that'll say, hey, something ain't right in here, Satan could walk up and crawl in the bed with them and rub his feet on them.
You think so?
I mean, just what I say. I've been live long enough. I done seen it. I've been married multiple times.
But
I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I'm talking about in the time this happened. This supposed to be going down in 1932. They're not. But in 1932, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Mississippi in the middle of the Bible Belt?
Girl, that Bible Belt stuff pertained to them other folks, not us.
Oh,
black folks in the South is just black folks in the South. And black men are what they've always been. Let's not come out with these mythical stories about how black men used to be so wonderful and spiritual and upstand. No. They are what they have always been. And they ain't never been spiritual and tight and on top of nothing. Very few of them. Say it again, Nina GZ. Very few. Very doggone few. They are oblivious as hell. They
so
be
you could be working roots.
They be laying up with women that's working roots on them, doing all type of stuff, and they be so stupid they don't even know that they got 12 hexes on them from the last 15 holes they done laid up with. They don't pay attention to nothing.
I said it to my cousin. I said, "Why your old lady?" Because he said she don't cook nothing but spaghetti for me. I said, "Why would she want to do that?" And I looked at him. He was like, "What?" I said, "You don't think there's nothing wrong with that? You don't think that's a little bit strange?" And he was totally oblivious. Totally.
But it's stuff like that. But it be all type of stuff. They'll be in a house and literally, as women, we can tell when the air done changed. We can tell when something don't feel right. We can walk in the house and ain't nothing been moved, and we'll know if somebody else done been in here. They're not like us.
Yeah.
So the fact that he didn't say nothing, that don't mean nothing. And the fact that people even trying to make that into a thing like, oh, nobody demonized it. First of all, you don't need nobody to demonize it. You know right from wrong, and you know if you want to do something. And if you want to do it, you're gonna do it. And if you know better and you're not gonna do it, then you're not gonna do it. All that. Oh, yeah, I'm glad ain't nobody demonize it. You know why? Because that right now it's trendy to be delving into witchcraft. It's real trendy. So of course they don't want nobody to say it's wrong, and the fact that it was included in the picture. Oh, this is nice. head A, stupid selves. Half of them walking around here right now, 1 second from clucking like a chicken because you around here doing kitchen witchcraft because you seen something on the internet. Gonna mess around and invite Satan in your toilet bowl or something stupid like that. They get on my nerves with that stuff. I knew where it was going. Way back when they went talking about charging crystals and burning, I said, okay, here we go. Here we go. Y'all gonna be in here talking up chicken feathers at the PTO meeting. I see it coming. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm the type of person I'm gonna laugh at you. You wanted to do wrong. You saw it on the internet. Everybody, ooh, this is all you got to do. First of all, if it was real, it wouldn't be on the internet. Dumb. Dumb. So I saw it in there. I saw what it is, and I just shook my head. I say, they want to put it everywhere. See, I called this out a couple years ago. What year was it? The last season of P-Valley came out. That was like 2 years ago. Going on 3. And I said then when they made the security guard Diamond turn him into the root man, I say, boy, y'all want to put that witchcraft tag on Negroes, and you gonna do it if it kill you.
Wait a minute. Now I watched me some P-Valley. Diamond, the one with Miracle, he was with his real life girlfriend.
They turned Diamond into the root man. You don't remember when Mercedes had shot that dude and her shoulder was hurting and it wouldn't work, and he had to work them roots to try to get that spirit off her arm, and it was the exact weight of the pound of pressure to pull the trigger. They done turned Diamond into the whole root man. And I say, y'all gonna get enough of trying to put the witchcraft tag on Black people. Stop doing that to us. Leave us alone. All of us don't want to be yeah, we but not just the Babalawo, because that's cultural. They wanted to put that root crap on us. Bianca said, you remember that because I mentioned it, and it was around the same time that RHOA had put that fat tomb hoe on there and had them girls trying to work roots on their cooches with smoke. I say, listen, I'm tired.
What? Well, wait. Hold on. Hold the phone, sis. What was they doing on Real?
I'm gonna hold it. Yeah. Oh, they was on RHOA. It was that season that Marlo took them up there to the cabin in the mountain, a really nice house.
Okay.
It was that same season. And they was I don't know whether it was Sheree house, who house it was. Sheree had that fat tomb hoe. And you remember that fat tomb girl?
Fatima. Mm-hmm.
No, she said fat tomb.
Okay. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that was Sheree friend.
Pretty
and
girl, messy.
She wasn't pretty. That was an Arab. And she was up in there and had them trying to work roots on their cooches with smoke.
Oh,
she put the smoke thing on the ground and tell them to walk over it and let the smoke get up in their coochie.
In the coochie. But what she didn't say there's no root. I did see that because I think it was either Kenny or somebody they squatted over it. I forget.
All of them was doing it. The only person I think that wasn't dumb that time was Drew. She was the only one that wasn't stupid that time.
But
I was like, okay, Drew dumb, but she ain't that dumb.
Well, she's also a PK because she wouldn't be doing nothing like that. But
that ain't got nothing to do with it. Her being a PK ain't stopped her from being a compulsive liar.
I don't even watch
and Satan is the father of lies. So her being a PK show ain't kept them lies out her mouth. But she was smarter than them other helpers. She ain't go over there squatting and putting no smoke in her coochie.
But how does this correlate?
Child, she told him something is supposed to do to him is bless something or remove evil spirits. Something stupid she said, and lit that thing on fire and told them people to go squat and let the smoke get up in their coochie. I say, oh hell no. I said, why y'all doing this with Black folks? Y'all got all these ensemble casts with other people. Why you ain't tell them to go and do roots on their coochie with smoke? Why you come to Black folks with this mess?
I've never seen that on the other the white franchise.
No, they want to tag the witchcraft on Black people because that's another trope they like of the magical Negro. I don't have time for y'all foolishness. So no, I did not like that they had Annie in there working roots and making mojo bags. Now it's a part of our history. It is what it is. That's a part of our story.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. Okay. But I didn't like that. You didn't have to include. That's a whole lot of stuff part of our story that you ain't put in there. I ain't see no grandmas chewing on card packs and dipping snuff. But
Right.
Well, I'm just saying because my granny surely smoked the card pipe, and my cousin Lois Steen been dipping snuff my whole life. So I know what them country women do because I come from those country women. Mm-hmm. So it's a whole lot of stuff that's a part of our story that wasn't included. Why we needed to, have the whole magical Negro moment with the mojo bag, I'm not sure, but and of course you got them slow people with the tortoiseshell brains. Oh, I'm glad they didn't demonize it. Shut up. Ain't nobody got to demonize something is wrong, stupid. Ooh, so if don't nobody tell you it's wrong, you just let me go eat from the devil's table because ain't nobody said it was wrong. Just be stupid. Go on, be stupid. The fact that they had her saying she working roots and praying at the same time, you should have been horrified. I was slightly.
Right.
But then I just accepted that is a part of our story. I know some ladies right now. One of them used to stay across. Matter of fact, she still stayed on the same spot. I grew up on the cul-de-sac, and her house was diagonal to ours, and I don't care if she see it. She was going to the root man, and she'd be at church at Greater Hopewell every Sunday. So it's a lot of people be at church and still be working roots and stuff. So I'm like, okay, it is a part of our story. It's not a pleasant part of our story, but it's a part of our story. Ain't no need in pretending like it ain't so. It's so. But all this, I'm glad they ain't demonized it. Why you need somebody that's like saying, well, they didn't demonize the poison, so I'll drink some. Like, nobody shouldn't have to tell you common sense. They shouldn't. If you talking to the Lord, why would you talk to the source and supply of everything and then try to steal it with the other hand? What you stealing for when you can just ask him? Because whether y'all know it or not, and I'm gonna get this to you for free, witchcraft is theft. Just so you know, it's theft. But if you're talking to the one that literally owned the cattle on 1,000 hills, the earth is his and the fullness thereof, and everybody that dwell up in it. If you talking to the source with your right hand, what you stealing with your left hand for? That sounds stupid. It looks stupid.
I thought it was very odd when she said that line.
But it's not odd. It's legit.
No, for them to put it in the movie.
Well, they did it. Well, he did it because
people from New Orleans, so I know all about that.
But this is the thing. Y'all kill me with the New Orleans. Do you know Negroes is rooted as hell all through the South?
Of course.
All through.
I said it to say that over there I'm not a stranger to it.
Over there in my part of the world, they don't drive to no darn New Orleans. Them jokers be going up to South Carolina to them geeches buying sex. Now, I'm just telling it like it is. So that's why I say it's a part of our story. It's not a pleasant part of our story, but it is. It definitely is a part of our story. Unfortunately, we got people right now today that will be in church on Sunday. Some of them going to beat me there tomorrow because I be late. They going to beat me there tomorrow, but they done already been and bought their little knots and sacks.
Knots?
And they
what the hell? Yeah, she said knots and sacks.
Yes. I meant just what I said, and anybody that's listening, if they know anything, they know exactly what I'm talking about. See, you done heard a couple of things, but you really don't know because you would have known what I was talking about.
No, I don't.
Because I'm from the bottom for real. And I know what it is to have one of your girlfriends call you and be like, girl, I was cleaning the house. They done dropped a knot in my house. See, I know.
Okay.
People nasty. They will go to church on Sunday and be serving the devil Monday through Saturday. So I wasn't surprised. I was just like, here we go with this magical Negro stuff again.
I caught it in this film, but I forgot about that last season of P Valley.
I ain't forgot.
That damn diamond.
I talked about it. I think I made a video on it. You know, I don't take none of my videos now. I made a video about it, like specifically pointing out that these two shows that are wildly popular, y'all are making it your business to smear Black women with witchcraft. What you doing?
What? 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 What?
What you doing? Why are you trying to put that on black folks? What you doing? I'm not saying we don't do it, because we do. Ain't no point in lying. It's a part of what goes on. Anywhere you find black folks, you're going to find somebody working roots and doing mess. No problem. They do it in the islands. They do it here. They do it in Africa. They do it everywhere. South America, where you got black folks, they be doing it too. I got it. But must we showcase this?
Mm-hmm.
And why are you doing that? What are you trying to show us? What you trying to tell us? Are you trying to promote it? You trying to normalize it? You want to make sure everybody doing it? You want people to look at it and say, oh, that's great. What's your motive for doing that? Felicia said, when my granny did our hair and trimmed our ends, she would burn it. My mom and my granny too. They burn that hair.
Really?
Girl, yeah. And I did that with my children. When I combed their hair, any hair that came out that comb, they knew when you take that hair out that comb, bring it here.
Oh, you say, oh, I see. So as she cut the hair, she burnt the hair that was discarded.
If it was cut, if I combed it, you know how sometimes hair get in the comb with a brush, hand me that hair.
Oh, wow.
Hand it here. And nobody touched our hair except our aunties that did our hair. If it wasn't Beulah, it was May Ruth. Nobody touched our hair. Ever.
A knotted rag. What does it do?
Wait, somebody found one under her bathtub. Oh, girl. Hey.
Yvette said she want to know what it do. I want to know too.
No, it don't do nothing good. Tell your friend she need to fast and pray and go talk to her preacher. Fast and pray and go talk to your preacher. Quick. And don't go to one of them preachers be talking about prosperity. Find one of them that really got some Holy Ghost. Get you some help.
He said, don't go to a Creflo. No.
Yeah, don't go to nobody trying to tell you you're going to be rich next year because the Lord told them don't do that. Find somebody with some power. And for real, I'm not joking. Tell your friend to go get prayed over. That's not okay. But I've gotten them calls, girl. I was cleaning up and I found a knot under my sofa. Somebody done threw a knot. And you know, and when it's like that, hey girl, don't touch it. Wait. Let's get somebody. Don't touch that.
Wow.
Don't put your hand on that. That's why I say no. I don't, I'm a very realistic person. I don't believe in, pretending and lying, because that ain't no good. Don't nobody like a lie but the devil. But we don't have to broadcast and showcase that stuff. We don't have to promote that stuff. It's a whole lot of things that are part of our history that's not pleasant.
Right.
And we can acknowledge it without saying, hey, let's go do that. Let's not. Let's not, because that stuff is it's just bad news. Leave that stuff alone. Leave it alone. And the fact that you got now with the social media and the people thinking it's trendy and it's cute, and they online sharing hexes, and I seen them doing that. Oh, just do this hex if you want to do this. You do this and buy that and put this and burn this kind of candle. I say, y'all ain't gonna be happy. Y'all ain't gonna be happy till y'all start, laying eggs.
Clucking like chicken.
They're gonna end up laying eggs or something messed up. Lizards gonna be crawling out of them or something messed up because you out here just running amok. Leave that mess alone. I can't even say it enough. Leave that mess alone. God is enough. He's enough. He's everything. He's enough. He is enough. I don't even know who need to hear this tonight, but God is enough. I don't care what you got going on. He's enough.
Sammy didn't think so. Not in the movie, child, because his daddy was surely preaching to him before and after the ordeal with the vamps. And he carried on as an old man. Somebody pointed out that when you didn't see this part, but when you see it, if you see it again, stay after the credits, because they come. That's when
they pop back up.
Yeah, and they said that he was in his own, his own club. He named it Pearlines, and I thought I saw the scene. I didn't even see that.
I saw him playing the music in the club, but I didn't see that after the credits them popping up. So I have to go back and watch it.
So you did see
watch
that.
It again anyway. Yeah, okay. I didn't get to see that.
But apparently that club where you saw them playing the music, he named it after Pearline.
Right.
But
Or you know what it was? I might have just thought it was over and was like, oh, okay, well, that's what happened to him. He chose wrong and was just done. I should have kept watching. But yeah, that was
And
no
then
good.
also getting back to Haley Steinfeld's character who played Mary, the white presenting woman. They said a lot of people believe Ryan Coogler casted her because her lineage is actually that she is an octoroon in real life.
But what does that have to do with a useless character in a movie? Like, who
You know
cares?
what? Useless.
Like, for real, she's useless. Like, she did nothing to move that story along. So why is she here? The fact that you can find 1/8 of a Negro somewhere in your lineage means what to me? How does that pertain to what's going on?
I just think they had to put
Is it just
somebody
to
that white
include
people.
somebody just to say you included them? It's just what do we do?
They had to see white people had, just like if you think about it, the original Black Panther. Now they were villains, but there
Yep.
were white people.
Well, they made sure they had the one CIA agent that was their friend, the one that
But he
that
wasn't really a
started
friend.
it.
Was he really a friend? He was CIA.
Yeah, but that was their friend. That was their friend.
I
You know,
guess so.
he showed himself as, see, I'm the harmless, you can include me guy.
Girl.
You know,
I got this
like,
the
even
same
if
CIA
I'm
that put crack
even if I'm
cocaine
not,
in our neighborhoods.
but it's like even if I'm not really accepted, see, I'm funny. Most of you like me. It's okay if one or two of you don't like me. Like the character in Baku was barking at him, and I thought that was hilarious. But that seemed like something I would do. But
you would bark at the man.
probably, probably. But you have that sort of character, like, oh well, most of your friends like me, so I'm around. See, I'm funny. See, I'm harmless. And so you got him there, and it was like, yeah, okay, gotcha. And I knew what that was like. Oh, we got to have one of them here who's not actually out to get us, because you got to show that, see, we're friends with some of you. And it's just so exhausting. It's exhausting. So when I saw, Pale Patty, I was like, what is this for?
Yo,
What is this for?
I just kept thinking, she's nothing to write home about. Why are we oohing and ahhing? Not we, but the people then, reading the messages and the comments. And I'm just like, y'all talking about, oh yeah, she's really an octoroon and that's part of our history too. And
anything to get some proximity to them folks. Anything for proximity. Just even saying we got some of y'all little bastard children that's mixed up with y'all, that gives us proximity. See, we got proximity. Like, no.
Right. Because if you think about it, honestly and truly, we all, if you're American, Caribbean, we all have them in our family.
That is a lie, and stop telling it. Everybody,
but hold on. Most people, I'll say most Americans.
I wouldn't even say that.
I would, because a lot of us were raped. So
but
even if
you first off, sis, stop. Y'all got to stop with that fallacy. I don't know who started that fallacy or fantasy that everybody just going around stealing black coochie. Okay, let's tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay. You can even look at the numbers. There were not enough white men in relation to the amount of slaves that were there on a plantation. They wouldn't have had time to beat, lynch, kill nobody. They would have had to been hunching day and night to have raped all the black women.
Not all.
Let's just be that's what I'm saying. To even have done that to most, baby, we'd have been free way before we got free. Because you wouldn't have had the strength to be chasing nobody down, wouldn't have been no overseers. You didn't have, they flat out did not have the manpower to steal most of the black coochie. Y'all got to stop with them stories. Then
I'm gonna speak.
Hold on. Then isolated stories about one or two families don't make the whole. Then you got to look at, the more people have been getting their genetics done, there's so many people that have been shocked to see that their genetics is just a mishmash of a bunch of different African tribes. Like people don't have. Let me tell you, I don't know who need to hear this. Any fantasy you got about these mythical, magical white folks in your lineage, you probably don't have it. Stop dreaming, stop hoping, stop wishing. The idea that people is sitting up fantasizing and hoping and wishing their great grandmama got her coochie stole is crazy to me. Stop. Just stop.
Well, I'm not dreaming and hoping. I'm speaking of my grandfather.
But that's the thing. If that's your lineage, then that's your lineage. But this fallacy that if you're Black American, all of the grannies was getting their coochie took, stop that.
Well, I made the mention because I was saying even if we want to trace back how Octoroon or Quadroon came into being, it wasn't anything nice. Like it
wasn't nothing pleasant.
Yeah, it was violent.
In most cases, we'll say in most cases, it wasn't anything pleasant. But
right.
I don't, not to be cold, I don't really care about your story, if that's who you are, because the child didn't create themselves. So I don't really care how you got here. If you're here, you exist. Mm-hmm. You are an entity, you are being, right?
Right.
My thing is for other Black people to be so impressed and hoisting them up on pedestals, it is due to proximity. They feel like because they got a little bit of a Black in them and they present as Caucasian, that this gives us proximity because we can claim kinship to this person who looks nothing like us. This goes back to proximity. It goes to wanting to be accepted by the dominant culture and wanting to be accepted by people who are currently oppressing you. It is sick.
Oh, true.
It is like 4D. It's like the 4D chess version of Stockholm Syndrome. True. It's sick. Every time I see a person arguing us down because we refuse to call a multiracial person Black, I'm like, you are sick. Get help.
That's new though. I appreciate it and I understand biracial people, multiracial people, they are not Black. And we need to gatekeep Blackness the way others gatekeep theirs. Because the more I had to point this out to a homeboy of mine who's Korean. I said, let me ask you something. I said, y'all gatekeep Asianness. If that's not a word, we're gonna pretend it is for now.
Their ethnicity.
And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "If your cousin or sister went out right now and had a baby by a Black man or white man, I said, y'all don't call that baby Asian or Korean. Y'all say the baby is mixed, but we call Haley as part Asian too. I don't see them for exactly because everybody else gatekeeps their culture and their race, but us. If it's mixed with Black, they Black. No,
and that's stupid. And let's be clear. That's what's new, because the whole time we was coming up, they was mixed. Yes. They were mixed, and
they do it now.
And hold on, and they was proud to be mixed. And if you said they was Black, they would check you and tell you they was mixed. So no, ma'am. I'm telling you what the Lord loved, which is the truth. They didn't make no secret of If they said they were Black, and like if you looked at them and you mistake and said, "Oh, she Black," I'm mixed.
Okay.
So no, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
But in the history of this country, wasn't it the one drop rule? That's what I'm saying.
We not going all the way back 200 years to try to make the present make sense. What I'm talking about is in recent history, they made sure to let us know that they were mixed. If we mistakenly said Black, I ain't Black, I'm mixed. So it was very clear. We only saw this push to call everything Black when Black got trendy. When Black got trendy, everybody wanted to be Black. We had people from other places that would say, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not Black, I'm
right.
I'm not Black, I'm African. The minute Black got trendy, now everybody Black. Everybody Black. We can't keep Black to ourselves. They used to pick with us. Y'all say y'all Black because you don't know where you from. Black got trendy. Now you got people beating down the door. I'm Black too. Wait a minute.
That is true because so one of my besties, her people are from Liberia.
I got all that. But hold on. Just hold that thought for 1 second. What I'm saying is when now what we're seeing is people, because these people now deign, and I'm not saying everybody, because I got a lot of people that I know that's mixed as cool people and they don't act like that. But what I'm saying is, now that you have some of the people who are mixed who want to claim black because black is trendy, you now find black people that be ready to fight you tooth and nail. Like, no, they ready to be black. They want to be black now. Don't you say they mixed? No.
No,
They've been telling us they mixed. They is mixed. Okay.
They mixed. But no, now that you say that, I remember growing up as a kid, Africans did not, you're right, they didn't claim black. Now they claim,
but it's not just Africans. So we're
no,
not
I know, I'm using that as an example.
Right, but what
I
I'm
know
saying is
West Indian
everybody,
people,
this is the thing. Everybody who was not Black American made it their business to let us know that somehow we were beneath them by being black. And we not black, we this. We not black, we that. Just recently, we had Casanat with his little musky self on their live stream. Y'all just black. You are just black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African. You just black. Like, and they say it like it's some kind of cuss word. Baby, black is what you want to be. Y'all running around here trying to, but hold on. Y'all running around trying to put on black like a costume, down to imitating our mannerism, slang, even the stuff you don't understand. But at the end of the day, don't forget, according to you, we just black. So stop everybody. Now everybody want to put on black like an outfit. Why everybody want to wear black?
I saw that foolishness with Casanat, but he's an idiot because he's a Zoe. Go back to Haiti. Why you here?
Well, it don't even matter about that. I don't have a problem with you being here because
I had a problem with him putting down Black Americans the way he was talking.
But, so that it was wrong. I'm not saying he wasn't wrong. What I'm saying is it's not a new mindset and it's not unique to him. So anybody who's not FBA, you not foundational Black American, you not black on, as we say, on all four corners, all your grandparents ain't black. And you running around talking about, now that black is trendy. Now you bliggity black, you fighting to be black. It just comes off a little disingenuous because it wasn't that long ago. Y'all was telling us that we was black and you was something other. They othered themselves.
Yeah.
Everybody was othered and we was just black. And now that black is where it's at and we real tough with it, and we don't have all of the same obstacles that we had, and people are a little more vehement about our culture and it's kind of surging in certain arenas. Now we got people lining up to put on black.
To be black.
Everybody want to wear black. I'm like, well, I know it look good, but do we all have to wear black? What we doing? We coordinating?
Coordinate. Every time I hear that word, I think of John Witherspoon.
Yeah, that's exactly how I meant it. We coordinate. They got to coordinate. We coordinate. And mind you, don't get me wrong. If we gonna go historically, if we keeping it for real, Black American people, we some of the most welcoming people. We be happy to welcome other people and say we got some people around us to some other stuff because a lot of our folks lack self-worth and self-value, so we happy to have other people mixed in and around and stuff. But as much as our folks was happy to welcome everybody, we wasn't welcome even in our own house. Even in our own house, because never forget, we built America. This our house,
and this is the issue I had with the
welcome. Like people was over here in our house. You not from this house. You in our house treating us like we ain't welcome in our house.
This is the problem I had with the Latinos. The Latino guy who was saying he feels that Ryan Coogler ripped off From Dusk Till Dawn. And speaking of our house, I did a focus group recently. It was about a month ago, and I was the only Black woman. It was all women. And no, there was one other, but she only considered herself Latino. Everybody was Latina, but me. And one girl, she was not Black. She wasn't a Black Latina. She said, "But we built this country. I can't." They were talking about ICE and stuff like that. When did y'all build this?
When y'all built it?
And then I had to ask her. I said, well, excuse me, can you give me a schemata of time as far as decades that Latinos built this country?
Yeah, when was that?
And she couldn't say anything. And I said, why do y'all keep perpetuating this lie? Latinos.
Because people love to walk in and erase black people and just plug themselves in that spot. Just like, no.
Girl, she said it with all of her chest. I said, no, you didn't.
Mm-hmm. And see, and let me answer Vet in the chat. She's like explaining about the black thing he said. So that was his way of putting Black American people in their place, you know, about cultural things. So he didn't care for the fact that Black Americans were gatekeeping their own culture. And so that was his way of saying that he said, we don't have a culture. You're just Black. So because we're Black American people, even the culture that we have don't belong to us. We don't have no culture. Mm-hmm. We're just Black. That's what he was saying, Vet. Mm-hmm. And you're right. We all have the same root, that African root. But I think that even though the root is Africa for all of us, when people go to Jamaica or it's Jamaican culture, nobody tells Jamaica you don't have a culture. Right. Because your root is Africa. Nobody tells Trinidad and Tobago or Barbuda or Bahamas or anywhere. Nobody goes to anywhere and tell other groups of Black people, you don't have a culture because your root is Africa. But when it comes to Black America, and we've done so much, we've contributed so much to the world, so much so that anywhere we go, we can find people imitating us, dressing like us, talking like us, calling each other nigga and can't even pronounce it properly. And if we dare to say anything or, you know, express that, hey, that's a bit offensive to us. Mm-hmm. You ain't got no culture. You don't have a culture. You're just Black. Or their other favorite thing to say, well, if people like what you do and how you look and how you talk, then that's just flattering. They're flattering you because they're imitating you when we are telling you the opposite. We're telling you it's not flattery, it's insulting.
I got one too.
It's offensive. But the bottom line is when it comes to our folks here, people, it's the catch-all. It's like if you tell people they don't have a culture, you're excusing yourself for the appropriation. You're excusing yourself for being offensive. And like I said, if I bought a yarmulke and gave myself 2 candy curls and said, well, I like the way it looks, it's just a hairstyle, get over it, everybody would have a fit. They would catch fire. They would mill around in the dirt. But when it comes to us, we're not allowed to have a culture.
I had to tell somebody who was Hispanic that.
But the thing is, I think it's hurtful. It's disgusting. I think that people lose the hurtful part of it because we are such fighters. We are scrappers. And we don't really take a whole lot lying down quietly. And we don't cry enough, apparently. I just think it's interesting how people treat us. That's all. Nina says, as long as we all from Africa, then Black Americans cannot claim land rights as reparations. The U.S. Census Bureau performed ethnic cleansing by pen. I don't know what they mean.
I don't know.
You gotta tell me something else. Vet say, I heard people say if you're Caribbean or African, you're not classified as Black. That's true.
I've heard
that's true. That's true. That no, seriously, because that's what it was. You know, I'm not new. You know, your big sis is old. I've been around. And that was always the thing. Like if we mistakenly, because sometimes we would have friends that had been over here so long that we could not hear an accent or whatever. So, you know, oh, she Black. And they would check us. Like we didn't even mean no harm. I ain't Black, I'm Jamaican. You know, and I'm looking at you and you 4 times darker than me. So, you know, for us here, because we never made a distinction or whatever. We thought Black was skin color for the longest time. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, we got checked a few times and sometimes people were really nasty about it. And so then we understood that, okay, we're considered Black and you're other. So it is what it is. And I think that, you know, now because Black is really trendy, everybody want to be Black after, you know, all of the rude checking that we got for mistakenly saying you were Black. Vet say the distinction isn't made so much here. Well, you know, the UK history and US history is vastly different. Okay, vastly different. I know about the farming and different stuff like that, but the history is not the same. Chattel slavery ended far sooner over there, and it was not the same landscape as far as the slavery market and what happened. And the terrorism that Black people received over here was not the same thing that happened over there. So it's not going to be so much of a distinction. And then 2, there's not this, like, we have people that we identify ourselves as foundational Black Americans. And I don't know that that's the same type of a landscape over there. I don't know. So I don't want to say anything out of ignorance, but I just don't think it's the same landscape. And so, like with this movie situation, we get into these situations and you have people that don't understand when we say something like, hey, can we not have a Black American sister in this role to tell our story? You have people who don't understand, and they'll be offended. Like, why would you say that? Because our culture matters, our history matters. I think it's okay if we have our own people tell our story.
Yeah,
I think that's okay. But people get offended because, like I said way earlier in this conversation, they're following the cues of the oppressive class and the dominant culture, which is to wantonly take whatever you want from Black Americans. And that is the issue. They say, oh, yes, I get that. I agree. Burna Boy said that too. He did. He absolutely said that while sampling our music to make his hits. You sampling from our culture while saying we don't have one. He did that.
Oh, Burna Boy said that?
He did. Yvette said, sorry for all the comments. You're not wrong, girl. You know me. Yvette, you know me better than that. Ask whatever you want to ask.
Now, Burna Boy said that, and
he did. And did. Belize and JB say that's true. I'm Belizean, and because Belize is in Central America, we're considered Hispanics.
Right.
I can dig it. And mind you, I think it's okay. I think that people only get touchy when Black American people say, what we have is ours, it's unique to us. We've had so much taken. What we have left, we gonna have it, and it ain't going nowhere. Nobody's gonna rewrite it. Ain't nobody gonna plug themselves into spots that we create. You're not gonna do it. And that's when people get offended. And I think that some of the people being offended, I don't even think it's malicious. I think they get offended because they've been indoctrinated to react a certain way to us and to feel like it's okay to just take things from them. And I think when we say, no, that's not okay, they're offended because it's like, okay, you're telling them they can't do something that the world has shown them they can do. So that's why they get offended. So I don't really take a whole lot personal, as long as you don't go like Castanet screaming and yelling, you're just Black. Then I'm like, okay, like go flush yourself down the toilet. You already look like a turd. Just say so it's not only Americans, right? It's not only Americans. Hey, sweet beloved.
Tanisha, let me ask you this. Because I remember an older Black gentleman, he's FBA, but he said he used to work at the post office, and a Trinidadian woman, he really liked her. It's like he said she was a little darker than him. He said, oh, I think you're a beautiful Black woman, and she was instantly offended. And she said, I'm not Black. But hold on.
That's what I was saying earlier.
She showed him her passport and some document, and it had her listed as white. Clearly she was not white. But do you think there's a somewhat of a dichotomy in how Black people who are foreign here, how they were perceived then as opposed to now? Because now, especially in New York City, you got a lot of Caribbeans who were raised here, so their parents may not be from here, but their children and their grandchildren definitely identify with being Black.
But they're still Caribbean American. Like I got all that. I don't even care to get into the weeds on that. What it is just what it is. Like we're us and they're them, and we all related because we all got the same root. And I think that we would all get along better if everybody respected other people's differences and celebrate each other, respect each other. If one of our relatives that happen to be from a different branch of this wonderful tree that we all belong to tells you that something is offensive, respect that. Respect it. Just like my family is Igbo. If I'm around a friend of mine who happens to be, I don't know, Tiv or something, or happens to be Igala, or happens to be Yoruba, and she's like, hey, when you do that, that is offensive to me. I'm not going to say, but it's fine. It's okay if I do it. I'm going to say, you know what, sis, my bad. I didn't mean no harm. And I'm going to back off. If I care about you, I'm going to respect what you're telling me is offensive. And I think that everybody understands to do that with everybody in the world except Black Americans. That's my point. Now, Yvette says FBA, is that meaning after slavery been in America as opposed to coming as an immigrant? Kind of, sort of, but not really. When we say we are foundational Black Americans, we're covering the fact that have been here for the whole 400 from the get-go, from the giddy up, not after slavery, from the giddy up. And there were some Black people who were here before the slave ships came in. So when we say we're foundational Black Americans, we mean just that, from the foundation of this crap hole plantation we call America. That's really what we mean when we say that. That's just what that is. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I love to have all my sisters around me. I don't really care where you're from, to tell the truth, as long as you're pretty. That's my only proviso. Y'all know I don't trust ugly women, but
What?
It is what it is. Take it how you want it. I don't trust ugly women. I don't. They will bite you. But as long as you're pretty and you one of my sisters, honey, you're welcome around me. I just think everybody has to respect everybody. I don't need to erase you. I don't need to disrespect you. I don't need to do things that you find offensive. Even if I think it's cool, the minute you tell me that that's offensive to you, I stop. It's that simple. And I think that we are the only group of people on the planet that people pretend not to understand that. Like, literally. I think it's horrible. I think it's really horrible. Like, I have friends from some everywhere. But if anybody, and even if you're not my friend, if you around me, if you even come on this platform and we're discussing a topic and you respectfully say, well, Nitra, I hear what you're saying, but that last thing, I like, I'm from the culture or that ethnic group or whatever, and I find that offensive, I'm going to immediately apologize and refrain from saying that. And I think that that's what we can't get from people. And I think it's just horrible. I think it's just horrible. And Yvette, you don't have to stop asking questions. Some people, I think that, okay, so that's a multifaceted question. Since we're talking, I'm going to answer your question. And it's cool to do your research too, because it's better to know things firsthand. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but it's also nothing wrong with asking your sister. If I know, I got you. So you have to consider everybody started there. Okay. And we have to also consider that there was a time when this planet was Black. There wasn't always things other than brown folks on the planet. The world was indigenous. So you had indigenous people in different places and the world was just Black. So I would not say that they, we don't know at what point. Was it after Pangea? Was it when the world split in half and you had Laurasia and Gondwana land, or, whatever? But we do know that we all originated from one single landmass at some point. And so there were Black people here before Columbus. Like, if you go and read, I think it's Dr. Ivan Van Sertima's book,
they were here before Columbus.
Before Columbus, if you, he has a lot of information on that. I think Renoko Rashidi put out some information on it. So it's a lot of information that you can find on that. But yeah, we were here. It was a lot of us here. And even when you start looking at things that even Columbus, the syphilis-ridden, genocidal, sexual assaulter, when he started writing about the people he saw, he was describing Black folks. So you have to understand that Black people were not confined to one landmass. They weren't. You can see that when you start looking in the islands of the South Pacific, when you start looking at Melanesian people and the people who are in Australia, and their phenotype is not anything that you're going to find related to anybody who's on the continent. However, they still claim Africa. So apparently, eons ago, before that landmass broke off from the main mass, there's a kinship there. So, when we start looking at things in black and white, we have to, or Black period, we have to understand that's loaded because everybody was Black at one point. Just like when we see those beautiful black people on the Andaman Islands in India, beautiful people, and their skin is so beautifully black, but we can't trace them to Africa, but they black.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start looking at the fact that the world was black, I think it's kind of myopic to try to find we got to tie it to Africa some kind of way. Like, I'm sure that somewhere along the line, we all cousins. But understand that some of your cousins left the landmass earlier. Some of the cousins might have been part of the original landmass before it broke off. And of course, when things drift apart, you're going to end up over here and you're going to end up over here. And it doesn't make you any less related. I think that it shouldn't make us love each other any less. But I think that we should absolutely be respectful of each other. And we can't oversimplify and negate each other's cultures because we happen to have a common root, or we think we do. That's what we can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And what's bad is the people that do that have that done to them the most is us here. And that's literally while the whole world is watching and imitating our every move.
Hmm.
And it's crazy. Like, it's really crazy. Really. Instead of just enjoying each other. And I don't know, it's a lot about that I find strange. Like, I find it strange that we don't see Black American people running around imitating nobody. Y'all don't find that strange? Because I do.
Very strange. We're imitated everywhere. I didn't know how much people imitated us until I went to Japan and I saw people with bone straight hair getting afro perms to make their hair look like afros. I was like,
You
what?
say in Japan?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, there's also people in Japan getting their hair straightened because it's nappy. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
a lot of Black Japanese.
You got a
Yep.
lot of Black folks all through Asia. Because
Right.
again, let me say it again for you. The planet is black.
Was Black. No, I
The
know
planet
that.
was black.
The first Chinese dynasty, the Shang dynasty, was Black.
Well, I mean, the planet was black.
That's right.
So it's kind of hard for there not to be black when the planet was black. Like, the planet was black. I don't know another way to say it. And it's kind of, it just gets weird. It gets really weird. And it's like, can we get past it at some point? Just accept that we some kin and respect everybody. And it's just weird. To me, it's weird. I find it weird that we don't see Black Americans going around imitating anybody. We don't do that. I don't think I've ever seen Black Americans at any point look at anybody around the globe and say, we like them, and just start imitating the way they dress, walk, talk. Like, we would never do that to anybody. And I don't think it's an ego thing or we're better than anybody. I think it's a matter of we've had so much taken from us that I don't even think we would feel comfortable doing that to somebody. But people feel real comfortable doing that to us. I was talking to one of my really good Nigerian guy friends, and I checked him. This was years back. I was like, can you stop saying nigga? You don't even know how to pronounce it. You keep saying nigga. It's not nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not how you say that. It's not nigga. It's nigga. And can you stop saying it? Please. Well, I mean, I'm like, no. That word don't have nothing to do with you. That word ain't part of your history. That word is not a part of your story. You have no hurt or in terms of endearment linked to that word. You have no emotion linked to that word. Why are you saying that?
They still
and we literally didn't even speak for a while because I was like offended that he was literally refusing to understand that that's offensive. I don't want to hear you saying my nigga. No, I don't want to hear that. I don't. If you can't pronounce it, it probably ain't got nothing to do with you. It don't. It don't. Just stop. Just stop. Like, and I don't understand why people refuse to understand that something can be offensive to us.
They don't really care. And I feel a lot of the younger ones, they feel, well, I'm black, I can say this.
No.
No, you can't. Not
No.
you can't say that, and also in your lexicon is the word akata. But I digress. Girl, it's almost 3 o'clock. Let me head off of here.
Oh, that's right. You on Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, girl. What time is it for you?
I'm an hour behind you. It's 1:46 for me.
Oh, okay. All right. It was fun, Chiditra.
And it was. And you did what you always do. You be having me all the way off topic. We done went around the world in 80 days. Y'all thank Jai for taking me all the way off topic and round the world in 80 days. Because that's what Jai do. When Jai come through, this is what we do. Oh, before you go, did you see the mid-season trailer for RHOA?
No.
Listen, what I'm gonna tell you. Oh, Vet says 7:46 over there in the UK, child. I know that's
Oh yeah,
right.
he's 5 hours ahead of us.
But listen, so why they insinuating that Shamil was showing Portia text messages?
Of what?
I don't know what she said. But they's insinuating that Shamil was showing Portia text messages. Yep. And looked like Timon and Pumbaa stopped being friends after they went to Grenada.
Not Timon and Pumbaa. Well, yeah, I heard that Shamil and Portia are not as close. And if I'm being very honest, Shamia has always been Portia's friend. She's forever been down, or at least from what I've seen on camera. She down for Portia like 4 flat tires. She does not get that same energy reciprocated to her.
Listen.
And now I believe why. Because Portia wants the life that Shamia has.
I don't think so. I think
Really?
that's I think that's a reach and a lazy reach. Not nothing against you, but I see people saying that
You
all
don't
over
think
the line,
Portia
and I'm
want
like,
a rich husband that can put her?
Hold on. Can we tell the truth? Can we? You got time to tell the truth?
Yeah.
Who don't want a rich husband?
A lot of people. I'm
they
not
lying. No, I'm talking about people that's telling
want
the
a rich
truth.
husband, but
Everybody want one.
But do you know they said that Candy is the reason Shamia's now got a peach? And you mean to tell me you consider Portia your bestie?
Oh, they didn't say that. Candy said that.
Oh, she did?
Candy said that. Well, no, Candy said that. You know, she'll take credit for Fanta soda.
What?
Yo. Candy said that. Ain't nobody said that but Candy.
Fanta soda. But you don't find it strange Portia been on the show? I don't know how long, but you never got your bestie, and Shamia is
living. Y'all forget, I swear, y'all will forget what happened in a minute and rewrite history. Did you forget that Shamia let us know that they wanted her to have a peach before now? Shamia did not want the peach because she said her husband didn't want her to be a full-time housewife.
I remember now.
So now, but I'm just saying, because I've seen more people say what you say right now online, and everybody just keep repeating. I'm like, y'all gonna rewrite history or what? Because we was all watching when Shamia said that man didn't want her to be a full-time housewife, and they've been trying to give her a peach. That's why I laughed when Candy was like, I'm the reason. You ain't the reason or nothing. They've been trying to give her that goddamn peach. That's why I say y'all listening to Candy. Candy will take credit and say that she invented fried catfish.
You know what?
And can't cook. That's how ridiculous stuff be. And I think that sometimes I can see stuff more clear because I don't like nobody. And I think the people that like folks, they refuse to see the truth or pretend not to see the truth because they want the story to go in favor of the person they like. And I don't like nobody, so I can keep it straight.
Well, I didn't know Candy said that out her own mouth. I was reading comments,
Candy said that, and people started repeating it. People started repeating it because Candy said, ain't nobody said that but Candy. Nobody. Because we all knew them people been trying to get Shamia, and Shamia let us know that her husband did not want her to be a full-time housewife. So that is why she remained a friend. That was the only reason that she remained a friend. So see, that's where we are. That's what I'm saying. By the time we pull down the big wall of lies, it's like, come on.
Since you don't like nobody, and
I
I know
don't like
you
nobody.
wasn't keen on Miss Angela. What'd you think of her in the
I don't like
the last episode I saw is when she said,
I ain't
and
like her.
Kelly, hold on. Kelly confirmed she made that comment. I'll sleep with your
So,
husband.
so she didn't say I'll
Damn.
sleep with your husband. She said if she better leave me alone before I sleep before I go F her man.
Yeah.
That's what she said. So what if she said it? Let's keep it real, shall we? Number one, you can't call somebody ho ho ho. You a ho this ho that ho, tall ho, short ho. You all the hoes. You a polka dot ho. You a ho ho ho. When that person say okay fine, I'll be a ho. What you crying for?
Angela called that girl a hoe.
Oh, we wasn't all
I've
watching
not
it.
been
Cindy.
watching all
Hold
the
on, but this is what I'm saying. So we wasn't all watching when she sat there. Portia wasn't even talking to her, and she out the blue. But Kelly asked, "Did you why you took that woman husband?" So you was back to let's go back to Portia the whole trope. You want to play the hoe, you a hoe, you a hoe, you go with somebody husband, you took somebody husband, you a hoe, ho, ho. And she said, okay, fine, I'll be a hoe. Leave me alone before I hunt your man next. Why are you crying when you could have when you really could have sat there and ate your food? That's number one.
She did.
Number two, right? You sat there and recording with your phone and talking about what you said. If she said that and you heard it, Miss Slick Mouth in the confessional, why you wasn't Slick Mouth with that heifer to her face?
They said she came downstairs.
But she came downstairs to lean in a window or another artifice, another opening to record. And what y'all said, you still ain't checker.
Oh, I thought they said that Angela went downstairs and confronted her, and she
no,
said
ma'am.
Portia ran away. Like
she went downstairs to record. Then she showed us the recording. Then said the recording was short because Portia left. I wouldn't have let you record me off camera either, so you could do what you want to do with it. No, ma'am. That's number one. Number two, instead of coming down there to record and then come back to tell us the recording was short, why you didn't go down there to check her? Because the Angela Mouth is only slick when she got time to think about what she gonna say. That's why all her confessionals, she talking heavy. But when she in person in the moment, she ain't really got it. I've been peeped her, and I don't like her. And I caught her lying. And I don't like that. The fact that you came all the way down them stairs and you ain't tell her, girl, your coochie couldn't keep that man from hunting women and according to Tasha K, dogs and cats. How in the hell is it gonna take a man out my bed? Instead of her checking her, you recording with your phone. Are you okay? Angela is a clown, a Bigfoot clown. And I don't like her.
What did she lie about?
Portia, girl, bye. And mind you, why was you bothering Portia? Because Portia wasn't talking to you.
Right. I gotta watch that episode back because I was in and out cooking. But because I remember her saying, "But no, you're not. I'm holding you accountable." And so she was holding her accountable.
But it wasn't holding her accountable. They were having a whole conversation about Angela bringing Drew and then playing dumb and gaslighting and playing the victim. That was a conversation between her and Britt Sleazy. Portia wasn't even talking. So what you holding Portia accountable for? Not talking to you? Like, girl, go to hell. Like, literally go to hell. Portia sat there at her own birthday dinner and wasn't talking to nobody. She was acting like a zombie. She wasn't saying nothing. So what you just basically, you didn't want to go back and forth with Britt Sleazy. That's fine, because she might pull a pistol on you. And so you took a beeline for Portia to get back on the ho, you a hold, hold. Then when she say she better leave me alone before I F her man, let me run downstairs to record. Girl, go to hell. You were supposed to go downstairs to read, if nothing. Why is you recording? What you recording for? That's number one. And number two, all these people on social media, right? Amanda K, all of them was talking about her, but she came running down there because she's scared of Portia coochie. I still don't understand how you scared of another woman's coochie. That ain't gonna never make sense to me. And we all women and we all tote the same thing between our legs. Why am I supposed to be scared of yours? Because look like to me, yours ain't did nothing but get you in a world of trouble. I promise I'm not scared of yours. Okay? But all these women on social media, oh, I can't believe Portia said, I can't believe Portia said. Like we all wasn't dancing to Salt and Pepper. If you mess with me, I'll take your man. Like we all wasn't dancing the Lady Saw, I got your man and you can't do anything about it.
I got your man.
Now all of a sudden, everybody done turned to Sunday school teachers and crying and rolling around in the dirt.
I think it's because
now I don't really care for Portia, especially because of all that mess she pulled with Nene constantly, being fake and phony, lying on her and stuff. But the truth is the truth, and it don't care who tell it. A lot of these people, number one, it was waiting to attack Portia because they was mad about her being with that old man with that broken penis. I don't know why you would be mad about an old man with a broken penis, especially if the old man with the broken penis wasn't even your man. But they was mad about that. Keep saying stupid stuff. She slept with him. With what? It don't work. Fallon done told y'all. She done told y'all. What y'all need? 3-4 more women to take his
said that it didn't work too.
Fallon said it didn't work first.
Oh, I never
when
heard that.
Portia first popped out with Grandpa, with Papa Smurf, Fallon was the first one to tell us that man Johnson ain't work. And then when him and Portia quit, she posted on social media a definition of erectile dysfunction.
Yes, I saw.
And he copped to it, talking about he want to sue because she mentioned something about it.
Defamation. Yeah.
So now how y'all gonna turn around and tell me y'all mad because she was hunching Grandpa and Grandpa don't even work? I asked y'all, are y'all trying to explain to me that she was laying there while he mashed it in with his fingers?
Oh.
What did he do? It don't work. It don't work. So what? Who was she hunching?
Not him.
That's all I'm trying to say. Like I said, I think I can see clearly because I don't like nobody. So I can see what's going on. I ain't got no blinders on. I don't need no narratives to make nobody look good. Don't none of them look good to me. And Shamia was inching close to being on my nerves because I like her, but I kept detecting something. Then when I saw, oh, you showing people y'all private text messages, I said, I knew I smelled something on you.
Oh, that's what she's showing private text between her and
Portia to other people. And then it was Brit Sleazy, Bang Bang Sleazy, that went and told Portia that ain't what a real, that's not what besties do. You come showing me your text messages. Why are you showing text messages, Shamia? What is that for?
They not friends no more. That's why. Because Shamia would drink Portia's bathwater at one point. But I was like, girl.
But this is the problem. I don't believe that either. Boy, I swear, y'all fall for anything. I don't believe that.
You don't believe that Shamia at one point was a better friend to Portia than Portia ever was to Shamia? At least on camera?
I think that's I think that's the new narrative. I think that Shamia and Portia be up and down because we have watched them be up and down. I'm not sure why I'm the only person that remember what I seen on this show. I have seen these ladies be up and down. I've seen them be close, bestie. Then I've seen them be, distant, and then she more friends with Candy and she don't really mess with Portia. Then I seen her be territorial because of the Phaedra stuff. And then Phaedra did stuff and then they did stuff. So I've seen them be up and down. I don't know who's the best, who's the worst, who's the this, who's the that. All I'm saying is I smell a little something on Shamia. I smells a little
honest,
something.
I haven't watched
M. Jones says Shamia get pick me. I agree.
She does get pick me for her husband too. Because all this stuff she got going on.
I'm not gonna say that.
Okay. Well,
why you say she get pick me for her husband?
Because with all the stuff going on, that she didn't have to endure with this last baby, beautiful children. And then she said she's in the beginning of the season, I believe she said how many rounds of in vitro or whatever they were trying to do.
They're talking about a surrogate.
I understand, but she keeps saying she don't have time for the two she got. Shamia don't like work, you know what I'm saying, other than this show. And she was like, she got her sister, she got a nanny, she got some more
Her
people, and
mama,
she's, yeah,
everybody.
her mama, and she said she's still tired with the, what she
Well,
has to do as a
mothering makes
mother.
you tired.
I understand. So why
Yeah.
would you add to that? She told me I gotta give him his son. But that's my reason for thinking she a little bit of pick me for the
Cause
husband.
she want to give her husband a son.
No, it's not that. It's you. She already saying she spread thin, and it's
Well,
to
then
see
hire
to
another
me.
nanny. Hire extra nanny. That
Right,
man
but
he make enough money. Hire extra nanny. Get that man his
okay,
son. You,
yo,
listen, you give a man as many children as he can afford.
okay.
He can afford them children. He can afford extra people to take care of them children. I have a problem when these heifers out here giving babies to these poverty-stricken
To
Negroes.
the
Now
poor
that's what I
man,
got a problem with.
I have a problem with that as well.
That man got that kind of money. He gifting you $430,000 cars for your birthday. All he wants is a little boy. Get him. Listen, find him 3 more surrogates. Y'all can all cook babies at the same time. She ain't even gotta have the baby. He's not even being, because like some African men, well, he's not West African, he's East African, but I know some of them West African brothers, they don't want to hear nothing about no surrogacy and all that stuff. But
Right.
he cool with a surrogate. You ain't even got to carry. Yeah, she's right. Got to give my husband a son.
Okay, so but as far as the pick me, I don't doubt, because I haven't seen all seasons. So you say you've seen their relation go up and down. It's one thing to go up and down, but she has been to Portia's weddings. They say Portia didn't even go to her wedding, nor did she go to some other event like
Here's the problem. Were they even close when she got married to the man? Or were they on one of their downs?
I don't know.
Because they have been up and down, up and down, up and down. That's why I'm not even entertaining it. What I do know that I did see, and I've been peeped. How you so down, so down, so down. You know how to say all the right stuff, but you still grinning and kikiing with somebody talking trash about your best friend daughter. Oh, this will pay for PJ College, and you ain't cussed that whole out. Don't tell me about how you so down for her. Girl, you fake.
Didn't she check Drew? She said no.
No. She was like, well, we know PJ's University College has already been
paid for.
No, that ain't the right response. My best friend and sister, Toya, you let somebody had to say something about Toya or either one of her children. About, oh, what did I know this will pay for this one's college. I'd have lit her up. It wouldn't have been no meat on the bone. I'd have told her quickly, don't you ever let my niece's name slide out your mouth again.
I'm
gonna slide you like across this flow. But that's the whole point, because you're not like that. But we done seen her get raw and get rowdy and get rough before. So it's not like, oh, she's so demure she'll never get rowdy. We done seen
Shamia?
Yes, we have. We done seen her get rough. When she got into it with Phaedra, she wasn't acting so demure. Yeah, that ain't what we got. So miss me with that. You know to say the right stuff in front of camera, but you're not really down like that. You're not. Because ain't no way they could have mentioned your niece and you'd have still been sitting there chilling. Like I said, my sister got 2 girls and a boy. I dare you to say and one of their names saying something slick. I dare you. Surely not in the same room with me. Over the phone, I'm going to light you up. But if we're in the same room, oh, you really going to have to show me. You're going to have to show me what you said about my niece. Baby, I'd have been scooting my chair real close to her while I was asking too. What was that about my niece? That's why I'm like, yeah, you playing a role. I just want to see it play out. Like I say, I feel like I have the advantage by not liking nobody, because I could just see.
You can see.
I see real good too. I told you I ain't got them big pretty eyes like my daughter, but these little half slanted don't want to stay open eyes. They work real good. They don't look like nothing, but they work. They work. I see everything.
I have to watch it. It's because I did not know about a Shamia showing text message. I did hear that Candace is going to be coming back to Potomac, and Mia is out, and she's trying to get on Atlanta. I said, "Oh
Yeah,
my
she
God!"
I'm like, girl, you can't afford one outfit for an Atlanta event. Not one outfit.
Right. Why
Just
would
girl
they?
Giselle roasted her. She was like, she can't fit in with them girls. Talking about they don't wear fashion, no, but they wear labels. And she was like, she jumped up and ran off the reunion with us. What's she gonna do with them? She was like, them girls is cutthroat. Show off. Even Portia Dixie tell her mouth be real slick and cuttish sometimes. So I'm like, Mia wouldn't survive them. Going over there looking like she looking, dressing like she dressing, with
And I
them
bet somebody
with
will
them big
put
old
Paul.
clod hoppers and her leprechaun boyfriend and churn that might not be heels and all. Girl, no. And you, Paul, you better get away from there.
Oh God.
You better get away from there. That is not where you need to be. Get far from there.
Well,
I don't know what, baby. I don't know what that Sasquatch thinking. Like that is not where you need to be. Try love and hip hop. Call Mona.
Right. But I wasn't giving it no like second thought until I saw a picture of Mia, Shamia, and Kelly, I believe.
And still don't give it no second thought. It was an event in Atlanta. It's always events. She was at the event and she hurried up to make sure she got pictures with them. She wanted a photo op. She's a fan. She's a fan and a pitiful one at that. But back to RHOA. What I do know is some funny stuff is finna go on. And I think it all happens after they go down there to Grenada and get in that oil.
The oil?
Mm-hmm. You know, Grenada Festival, they be in the oil. But
they went to Carnival probably.
Festival, that festival down there, they would get in their oil. But I think after they came from Grenada, that's when Timon and Pumbaa split up.
You calling them Timon and Pumbaa?
They made that name up in the chat. I'm just honoring their request. They called Kelly and Bang Bang Sleazy Timon and Pumbaa.
Oh, that's Timon and Pumbaa.
That's Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was after they went down there that's when the split came. Timon and Pumbaa is done broke up. No more Hakuna Matata.
Well, Kelly, she lied for Brittany and then she decided to tell the truth. I'm just like, Kelly, you were doing so good and now she's
Why you say she do? Y'all like everybody.
I don't like her, but I liked at least she had a storyline. She got a crazy ex-husband who threatened her in court.
But she ain't even giving it to us. She telling us what happened. Why we can't get none of that on camera? Why we ain't get none of your real story? All we getting is her acting like J. Cole. I don't like her. I don't like her. Not even a little bit. I don't like her. Plus, can't she grow or something? Or shrink her head?
Cannot help being short.
But listen, but her head belonged to somebody that's at least 5'8". You see what I'm saying? It don't match.
You trying to talk about her plastic surgery?
No, I'm talking about the size of her head. That is a regulation size basketball on top of her neck. That head belonged to a full size person.
Good night, Shanitra. I can't.
I'm just saying, and I be looking at her trying not to see it, and I'm just like, and it don't never change. Every time I see it, it don't change. It don't change. And then she got nerve to be phony on top of that. And I'm like, girl, do you know I would be on my best behavior, my P's and Q's? So wouldn't nobody notice I was supposed to be a midget? Like, I wouldn't say nothing.
How short is she?
I don't know. Somebody break out a ruler or something. I don't know. I know it's just like, I don't know. Something ain't right. And I don't like her. I told y'all from the gate I didn't like her. I don't like Angela. I don't like Bang Bang Sleazy. I don't like Kelly. And Shamia, I was wanting to like her. I really I was on the fence. And I don't know, something about that whole thing with that girl talking about that baby. And she did it like she did it. Like she was trying to say it really nice, like you petting her feelings and she's talking trash about your niece. I'm like, what is that? Y'all already know I can't stand Cynthia. Portia get on my last good nerve. Hell, who left?
Kenya, and you don't like Kenya.
Yeah, I don't like Kenya. And then you got Drew Sadummy. I can't stand her. So I don't like none of them hookers. I'm going to just be for real with you.
I did like Shamia until it was just like, girl, I don't know. It just seemed like Shamia, like they started doing the electric slide when it was that scene when y'all call
Yeah,
us Bang Bang when she
yeah,
went off on Angela.
with them half cooked grits that Angela said Kelly had raw grits at the
4
brunch.
for 11.
That's
Girl,
what Bet say. Yeah,
she
she was. You know what
tiny.
I'm saying? And all of that. Even that whole peace brunch, like that's a dumb name. That was a dumb idea. Angela done told everybody you can't cook grits, and y'all up in there bickering over nothing because Bang Bang Sleazy lying about losing her license, and Angela is going back and forth with her. It was just too much. It was a whole lot of nothing and too much at the same time.
I'll say this and then I'm gonna go. I watched the video you put out when you basically did an expose of where they dug up Britt Eady from. And I thought, oh shoot. I used to think you were a little bit off when you used to say no. Cause I was like, why is she coming? Like you used to say, I think Bravo wants to depict black women. And I was like, okay, there's some validity to that. But you said, I think they want to turn this show, like they want to slut it out. And
Yep.
I gotta give it to you. You were right. This girl's a whole call girl. She a whole hoe.
Listen, all I could do was
And
laugh
if
when you
you
said
can
you thought
find
I was
it,
a little off because everybody do until y'all figure out that just because I'm crazy don't mean I'm wrong. That's when y'all figure it out. You be like, oh, that crazy heifer was on to something.
but I
Totally.
was just like, if Shanitra, because I was when you had all the information, I said, where'd she find this? Now, if Shanitra could find it, you
They
telling me
can
all
see.
the resources Bravo, who's owned by NBC, can't find it, just like the Asian girl on Salt Lake. To
What's
no
going
find
on
out
with her?
she was a brazen racist. She was
Oh, I
so
remember
racist.
that.
She owned a damn it was a table, and the actual handles on the table are made to look like little black children. That's how much she was a racist. It's a piece of racial memorabilia in her home. And I was like, yeah,
Hey,
Bravo, they did that on purpose.
they did. They did that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Asian lady, woo, she
I
ain't
heard
got
she was.
nothing
I
on me.
heard she was like, had she was real strong with it. She was one of them that ironed her white sheet before she put it on.
Girl, when they zoomed in, somebody had zoomed in on a table. She had done a confessional, and they zoomed in on the legs of that table, and that's an old-fashioned racial piece of memorabilia. Remember when they used to have us in the minstrel looking
Yeah,
pieces,
I know.
all that.
Mhm.
That is what the legs of that table look. I said, oh, all she
Baby, that's
needed is a
deep.
sheet, right?
That's deep.
And she a whole Asian woman.
I
Huh.
mean, but this is the thing. But you can't tell black folks not to be running around being impressed with everybody. Them people don't like you.
No, they do not.
Them people
We
don't like
have
you.
no friends. In
We
the
ain't got.
words of Dr. Henry Clark, we have no friends.
Listen, and I'm always saying over here, and I like you say, I know y'all think I'm crazy, but I've always said we have no allies. And black women, we have even less because we are at least allies to black men. We shouldn't be, but we are. Black women, we ain't got no allies because
Yes, we do. We have ourselves.
like I said, we ain't got no allies because black men is traitors, and a whole lot of our sisters will sell us out for a seat at the table.
Wait a minute, Shanisha. Didn't you say that when they tried to do this, pitting us against our male counterparts, you said, that's like a trap because that's not real life?
No, what I said was that agenda for
Mm-hmm.
putting it online, the war of the sexes and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
that was a trap because they want us to be focused on that.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line is black men have always been traitors. Like, can we tell the truth? Is it okay if we tell the truth? They've always been traitors. We're over here right now because they were traitors. There were some of them that were there when we were there and made deals and sold us over here.
Mm.
Black men have always been traitors. That's not new information. It's not. But that whole promoting that war of the sexes, the going on platforms to lambast and say as much derogatory stuff as possible against each other, that was an agenda.
Okay.
That was an agenda. Absolutely. because while I'm very honest and I'm not gonna lie, they are traitorous. Okay. You'll never catch me on any platform just degrading and lambasting and let me come up with every slur, every derogatory thing I can say and just throw that out, throw that out. Why are we doing that?
Mm-hmm.
What was the purpose of that?
Mm-hmm.
Other than people deciding they were going to make money off of our dysfunction.
Mm-hmm.
What reason for it? Because we have to be honest about the fact that we do have some, not just some dysfunction, we have a lot of dysfunction within ourselves, within our own little group here. But that don't mean you're supposed to hang your dirty clothes out for everybody to see it.
To see it, because white people,
right? Because they're entertained by hearing Black women say all the filthy, degrading, racist tropes that we can come up with against Black men. That's entertainment for them. What we doing there? They're entertained when Black men get on these platforms with these podcasts and get in front of a rented microphone and start saying a bunch of racist, disgusting, derogatory things about Black women. Why are we hanging that out? What's that? What's that for? What's that for? Because at the end of the day, right now, today, the majority of Black men marry Black women. We still marrying each other more than anybody else. So obviously, our differences and whatever we think about each other, it don't matter enough to keep y'all from jumping a broom and making chillin'. So what y'all getting on the internet and doing all that for? It don't mean that I'm gonna get on here and pretend like, oh no, Black men are wonderful and great. They float down from heaven and protect us from asteroids. They don't. They don't. There are some that do what they're supposed to do, and kudos to you. But there's a whole lot of them that don't, and I'm not gonna lie for you. But that also does not mean I'm gonna get on the internet and degrade you for other people's amusement. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. But Black women, we ain't got no allies. Don't even think it. Don't even fool yourself. We ain't got no allies. We got us, and that's if us behave ourselves, because we know some of us will turn on us with the quickness.
True.
I ain't gonna do too much on it, but I know, and the Lord know, some of us have had our worst bosses on jobs be other sisters.
Oh, my best friend said that. She's in HR. She was like, oh my God. She was like, the worst bosses ever, Black women. I was like, what? She was like, yes. I've never had a Black woman boss, but
I have. And here's the thing. I've had both experiences. I had one that was absolutely horrible, and then I've had two that were, well, one of them was my cousin, but I've had two that were phenomenal. Phenomenal, hands down. Phenomenal. And so I give credit where it's due, but I don't lie for nobody. I don't believe in that. So those sisters that were, phenomenal, Gaskin, Rich, hell, even Hester, over at the prison, those ladies, like, phenomenal. Mayweather, she wasn't a boss, but I learned so much from that sister. It was crazy. So, when how it is, when we good, we're great. And when we not good, get the blessed oil. And don't make me at no point not love my sisters. I love my sisters, even when they're evil as hell. I'd be like, girl, why are you doing that? Your head is spinning. We got to call the exorcist. Like, ooh, girl. But I love my sisters. Like, hey, but I'm not gonna pretend. Some of our sisters be acting like, the Omen. We see them on social media doing crazy stuff, like that girl went to go burn up that man's car, and that gas can blow back in her face. Like, some of our sisters really be on some other stuff. Okay, that don't make them no less our sisters. I'm like, all right, sis.
I remember that video, but we can't start at the middle. We don't know what he did to her.
I don't care what he did. Just leave. Can we not leave? Is leaving not an option? Can we go? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I love my sisters, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm
What
not
did
gonna lie to
you
you. Like sometimes we be really, you know.
do? Nope. Because just a couple of weeks ago, you was on here teasing Kenya when she left the 911 call, and you said you
Oh,
you
I've done that.
sympathize because you told the story
Oh, I've
yourself.
done
So
that. I
it
did.
depends. It depends. What did the man do to her for her to be?
Listen, if he did something to her, why she couldn't have a 911 call like the rest of us normal sisters?
Everybody
Why
ain't the
she had to
same.
go? Nah, Jai, tell the truth. Everybody ain't normal. Cause why would you go and try to blow up a car and it blow back in your girl? The way I laughed at that girl, I said, "Ooh, baby, you special." That was deep, deep. Lord have mercy. I listen. I love my sisters, but sometimes now, y'all listen. Don't y'all come in here playing like y'all don't know how we act sometimes. Love you, mean it, but y'all crazy. So,
Oh God.
like I say, when our sisters are good, it is poetry in motion, and when they not so good, we need the clergy. That's all I'm saying.
Good
We
night.
need the clergy.
Good night, y'all. I love speaking with
Good
you,
day.
honey. You are right.
Listen, I love talking to y'all too. Listen, I missed y'all this week because I really couldn't go live. To be honest, I was all y'all. I miss y'all. I wanted to talk to y'all this week, but I really was not up to it. And it was fun to hang out with y'all and talk all night. This was fun. I really enjoyed it for real. Let me see what Fatima said. She said, no shade. The worst ones to be up under is a black man in the workplace, followed by them white women who want to use us as forced mood stabilizers, feel better dolls. I can dig that too. I can dig that. I don't know. I haven't had a bad experience with black men bosses. I've only had one way back, and he was old. And I think he reminded me of my daddy because he was just grumpy every day. He didn't bother anybody. He was just grumpy, And my daddy was one of them grumpy old men. So I haven't experienced that. The clear lady bosses, yeah, I can't do that. But no, if you get a sister as a boss and she not nice, it's rough. Ooh, Lord. If you got a sister as a boss and she good people, it's the bomb. It's the best experience ever. You want to work extra hours for her for no pay and everything. And I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Like, oh, you ain't got nobody, girl, I got you. Or she say she gotta stay, I'm gonna stay with you till we get it done. Like, it was really that type of a vibe. But when our sisters ain't good, like, y'all gotta tell the truth. When our sisters ain't good, they not good. Like, it gets vicious. It gets vicious. So I don't know. I think, you could have a great experience. Like I said, you could have a great experience, or you could have a not so great experience. When it's good, it's good. When it's not, it's not. And yeah, I'm not taking back what I said. Our sisters be crazy sometimes. I don't know why, but sometimes we get a little crazy. Me included, I've gotten a little crazy. But listen, y'all, since I think everybody is kind of slowly drifting off to sleep. I know, Fatima, I think I saw in the chat you said you went to sleep and came back. Yep, you went to sleep and came back. M. Jones said, I experienced, what'd she say? Why this same won't pop up? Okay. I experienced that hate from black female supervisors. I don't even know if it's hate. Some people, yeah. Have y'all ever thought some people just mean? Some people just mean. M. Jones says profitable to promote black hate, especially towards the women. That's true too. Nina, you missed me too. Yeah, I missed y'all. I really was not strong enough this week. At all. Like, at all. This was like one of my worst weeks in a long time. Energy wise, it was a lot. It was really a lot. To be honest, I could tell that I was starting to feel off, like right after Easter. I started to really feel it. And it just kind of, I kind of shook it off, played it off, kept going. And then it just got to where I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't play it off no more. basically. And so I had to move on past it. So I feel a lot better. I'm not 100%. I got a headache right now trying to jump back in my head. It's like, where am I feeling that? It's like across here right now. It's not like fully a headache, but it's kind of dull and it's trying to like get back in there. So, this was fun though. I really missed you guys. This was so much fun, right? You say it's always a good kiki. It should be. That's what we want it to be. A place where we can come have a good time. I don't mind if our brothers show up, but this is a place for us. Okay. They're welcome. If they want to slide through, our little nephews and brothers, if they want to slide through, that's cool. But this is for us. Okay. It's for us. And I appreciate that. So listen. We're going to get up out of here. We have been in here for 5 hours, 4 minutes, and 8 seconds. So it's time for y'all to go to bed, say your prayers, good night, sweet dreams, all that stuff. And you know what time it is. If you did not hit the like button on the way in, please click all so you will know every single time we go live on this good channel. Okay. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, because we happy to have you here. Okay. If you want to join the channel membership, make sure you hit the join button beneath the video or the membership link in the description box. Okay. Also in the description box, we got the link from my book, Little Girl, Big World, which is a survival guide for girls leaving home for the first time. Make sure every little girl has one before she gets out that door. We want our daughters safe at all times. Okay. Also, we got the link for our merchandise store so you can get your crown gear. We got the link for our Amazon storefront so we can shop together for our homes. And my wish list in case you want to send me any notebooks, pens, paper, snacks, goodies. I appreciate all support. Thank you again to Queena for sending a Cash App earlier in the stream with support for the stream. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you to everybody who hit the like button. Thank you to everybody who sent up bubbles. And y'all know what it is. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Well, no, don't enjoy it. Go to bed now. Don't eat nothing either. Go to bed. Get some rest. As always, be positive, be productive in the morning. All right, encourage others and encourage yourself. And in case no one else says it to you, remember, God loves you. I love you. And there's nothing you can do about it either. We'll talk soon. Bye.